era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
fly. You will be our silent eye. certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen legs. redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are titans. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. And we're still
Hello everybody and welcome to the LPL. My name is Munchballs. I'm joined by Nymera as we head towards week 7, day number 4. It's crazy to think that we're in week 7. We're halfway through week 7. We are so close to playoffs at this point, Nymera.
And speaking of playoffs, we're getting to the point now where it really starts to cut down to the quick to see if we have teams going into or out of playoffs, and we're actually mathematically locking them in or out them. In fact, we had our first team locked out yesterday in EDG.
We certainly did. Let's take a look at our results from yesterday. As you mentioned, EDG now locked out of playoffs. Unfortunately, losing that series 2-0 in the end. But RNG actually looking surprisingly all right earlier on in the day. I don't want to go too far with that statement, but 2-1 over AL regardless. Weibo managing to finish that series against EDG as well. I'm looking at Billy today. They're already locked in for playoffs, and they'll be coming into our first series too.
Yeah, and you know, we're looking at this side of the graphic, and you can feel safe for now is the way I'm going to put it. But you look down particularly towards the 6 and 6 teams, you know, Weibo and OMG, and you're thinking they are not really in a comfortable position as we look in the second half of our standings. It really does feel like there are a couple of teams that can still just about push them. There are a couple of series left.
There certainly are. There's still time. LNG, another team we're keeping our eyes on. That's a team that is wanting to sneak into that top 10. Let's take a look at today's matches, though, because we've got some stonkers coming your way. BLG versus Ultra Prime. You expect that to be relatively one-sided. WE versus RA. You expect that to be relatively one-sided. Top Esports versus JDG, however, in second and third, 9-2 apiece, and it is the classic rivalry from way back in 2020.
And there's so many storylines which are kind of crossing the aisle there, as well as you have 369 versus the team he got his three-peat on as well, and then of course JDG with the three-peat currently, as they're not there quite at the top of the standings, but they're keeping pace well enough. Can they start to overcome the real top 2 other contenders, though? That's going to be a really important match to watch.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see later on, but first, we're going to talk about our first series here. And we need to acknowledge poor old Ultra Prime, who, I didn't hear no bell. They've had to face against JDG. They've had to face against Top Esports. And now they have to face against BLG. That is a hell of a schedule for 3 teams in a row.
Oh man, look, Ultra Prime, I really appreciate this team. They have tried different things, also had a social media presence as well. This team always crops up in my Twitter feed. They have made an effort to try and really stand their ground and get themselves known as well. It has been a hard week for them, though. It's been a hard split for them. And today against BLG, this might be the knockout blow. Yeah,
this one could be a tough one, honestly. BLG, definitely a powerhouse squad. And when we look at what Ultra Prime have been bringing to the table, so often the losses come down to these scraps, to the skirmishes, and not quite being able to face up to the sheer talent on these rosters.
And when you look at the games which they've been playing, there have been some bright moments, but even in the games where, you know, JDG, they had the Smolder, I think that was even one of the first Smolder losses we had in the LPL before. You know, it's picked up a couple of losses now, but against Top Esports as well, it felt like against both of those teams, the early game just completely fell apart, and then now BLG, you think about, well, they might just be the best early game team in the whole damn league, especially with the way they've been playing recently.
That's the thing, right? We're talking about how Ultra Prime had this awful schedule. Well, BLG, they're on an 11-game win streak. They haven't lost a game in like 6 series. This could be brutal. BLG are absolutely on fire right now, and a lot of teams were sort of questioning. They've been playing a little bit sloppy and all of this kind of stuff. They've come in hot. They're the team that's managed to beat FPX as well and kind of put a stop to that hype train. BLG are still absolutely the kings right now.
Ever since BLG won this game on your screens, which was Game 3 versus JDG, they have not dropped a game. That's since BLG have been 5-1 in their standings. They're, of course, now at 11-1. That's right. That is 6 best of 3s in a row that they've completely smashed out. And, you know, you look here into some of the rest of the games, too. It has been not against sloppy opposition. They haven't had an easy strength of schedule through that. They are just damn good.
They are absolutely insane, especially when it comes to the fighting. I think that's the thing about this team, is when you're looking at, like, these fights often get so spread out like that. last clip is such a good example of, like, you've kind of got to fight on multiple fronts, and even if one side looks like it's losing for PLG, the other side's already won, so then reinforcements arrive. And it feels like so often when you're watching PLG fight, that's the way the flow of the fight goes. And so much of that is down to Shun in the jungle. He's up against Hacker today from Ultra Prime. It feels like both of these junglers very much the driving force for their team. You expect them to be, quote-unquote, leading the charge.
And when we look at Hacker on the other side, when we look at both these players against each other, we look at Hacker in particular, you have to say, well, you know, the stats are really not looking great for him as a player. So then we pose the question to Hacker to say, what can you do today? Can you be the tip of the spear? Hacker has been a player who in the past has been known to be a great jungler within the first 10 to 15 minutes and really start snowballing the early game. But that has been Shin's domain in this year too. So this matchup could be very, very indicative of how the entire series will go. I think Hacker's got a hard job, but that's the question that's been posed of him.
Yeah, it's weird as well, because when you look statistically, Hacker historically has been that early game jungler first 15 minutes. The stats don't really line up with that this year. Hopefully he can change that today, because I feel like BLG is one of those teams, if you fall behind, you stay behind against BLG. Let's take a look at some patch notes, though, because as a surprise announcement, guys, we're going to be on 14.5 today. Me and Ivera found this out about 5 minutes ago, so we're going to be reading along with you.
Yeah, we had about 25 seconds before the show started to say, oh, hang on, what are we going to do with all of this? So we do have some base stats change from a couple of these champions. These are some of the buffs that have come through, but we have seen also champions like Twisted Fate get hit on that pick a card on the E as well, which is partly where this champion has been such a powerful 3-roll flex. I think that particularly, you know, Kog'Maw has been changed, so his Q is very easy to slot into his late game combo now, and Wukong as well is a much more brawly champion because the way his passive has changed. It stacks quicker and is slower to fall off, because each of the stacks only fall off one at a time as opposed to all of them. Of course, Smolder on there has been hit on 14.5 as well. I don't think these changes are the ones that will completely take this champion out of the meta. The ones that were announced the other day, which are still to come in, they might be the difference. I would still expect to see some Smolder around.
Yeah, we'll see how much these are going to hit it, whether or not he's removed. Apologies, sorry, for anyone in the chat that can't actually read Mandarin. Just give it a Google, have a look at 14.5 if you're worried. This LCK has already been playing on 14.5. We've seen a bit of Wukong top. I think that's the most significant meta shift that we've seen. Obviously, the LCK meta is always at least a bit different to the LPL meta as well. But plenty of changes coming on through. We'll see what happens today. We're going to be right there alongside you. We're going to be enjoying the ride and seeing these changes live right along with you.
I was also watching PCS playoffs recently as well, and I believe they were also on 14.5. So between a couple of different regions with a couple of their different takes on the meta, we're getting some information on it in terms of the Wukong as well. It's also been played in jungle. I think Detonation Focus Me played that in the jungle as well, as they took a series in the PCS. So I'm interested to see really where the Chinese teams come into this and say, well, what are we going to do with this? There are a lot of the item changes, like Spear of Shojin, that's been changed quite significantly as well, which will negatively impact Smolder, because you can't just instantly stack that Shojin off of one Q onto a wave. It's only one stack per target hit now with abilities on the Shojin in terms of the damage increase you get to abilities. Lich Bane's been nerfed a little bit. We know that there are a number of Nidalee players around the place too, Shun being one of them. Maybe that will impact the way that she's played, because it's a 5% AP nerf. It's not the biggest thing, but it's just these little taps either side can change the way that you do your damage calculations, which in the LPL are so important because we're such a scrappy region, as we all know and love.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how much it changed things today, especially just because, you know, it's quite a sudden patch change to us. I sort of have to assume that the players got this fairly last minute as well. And LPL is already famous for being quite slow to adapt to patches, like quite stubborn in their meta sometimes. So, I mean, Renekton, I think, is the best example over the years. It's definitely possible that we still see pretty much the same drafts that we have for the last few days, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm certainly excited to see what the changes are. I'm excited to see how the picks and bans happen with these two teams specifically as well. Obviously, we always get nice things like Rammus hovers coming out from Ultra Prime, but also importantly, how they're going to approach BLG. There are so many things that you feel you need to plan against BLG. Which ones are they going to go for?
And that's a big problem, right? Because of the teams in the LPL which adapt quicker than others, depending on how fast the region does adapt as a whole, I think BLG were the team that came in most prepared for this year. The big changes came in with the Rift and the items and everything else that changed with it. Now we've got some patch changes. It feels like of the teams I would put the question to, how are you going to play the new meta? BLG, we all know, the first teams which I've looked towards, not just because they have the best record of the LPL, but because it feels like they're quite quick off the mark to try and adapt compared to other LPL teams.
See what they're going to bring to the table. They're one of those teams as well that you kind of expect to flex a little bit. Like, even on a new patch, you kind of expect them to know what they're bringing to the table, to know what they want to do on the patch, whether or not they want to change anything for the patch. I mean, we've already seen Shun playing a ton of carries in that jungle role, and it does feel like jungle carries seem to be becoming more and more prevalent. Like, the Xin Zhao was the thing that kind of came in to challenge just engaged junglers, and now we're seeing more Kindred, we've seen a bunch of Brand, we've been seeing Graves in there. Shun has been one that has been happy to play all of these different carries.
I think, you know, there's been some conversations about the role of jungle in the current season, and you look at regions, you know, some LEC games, some LCK games, some games about the place as well, and it has really kind of been back towards facilitators and tanks, which I know that some jungle players out there have been a little bit dismayed by, but I think that in the LPL, I mean, the first game of the split from BLG was a Brand jungle, and they absolutely slapped top esports about with that in the first few levels of the game in that one, and they haven't really stopped with that. Now, we've seen a couple of other junglers follow suit as well. Of course, Milky Way's the name on everyone's minds, but then you have some other players out there which have started to pull out more Graves and the Brand, as you've been saying, Kindred, really about the place. It has changed the way that we play everything within the LPL, to the point where even the support meta has changed to influence the jungle meta, because we're playing more of the melee supports because we have more carry jungles. Everything is starting to flex around a little bit more, and I hope to see that continue, because for me, that's been one of the most exciting parts of LPL this year.
Yeah, there's been so many flex picks, so many different ways to play the game, and I feel like as much as everyone hates Smolder, and I'm definitely within that group that doesn't particularly like Smolder, one thing it has done is I feel like the meta has shifted to a faster meta because of Smolder in a weird way, because there are so many games that Smolder's just trying to stall out. There are a lot of teams that are trying to play these more aggressive compositions, like especially dive compositions. We see Nocturne and Vi really rise in priority to try and deal with the Smolder. Ari as well, one of these champions that can follow up on those kind of junglers. Feels like more dive is coming into the meta because of the fact that these late game scaling AD carries that you can build an entire comp around with Karma, it feels like trying to play alongside that and trying to outplay that.
Alongside the hit that Azir was global disabled because of a bug with him as well, has changed the way that we draft, because you're going to have one team with the Smolder, and then we've seen some other teams try and go late game with stuff like Zeri, scale up alongside it. It hasn't really worked that well in the LPL, so it has meant that, as you've rightfully said, we're kind of going towards the early game instead, as we look towards this series here today as well. BLG, they've had some longer games at points, but that's not necessarily because they haven't been playing early games, because the early game's been contested for them, and then they've had to turtle out to win. They've actually been very good at taking early game losses and winning from behind, but they still try and slap you in the early game. Today, Ultra Prime, if they try and play slow and they don't contest early game, we have seen how that goes. You need to stop this snowball from ever starting, because BLG are probably the best team in the league at actually closing games.
They certainly are. I mean, BLG have just been a powerhouse when it comes to getting games done. Like, there are very few teams that are quite as decisive as BLG once that lead is acquired, right? I'd say the only other team is Top Esports, who I believe are actually the fastest team in the league, even though when you watch their games, it doesn't feel that fast, but the second they get that advantage, they pounce. I'd say, aside from Top Esports, BLG are probably the most efficient team in the league at finishing the game out.
I think ever since we saw that matchup between BLG and FunPlus Phoenix, that's when we started to really get our heads turned up about that, because there were a couple of weeks where they were struggling to kind of gain those leads in the first place. I mean, the series against WE for BLG, great learning experience for the team, because they actually got beaten in the early game and they had to turtle out. Now, they came back against FunPlus Phoenix and they slaughtered them. It was not close, despite the fact that we built up that matchup. They just ran away with it. So I'm still looking away at the series now and the recent form of BLG, and I'm thinking that this team is looking very much like the dominant team in the LPL. I think we have good data on the page now for that. Of course, regular season and playoffs, there's a bit of a difference between them, and you won't want to hit any late game or late season stumbles, even against teams, you know, which have struggled a little bit, like Ultra Prime. LPL has a weird way of even top teams dropping random games about the place to some unlikely contenders.
Yeah. But you know, teams like BLG and Top Esports are the teams you would think of when it comes to dropping random games. Both of them currently 100% win rate when ahead at 15 minutes. And I mean, BLG, like one of the two teams with 100% win rate when they're ahead at 15 still. They haven't thrown a single game when they've got that lead. But also, their average goal difference at 15 minutes is the best in the league. It's almost 2,000 gold on average. It's 1,867 as their average gold lead at 15 minutes. And they, on average, have at least 5 kills in the first 15 minutes. So
Yeah.
they like a scrap too.
That's so good to see as well. So one of the big talking points we had from the first few weeks of LPL this year was how slow the LPL had gotten. We had slowed down on average by about 3 minutes. It started to kick up again, and I'm glad for it. It's made the league more exciting, it's made our top teams feel a lot more decisive, and our confidence in them does start to grow. Game 1, though, has started. Draft going through, and we'll start to see what's going to hit that ban list. Is Kindred going to be taken away early? That's been a big ban against Shun. Lots of different options here.
I'm really, really curious how much things change in the draft today. 14.5, our first official draft on the patch, as this mid lane is being taken away. Although Tristana, honestly, I think we've seen it almost more than mid this split, or at least in the last couple of weeks. And the Nico taken away from Yokaya as well. But AD carries being taken off by Ultra Prime. Sen is still available, Smolder still available, but importantly as well, Karma still available. So lots of first pickable champs.
So the Smolder is still banned here on red side by Ultra Prime. I think, again, while the changes to Smolder on this patch can affect him as a champion, particularly the Q has changed a lot of that burn, but it's kind of been shifted around in power on this patch. It's still worthy of a ban. The Karma first pick, though, for BLG, that allows you to lock in any kind of AD carry, just have an extra facilitator from the mid lane for it.
It's Lucian. It's got to be Lucian, right? Lucian's not been banned. BLG, pretty much every time it's not banned, are willing to snap that Lucian up. Milio available for them too, up against this Rakan if they want to go for that one. Also, Nami could be an option. We have seen more Nami sneaking in once again. Higher burst damage alongside the Lucian.
And now you have Karma, Lucian, Nami, all one-item spiking champions, which are going to absolutely shred Ultra Prime if they don't keep an eye on what's happening around the early game and into that one-item lead. Already, for me, I feel bad for Ultra Prime here because we said, hey, the early game is going to be very dangerous for you against BLG. This draft is screaming BLG stomping early game and never letting go of a lead. They've locked in the Hwei, which can scale up pretty well and nullify some laning phases. And the Karma Hwei is quite a well-studied matchup at this point, where both of them tend to just farm up. But you need to start seeing some early game angles for Ultra Prime. The Shinsei and the Rakan are pretty okay at playmaking, but I feel as soon as the one item is hit, again, BLG have the advantage.
So now bans coming up through. It's the follow bear taken off the board again. We've started to see that sneak in a little bit on 14.4, now on 14.5. We are flying through the patches here in LPL, but it is going to be respected by Ultra Prime. Wouldn't be surprised to see AD carry bans here. Things like the Xayah, obviously Rakan already locked in. Maybe things like the Zeri, which has been showing its head a little bit. Maybe the Senna, although you don't typically see Senna alongside the Rakan.
There's an outside chance of something. We've seen Aphelios lanes versus the Lucian, but typically that's been with the Lulu or something that can buff up the Aphelios to kind of be the one-man army a little bit more. So BLG, they're not feeling like they need to ban away AD carries right now. Maybe something like the Ezreal could survive the lane. I don't know if there's much that could contest right now. If you do ban out that Xayah Rakan, as you said before, that's one of the big ones. And yeah, maybe Draven is the other one. Of course, Doggo is a famous Draven player too, so you can only get rid of one of them. I think BLG would be happy to fist fight against the Draven in the early game, though. Elkanon have been one of the best laning 2v2s that we've had so far in the LPL.
Certainly have. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't ban the Xayah, just because Xayah's a scaling pick. Hwei is a scaling pick. You already talked about the one-item spikes for Lucian and Karma. This is a team that dominates the early game and then snowballs from there. But no, the Xayah will be banned away. Dog, I mean, we've seen the Neela more and more. I've not been that impressed by it as a pick more recently, to be honest.
Yeah, we had a game of it yesterday from Lights on Weibo. Look,
Yeah,
the other
it was
game we saw
terrible.
of it, the other game we saw of it, it was almost a perfect game versus OMG. I think those are the only two Neela games we've seen in the LPL. We haven't seen many. The hover is it's something that would again signify just brawling the early game. That's not going to be locked in yet. So last pick AD carry, considering their options a little bit more. Instead the Renekton, something that can contest early game, and it is a blind pick towards that top lane though. So what is Ben going to take in there?
I mean, Bin having counter matchup is never going to be fun for Decade. And we'll see what that what the AD carry answer will be from Ultra Prime at the end. Jax being the hover for BLG right now, that'll be locked in. Oh, and it's actually Jax jungle to go against the Zinzao, and Gnar locked in against the Renekton.
So, last big AD carry, they've kept us waiting for this one. Mentioned stuff like the FLS a little bit earlier, they hovered the Kneeler, we've talked about scaling, we've talked about brawling. There are a couple of different ways to go towards this. You have a fairly competent, Renekton Shinsao top side to fight early game, so that's what they're going to try and bat and pass over to a Zeri later into the game. Zeri, typically quite hard to deny farm in that early game, but it's going to be hard to survive the Lucian Nami 2v2. I feel like Ultra Prime, this is going to be very much a weather the storm kind of game.
See if they can. I was going to say whether they can weather the storm. It just doesn't work as a sentence, does it? BLG, though, the oncoming storm, absolutely. Call them Time Lords at this point because they have been looking terrifying. They're on 11 wins in terms of series. They're also on an 11-game streak, coincidentally. And certainly favourites today to continue that game streak. Ultra Prime has been the team that have been struggling. And I will say, Ultra Prime, almost a 50% win rate when it comes to blue side. On the red side, they are 2-12. It's not been the side of the map that the team has preferred so far this year. And the Lucian, I mean, I'm just excited for Elkanon on Lucian Nami. I think this is one of the best Lucian Nami duos in the entire world.
And there were a lot of questions earlier in the year between particularly, how does LCK and LPL play Lucian Nami and how does the rest of the world play it? BLG were one of the best teams to show us exactly how you play it. You play out through the laning phase aggressively, you get yourself a slight lead and then just never let go of it. You keep the vision controlled, use that vision to start relentlessly all-inning and never letting scaling picks into the game. Things get really, really bad if you give up even one mistake in the early game. With BLG have been very, very consistent going forwards.
Time to find out if they'll be consistent once more. Ultra Prime up against it here, full scaling from their carries. Let's see if they can survive the early game and get to those late game team fights. I don't think we're getting JOs.
We're not getting JOs. We always wait. We always wait. First game, it's always a little bit of a coin flip to see if the crowd are raising their voices or not for this. And, I want to just cast a gaze back just a little bit, because this time last year, BLG would have been around this time introducing Coach Tabe to their roster after a very inconsistent spring 2023. BLG were always that team which had promised a lot of great things. They brought Uzi out of retirement. They thought they could be one of those true elite teams. Really took until the end of spring and then into spring playoffs last year before we really started taking them seriously. They took down Weibo in playoffs. They went to MSI finals beyond that too after an LPL finals for themselves. This time this year, though, after such a stellar year for BLG, they have not dropped a beat. This is a very different start to them from 23.
Certainly is. A big way now, the head coach. Obviously, Tabe leaving at the end of last year. And it's a different look for BLG. Obviously, Knight also joining the squad. And it does feel like so far, it's all been positive. So far, everything has been working out for BLG. The roster changes, people weren't sure. Knight versus Yagao, it's very much a conversation of what do you value? What do you believe in when it comes to what you need from a mid laner? Yagao, a big, big popular player with other pros, like very much a hot commodity when it comes to who your other players want to play with. But Knight, just such an incredibly individually gifted talent.
I think particularly with BLG, when it felt like they had struggled and then they'd found a certain chemistry and then they succeeded, messing with that kind of chemistry has itself some risks. But talking about other players on the Rift as well, I think two of the players which really benefited from last year were Elkanon, the players on your screen right now. They went from being, good to genuinely one of the very best CV2s that we saw in the LPL last year. I think their international exposure really did a lot of work for them, as it does miss a cannon. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry that we've cursed that.
Everything.
But we do have potentially level 3, level 1 dive in bot side. What's he got here?
Oh boy, this is dangerous for Doggo. The stun comes in. Elk tanking a tower shot though, and I don't think they can actually commit any further to this one. Double heal bot, by the way, for Doggo and Dway.
So heal doesn't work like that, folks. You don't normally take both, and Doggo dies.
Oh god, it's just not pretty, is it? It's just not pretty. First blood already for BLG.
So back in Season 4, when the heal summoner spell was changed to its more modern iteration, everyone was taking double heal bot lane. So suddenly, Riot thought, okay, we're going to change it so if double heals hit the same target, they're going to get reduced value out of it for every heal after the first. If you take double heal, it's not actually double heal, it's 1 and a bit heals instead. So Dog and Dre, without an exhaust, without a barrier, without something like that, they are without the ability to outplay that dive.
And, you know, Ultra Prime, they've been a team that have had some communication issues. I didn't expect that to happen, you know, during summoner spell selection. I kind of thought that would be more in-game issues. I love that BLG, though, straight off the bat, we talked about how fast they are. We talked about the fact that they are the bloodiest team in the LPL. They love to fight in the early game. And Shun immediately starts it off, leading the charge down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we already highlighted what was going to happen in this early game. BLG, very, very proficient team at that. Yeah, I'm not dropping a beat here as well. Gold over to the Lucian Nami. That is such a dangerous thing for one of the most proficient duos in the world at playing that. Also just saw one of the mid lane matchup stats play up as well, which is Karma has a very good win rate versus Quay in that mid lane in the LPL so far. See if that matchup starts to influence things as they get unlocked from lane, particularly around that 1 item mark.
So Hacker clears the control ward from Tri-Brush. I wasn't sure if it was going to be the Ultra Prime counter dive angle, try and get into that bot lane themselves, but they decide to call off the play. I think rightly so, to be honest. I think that would have been a little bit dicey. As Elkanon, great start to the game. Unfortunately, it is Nami that got the first blood. One thing I will say, and it's been said many times on broadcast, but it's always worth mentioning. Nami, once you get Mandate, is a massive spike. So really, even though the AD carry doesn't get the gold, it still feels pretty good to have the gold on Nami.
About to say, early gold on supports is maybe more powerful than ever because of the strength of support items. They are so strong. Even champions like Rakan getting up to an early redemption or a locket or something like that. We see a couple of different items going into different supports in that regard. It can matter an awful lot. So Decade takes a decent trade versus Bin there. I haven't really had time to talk about this top lane matchup. We kind of assume that Decade will have some early poke-out pressure on the Gnar at different points, but the Gnar will be a split-push threat. Beyond that point, because he's a split-push threat, taking early grubs, just like Hacker did on the top side of the map there, can stop Bin from being such a menace in the side lane and threatening turrets later into the game.
So, Drake up. Oh, flash forward from
Decade.
Decade. Bin hops the wrong direction and taken down. That was his flash as well. Decade solo kill against Bin.
Oh, God, what a good play from Decade. This is a player who just really struggled on an individual level as a top laner, but a solo kill against Ben, who himself has not had the best form, is a heck of a score to take in that early game. That's good news for Ultra Prime's top side.
Bin getting kind of destroyed here, down in CS, getting solo killed. And it's worth mentioning that Bin has had a bit of a weak split. Now, he's still been doing well in the top lane, but not quite the same level of domination that you expect from a player of his caliber. Decade just catching him out.
And some really good animation cancels there as well. You can kind of like use your ultimate to cancel out some of your abilities. Actually, no, you can do that with the W, but still, just managing to make sure you can get the kill before the Mega Gnar comes in. Been a unfortunate misstep for him. He's going to give some extra early gold over to Decade. You can get ahead of the game now, and we did say that Lucian Nami is the focus for BLG. If you have to draw eyes across the rest of the map, though, BLG don't really want to have to be answering to a Renekton, which should be kept in check by this Gnar. So that's a bit of an awkward mistake there by Bin.
It's kind of crazy as well, because Bin, generally speaking, you know, like, regardless of the form he's had this year, he's still been one of the top laners in the entire league. When you look at his actual laning stats, like highest CSD, highest goal difference, highest XBD at 15 minutes, it's more down to what's happening later on in the game and how he's able to influence these fights. And a lot of that is just down to the fact that BLG are so far ahead of the curve elsewhere on the map a lot of the time. You do not expect this guy to be solo killed by Decade, a player that realistically has been criticized a lot this year. What a great way to come into this series for Decade, and imagine the morale boost that Ultra Prime just got, seeing Decade solo killing Bin up top after the dive that happened bot. Like, that is a ray of light for Ultra Prime.
And Ultra Prime, they're a team which have had to be quite persevering in this split. They've shown a decent amount of that. They've had some difficult games, and they haven't been able to capitalize on as many openings as they would have liked. See if they can do something in this early game. Of course, that's step one of a multi-step plan to do anything as BLG, it feels like, in this split. They've been very hard to get under the skin of. We haven't even really managed to talk about what happens with this mid lane matchup as it comes into things as well. One item spike as that comes through. We'll see how that gets to combo up with the rest of the map. Hacker moving up towards top side, of course, with no flash on Bin. He's a little bit more vulnerable here, but you will see Hacker on this ward in that little pixel brush in the river.
Won't be able to find anything there. Slight gold lead for BLG, but really not a huge amount to talk about there. And remember, we're looking at this composition from Ultra Prime. We're looking towards the late game. You got Zeri, you got Hui. This is definitely a composition that is quite happy for the game to go slowly. That said, BLG have already got one Drake underneath their belts. 3 minutes until the next one comes up. Soul very much could be a win condition for them because they've got an Ocean out of the way and a Cloud out of the way. Chem Tech would probably be the worst available remaining Soul, but the rest of them are pretty damn good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you get something like a Hex Tech in this game with a couple of low-range brawlers and a couple of champions that just want to kind of slip away from engages, the extra movement speed and or rather the slow, so the movement speed differential could be a huge different factor as well. So lots of different souls to keep our eyes on, and we'll update you that as it comes through. Of course, second spawn of Grubs coming through with Ultra Prime taking all of the first spawns. I'm sure we'll want to take at least one. Would love to take two to stop the might buff coming through, but we see both these bot lanes hitting level 6, going towards top side. Of course, it's Shun that goes in first, and of course, it's a Flash Milk.
If that root lands on Yuakai, the culling will 100% get the kill there. One grub taken for Shun, so he gets the XP for that first one that is so crucial. BLG fully grouped, so Ultra Prime, this could be a 5v5 that we're looking at right now.
Okay, so Blast going over the river. It feels like there's a big choke point they need to avoid here.
Shun dives in, tries to steal the grub away, but won't be able to get it. That's 4 for Ultra Prime, and Hacker could start off on the 5th one. In the meantime, Knight is making a beeline down towards the bot lane. No, in fact, gonna just go for a reset instead. Looks like BLG have called off the play entirely. Shun's still interested. He's still hanging around. Hacker's smite's just come back up, though, so we'll be able to get that 5th grub. So, a small win for Ultra Prime.
Okay, so that's going to be the might buff available for them. How easily can they use that? We will see. Not exactly sure who's going to be freely hitting turrets and side lanes later on into the game, but in any kind of way, there's a cross map now. Ultra Prime will have a slight advantage because they'll kill turrets just a little bit quicker, well, quite a significantly big bit faster because of that 5-to-1 differential in the grubs. First item is now being hit though across the board. Pretty much every AD carry it feels like you can build Shiv is building Shiv right now. That's why we're seeing them move away from stuff like Storm Razor. Shiv as an item. The proc of it, the wave clear has changed quite a lot. Are you going to cancel that back? Oh, come
I love it!
This is the most frustrating thing about this. Anyone who's ever played top lane against this damn champion knows that he just occasionally just styles on you by hitting that. But either way, Shiv's proc has been nerfed, the stats have been buffed, so everyone who can just build the item just builds it because it gives you a little bit of wave clear and the stats are really good on it. That's why Lucian's moved away from the Storm Razor and more towards the Shiv.
Yeah. Oh man, I just love that we're seeing Bin kind of styling a little bit. Even though he just got solo killed, still stopping the recalls, has a 10 CS advantage. Obviously not very good in this matchup at finding CS leads, being able to punish. Ultra Prime making a play on the bottom side. Shun still surviving for the time being. That Grandmaster's might doing so much as Hacker dives onto Elk, and Doggo's here too. Elk forces the flash, but the Spiraling Despair is there. Elk goes down. And it's 2 kills for the side of Ultra Prime. Knight now trying to chase for a little bit more. He's there alongside somebody, misses his Q. Doggo's stacking this whole time. Ultra Prime are taking it to BLG in the early game, but Knight ain't finished just yet. Doggo the next target. Over the wall he goes. Jway tries to get the heal over to his AD carry. Knight still chasing for this one. I think the play is over, and BLG, despite losing the fight, still start the drain.
Yeah, I mean, they end up losing their bot lane very unexpectedly so. It starts off with a catch and river, but Ultra Prime getting some gold onto this area after now they have their first item as well. It's good news for them. It's not just going to be a kind of a roll over and die situation in this early game, despite the fact that Knight was looking particularly scary in that fight. So BLG, they walk away with a second dragon. They do lose that early game fight though, which is a point of concern. Starts off with Shun being a bit disconnected from his team. He doesn't have a Karma shield here at the start of the play. He doesn't have the Nami here at the start of it. He's lost the grand majority of his health before he even starts that fight. I think Knight does a really good job to stop the like the worst case scenario, stops Yokai from getting fantastic value out of this, but he is not there to protect the rest of the team as Elk is kind of caught between a rock and a hard place.
I do love that Yokai got so much damage out onto Elk in the initial play, or onto Shun in the initial play, and then Knight just literally runs at him. It's like 1v1 me, bro. Just takes him on melee range.
Where are your cooldowns now?
Yeah, Karma is a mage, but realistically, as far as mages go, she's basically a melee mage. Like, she wants to walk up into your face, get that tether, and punish. Dwayne taking a huge chunk there from Elk. And this is the point where Ultra Prime, we're headed towards the 15-minute mark. It is a gold lead right now for BLG. They will have to beat the statistics in this game if they don't suddenly miraculously get a gold lead for themselves. They will have to be the first team this year to beat BLG when they're ahead of 15 minutes.
This is a good start.
My
Oh, this
God.
is Lucian Nami.
Oh my God! Elk and On just annihilating Doggo into the tower.
So, the way you play Lucian Nami is you see that Warden Raptor pit there, that is your gold standard. You want something like that to see, okay, Hacker's not over the wall, Jue's not over the wall, so we can instantly all in. That one ward there opens up for so many plays like this. Doggo didn't know he wasn't safe, gets completely blasted. That's going to open up the Herald. It's going to open up a bit more of that gold lane, gold advantage in the early game. And it feels like, just look at this, he just gets ran down.
And I think the most important thing to point out here is Milio was open, but this is what Nami brings to the table that Milio doesn't. He's way more kill threat when it comes to setting up for the culling, setting up for a dive. Milio helps you with the like sort of poke style of Lucian. Nami helps you with the I'm gonna one-shot someone style of Lucian.
And we've seen, you know, this duo do both. Feels like they are very competent. Any way you put it, really. Elk's a very, very good Lucian, and On has been one of our supports who has played a bit more of our range supports to a higher standard. On the whole, LPL has been moving quite a lot towards melee supports over the range supports, despite the fact that range supports still feel very strong in some other regions of the world. When you have particularly supports like Crisp and On, which have favored this, drafts change an awful lot from series to series between series with supports that favor one side or the other.
And I think On is a really great example of a player that has been good on both, because when you think of On historically, like when he was on Suning, he was literally known as a player that only plays the melee supports. Like, he built his reputation on Rakan, on Nautilus, but in the it just bounces off the Herald. Thumbs up comes out from Shun. But yeah, over the course of last year, it feels like On really changed that reputation and started to be known as an enchanter player, started to show what he could do on these picks. Herald will be denied as a three-man play comes up from Ultra Prime to deny the pressure onto the top tier one.
See that the Herald uses a bit of a taxi service towards the top lane to see if there was any opportunity there. I've kind of been waiting to see any kind of edge case engage and rotation plays from Herald. We have very occasionally see an engage Herald. We use it for the big knockup and the slight true damage as well. I'm still waiting for a proper big highlight play from that, but still, it's nice to see players at least trying.
Yeah, we've seen it as a taxi service sometimes, but yet to see it as the engage. I think we've seen one Herald engage play. I can't remember who did it, but I do vaguely remember it happening. But yeah, not been a common strategy. Maybe with this second charge it's good. I feel like if you use the first charge for that, you could have got a tower. Like, if you get a tower from the fight, fair enough. But Bin is looking real scary right now. Oh no, Decades under the tower, the flash. Answered with a flash, Decade survives. So
Decade forced to use his ult just a little earlier. Bin, despite getting solo killed early into the lane, better spot now. Decade, he'd need to get in range for a Q healing. He's not going to be able to do that before the tower falls down, so Bin getting out of the solo advantage. Yokai, long range on that QW, the severing bolt. If there was any CC to be put around, this could be a very dead Gnar, and that's why Bin is roaming all the way away from this.
Yokai might be able to stop the recall here. In fact, he will be able to, and the Spiral in despair. Unless Mega Gnar happens, it does! Bin manages to get Mega Gnar, dodges away from some of the damage, but Yokai finishes the job, and it counts as a solo kill, no less.
Solo kill for Yukai, kind of helped out by Decade's work a little earlier. Still, it's a lot of time invested for him, which means that you see BLG pressing in mid and bot lane. They're going to go towards a soul point for an Infernal Rift. We said, hey, you know, this is there are a couple of souls left which feel pretty high value. This is one of them, because when you go forward, the burst combo is going to be even worse than this. This doesn't get better.
Oh god, don't go again! Oh, he survives this time, but only just. A Medjai's in the pocket of Knight. He's bought it blank.
Yep.
But he's headed towards an Infernal Soul, and we already see the damage Lucian is doing. More Infernal Drakes. It's not going to make that easier for Ultra Prime. That lead that we talked about at the 15-minute mark is very much there. As Knight is trying to just 1v1 Yukai, the redemption is there, but Shun just moves in to finish the job. Root lands onto Decade, should be another Mantra Q. Knight's damage is going to be off the charts at the end of this game.
Yukai just burned Flash to finish off that kill topside, and Knight is the only player in the world who routinely blank buys Medjai's, but he gets rewards out of it, because I feel like Knight is one of the very best snowball players in the world. He knows how to get the most out of a fight in the mid game, and that you get a huge amount of stacks from that bin. He's going to have Mega, but he is also going to be 1v2.
Yeah, but that too is the support and the jungler. I'm not sure they can take on the Mega Nard, to be honest. There's now pressure in two lanes here. Tier 2 in the mid lane, and Decade being dived in the bottom side. Knight gets the root. Mantra Q. Good damage alongside Shun there. Decade's just going to be forced away. At this point, Dominus already used, and Knight and Shun can continue to threaten this tower. Luckily for Decade, reinforcements on the way. The tower will survive, but the tier 2 went down mid.
Oh, there's a teleport coming in topside as well. That's Yukai going right the way towards there, trying to punish the mini Gnar as it comes out again. This is going to be quite hard to finish off if he still has Hop, which he does.
Oh, it's another TP. They're going for this one. Decade wants a piece of the action. Bin will die. Ultra Prime decree it.
BLG this time do not have a cross map available to them. Well, I mean, Knight's pushing it down bot side turret, but with the bot lane and jungle resetting, it's going to be a bit of a freebie, and it's kind of a much needed one for Ultra Prime. They gave themselves a good early fight in the bot side river. They've had a couple of look-ins here and there. That's been about the only good news for them. They force very hard to get this kill. Has been he overstays. He doesn't quite have Mega Gnar at this point, and doesn't have the ability to save off multiple teleports, but it looks like Decade's had the favorite returns. I'm so sorry, buddy.
You think you can do a 9-man play onto our top laner? Here's a bit of revenge. Decade goes down. And we got the freebie against Bin, but it wasn't really free. It cost them 2 teleports, and now I fear they may feel the brunt of that decision, as Bin going to have TP advantage as Baron comes onto the map. And he's on a side laning champion.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really annoying for Ultra Prime. I have a slight nitpick with that play. If you're definitely getting the kill, why not just give the extra 2 stacks over to Knight so we can get the full Medjai's value? Once you get... We talked about this Karma being a melee champion.
Wait,
once you get past...
that title? Wait. Sorry.
It's fine. I'm just sat there like, what am I going to talk about here? But the thing is, like, once you get past the 10 stacks on the Medjai's, there's Karma. You just never chase them down or catch them because they have so much movement speed. It's an extra 10% movement speed once you get past the 10 stacks on the Medjai's. I'm sure he'll get those stacks anyway, but either way, Ultra Prime, they cannot give freebies like that again. They can't give any vision over the top side of the map now as well. It is a very difficult scenario for them because, yeah, you don't have anyone that can push out side lanes versus anyone right now.
The nice thing for Ultra Prime is they are actually even in kills this game, which I didn't expect to see. I thought this would be far more one-sided than it has been. They have been fighting back, and they definitely do have scaling on their side. The problem is, I don't know if they'll scale by 1 minute 40. That's going to be when the Infernal Soul appears onto the map. They're currently almost 5,000 gold down. That tier 2 will pretty much push it over the brink to 5,000 gold. And BLG are in prime position to get themselves pretty much the most powerful soul in the game.
And particularly with Knight already putting out just a ridiculous amount of damage. Yeah, this is the beginning of the end. You've got a minute to try and figure things out. Shun was maybe looking to see if he can cancel a recall. I think he sniffed out a recall coming through, and he has actually managed to stop it from Yukai. I think he would have been safe getting there all the same. Now Yukai he delayed a little bit on that recall, still be out on the map in time. So BLG hard pushing in the mid lane, trying to get themselves some side lane pressure as well. Bin has teleport to start threatening that top side in the turret. Elkin on, this is the combo.
Hacker chunked down to half. Drake up in 45 seconds, so Hacker probably going to have to reset here. Doesn't have Wolves or Grump to sustain up off. But I think he's just going to have to move over to Drake. I mean, you can't reset at this point as a jungler with Drake coming up. You just can't.
He's going to have to sustain through hitting enemy champions with Sundered Sky. Good luck with that one. See if he can get a range for that. He has a flash and he has an ult, so he can maybe make one last power play. Decade is currently off of vision. He'll have to pop his ult early to get himself some rage stacks up, so watch to see how Decade times his flanking angle. BLG forcing their way into the river.
This could be a huge game for Decade. Solo killed Bin in the laning phase and now has a prime flank to work with, but Knight might just find him. And there we go!
No.
Spotted immediately. And the horizon focus just gives vision of the whole area. And so Decade forced away. Great presence of mind from BLG, and Bin is close to Megadar as well.
See a decent chunk onto On. It's not like Doggo doesn't do damage, but can you do it in a timely enough manner to fight for this dragon that's going down?
It's going to be a 50-50 right here. Shun moves into the pit and he takes it. Of course he does it. Shun we're talking about. Spiral of Despair. Bit of damage onto BLG here. Bin goes down. It's one for Ultra Prime as they look for the fight. They lost the soul. Can they find the scrap? Doesn't look like it. 1 for 1. And BLG, they just run to the mid lane.
1 for 1 plus Baron, a dragon rather, and they get themselves positioned now over potentially Baron as well, because they get to shove in the mid lane. Resets are coming out quite late from Ultra Prime. They're not going to be able to keep up vision on this top side. Feels like BLG, they have complete control of this late game now, and all of those poke combos that were pinning back Ultra Prime before are just going to get that much worse. BLG, this is going to be, you know, a really quite solid mid to late game from them. Yeah. Once again, it feels like another game where they just take the gold lead. They never really let go of it.
I think they only become Ultra Chime if Jue plays Bard. that's when we can see the Ultra Chime come through. BLG having their resets denied by the Hui. It's so annoying. Such an annoying champion. Could theoretically lead to a Baron opportunity, but with Hacker down on the bottom side of the map, you don't really expect that to come through. Bin is down bot, but he's got TP. Zeri stopping the recalls too. BLG desperate to just head back to base. Elk could probably afford a tier 3 item there off the BF sword, but doesn't actually get to go back and buy.
That's, you know, stopping recalls at higher levels of pro play can actually have some pretty big like impact. It can stop you from getting wards at the right kind of timings, or stop you from catching waves at the right kind of times. It's not going to lead to much here, but still, get a good couple of cancels in a row there. But this dragon, it's just a 50-50, which doesn't go their way. It's a good tidal wave to stop Ultra Prime from looking to turn and fight as well. It's very hard to look for a turn fight option objective with the Nami on the other side of the map. They do a good job of getting some initial burst out. The gold advantage is too much. The stats are so far stacked in BLG's favor.
Look, Ultra Prime may have lost soul. They may have lost the fight, but Decade killed Bin again,
yeah!
Who is currently 0-4-0 in this game, despite the fact that BLG are absolutely smashing this overall. Bin's having a hard time of it. He's really struggling in these fights. He got solo killed during the laning phase. Yes, he's up in CS because he's playing Gnar against Renekton, but ultimately, Decade's had the best of this top lane.
Yeah, it really has been more about the rest of the team coming to slap Decade one after he's already claimed some individual play. Now, Decade, he's going to have to be pushing up this bot side. It wouldn't surprise me if BLG start up a Baron quite soon and try and see if they can force out a global teleport from one of the solo laners of Ultra Prime. And then probably they'll look to turn for a fight and see if they can win that as well. It's Yokai who's in the bot side right now. He's actually shadowing this bot side play because, of course, with the Renekton stun into the Quay combo, that would be very much a quick kill onto Bin.
Oh, I'm scared for Hacker. I wasn't sure if Elk was just going to blast his ult out there, try and get some more damage. Infinity Edge was the item that Elk finished off from the BF sword we talked about before, and a crit cape to boot as well. So 75% crit chance, I think it is, or maybe 70% at this point.
Okay,
Elk
TP.
is chunking. Decade behind enemy lines. Dominus comes in, wants to get onto Elk if he can. Tidal wave, which way flashes it. That's a quickness, a knock-up, a stun, and a takedown. One for Hack here, and Ultra Prime find a pick.
That's a really poor retreat route from Elk. He separates from his team. He didn't have that flash. He's pushed up way too far. So now BLG, they might have to defend the Baron now against the numbers disadvantage for them. Feels like Ultra Prime, they sadly can't complete that though. It feels like because the waves are pushed up so far in mid lane, maybe they'd lose an inhib for it. They can't start the Baron.
I've got to be honest, like, maybe I'm wrong here, I don't know, but I feel like as Ultra Prime, you got to start the Baron. You got to go for it. How many more opportunities are you going to get where you get to kill Elk before the fight? Literally none. That's never going to happen again. Like, Bin is not a big carry. I know that you probably still lose the fight anyway because it's BLG and Knight's an absolute machine, but I feel like that's your opportunity in this game. You're not going to get another opportunity like that.
The real question is, Knight looked like he was really close to mid lane. Now, if the Ultra Prime knew that Knight was really close to mid lane, they will, as they're starting Baron, lose mid lane inhib and potentially start being threatened around the base as well. They don't make a decisive decision around that, though. They just say, okay, let's back off and we'll take the one kill. Now they are waiting a minute and a half until Elder. Maybe they feel like they are more suited to an Elder flip than trying to go to a Baron start here. But then, as you said, I mean, you have to face up against Elk again. He'll have Flash next time, which means it is much harder to shut him down. At least Decade will also have Flash to try and get on top of that point-and-click stun with, of course, the Eclipse build, which has seen an awful lot out of the Renekton recently, to try and burst out squishy carries.
Yeah, not going for too much follow-up damage, going for the GA and the Steric, so we'll be sort of pseudo-tanky. One thing that's worth mentioning, as I kind of rag on Ultra Prime a little bit for not starting Baron, they didn't actually have any way to physically force a fight. Quickness and basically all of Jue's engage had been used to try and get the pick onto Elk as well, so it would be difficult to force your will upon BLG. And if you can't start that fight, you really want to be going for the 50-50 on the Baron either, so tough one as Elder comes up in 30 seconds time, and it is complete control of the bottom side for BLG. You can see not a single red ward on that entire half of the map.
Topside is going to be hard to hold on to that vision either. They've had to respond towards topside to replace the vision, which shouldn't cleared out just a minute before. Now we have BLG wandering completely off of Fog of War, and it feels like Decade, he's done well against Bin. Not sure how he'd do against Knight. It's a teleport into the bot lane. Knight is now caught out.
Knight stepping way too far forward. That's the Magi stacks gone. And 2 objective plays in a row. BLG caught apart by Ultra Prime. Spiraling Despair on Bin. He's forced away. Meganar will be on cooldown now as Decade pushes in. Ultra Prime with a real chance here. And they've got the scaling comp. Cullen comes in. Bin in the meantime caught on the bot side of the play. Redemption to sustain up for Ultra Prime.
Oh, but Decade wastes his flash and can't force it from Elk, but the Elder is still going down. BLG, they're at a 3v5 right now.
We could well have a 50-50 Bin headed back to base, but he's got his TP available. Will rejoin the play. He's looking for that fight. Decade tanking up the Drake for now as the bubble goes in. Ultra Prime looking for Elder right now. They're going to be able to fight it and perhaps can get the fight. 5v4. Bin on the flank. He's kiting everyone so well. Dre goes down and Bin slams him into the wall. BLG 4v5 against Elder. It don't matter. These are the kings.
Bin takes a backseat the entire game at 0-4, and when it matters, he turns up with 5 kill participation in what should surely be the final fight of this game. BLG, there are a couple of awkward setups for the objectives, but when push comes to shove, they slam the doors in the face of Ultra Prime.
I thought this might finally be the game where BLG slip up. I thought maybe that 100% win rate with a lead of 15 would finally be destroyed, but no. Bin steps up when it matters the most and destroys them. They win the 4v5 against Elder Dragon, and they take game number 1. BLG are indomitable.
Oh, Bin, not the easiest early game for him, but when it came to that late game, really started to strut his stuff. Got a really feel for Ultra Prime. Got a feel for Decade as well. Feels like he had some good moments in that game amidst what was actually quite a very difficult split for him. He gets some side lane kills with some teleports. He gets Knight before an Elder Dragon after Knight had been bullying across the map the entirety of that game before. You got a feel for Ultra Prime when they had a realistic shot against the best team in the LPL.
They certainly did, but unfortunately, couldn't quite make it happen. 2 opportunities, 2 catches before big objectives. But still, there's just so much star power on this roster, you can never count them out. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll be back to see what happens in Game 2.
apart comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until the last breath. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last
Hello everyone and welcome back to the LPL. I'm joined by Nymira as BLG convincingly take game number 1. There was no hiccups at all, right, Nymira? That was a smooth sailing, right?
They definitely didn't lose people before key objectives and then had to muddle their way through. Yeah, that didn't happen. Okay, well, look, BLG, still a confident game from them, but Ultra Prime gave them some questions we weren't necessarily expecting in the late game. We thought in early game, well, there might be some things that they could do after an early dragon fight. It really came around the late game objectives somehow that Ultra Prime found some openings.
I mean, the fact that Ultra Prime nearly, or in fact did get Elder and still lost is heartbreaking for them. Let's take a look at what on earth happened here. Let's look at the post game to start us off, and I think we're all going to be shocked and appalled at the sheer damage here. Look at those AD carries, man. It's almost 5 times the damage on the side of Elder.
Oh, that is really quite sad, because the thing is, Zeri does damage most of the time in quite structured team fights. There never was any of that. Most of the time Doggo was spent in this game was sat in mid lane and getting absolutely blasted by Elkanon as soon as they got that item spike. He just couldn't play the game. And despite the fact that Ultra Prime managed to get some decent plays around, well, just before objectives, the objectives themselves went so poorly that the team fights didn't work. And Ben gets player of the game after going 0-4-0 and only participating in one fight in the game.
I love it so much. I feel like the other candidates were Elk and Knight, right? And then they both got caught before big objectives, so they lost their
can't
candidacy.
believe it.
Then somehow getting an MVP after going 0-4-0. Like, goes 0-4-0 in lane, gets MVP, refuses to elaborate. Absolute Giga Chad.
I actually don't have words. This is, that's one of the player of the games of all time.
That's my go right there. That's my go.
Oh, man. I mean, it was a fantastic... I mean, that Elder fight definitely saved the game for them in a lot of ways, because they just walked out with Elder. It's probably the most important player of the game, so... No. It's not invalid. It's just funny as heck.
It's absolutely fantastic. Here we go. Let's get to Jab Select for game number 2. Let's see how our fate will be decided in this one.
That's
whether or not
dramatic.
Ultra Prime can, yeah, I know. Well, you know, it is my fate to commentate this game of League of Legends. So this will be how that's decided. Already, man's coming on through towards the bot lane here. Varys and Lucian taking away Kalista, respect band. The first pick squad as well of the Nautilus. And
oh, it's a new patch, same Smolder.
Smolder has made it on through.
New patch, same Smolder, has some adjustments, but this is not the hyper nerfed Smolder we expect to come in the future. There have been some announced nerfs which haven't met the live patch so far. I'm going to assume that BLG are now going to just try and hammer it in the early game. They had a very good early game last time, and Knight gets Nico, was banned away in that last game, so Knight able to pull the trigger a lot more in an engaged sense, rather than just kind of the damage sense that the Calm can bring at one item.
I love that Shun is just cycling through all of the junglers in the game. Well, there was a second of Rammus hover there, and I feel like if you want to at home, you can screenshot that from the VOD and call it Flame. So just run with that, guys.
Yeah.
Head to Twitter, get involved. Kai'Sa, going to be locked in. This is the answer to Smolder that we've kind of been waiting to see more of. You can go for the AP Kai'Sa, just poke him out from range. Smolder never gets to play the fight.
Feels like whatever build that the Kai'Sa's gone in the LPL, it's still been a problem for the Smolder either way. Because if it's even an AD Kai'Sa that pings a W onto the Smolder, they would just fly through and assassinate them anyway. I do like the AP Kai'Sa. I think that in a lot of ways it's been very, very unexplored by a lot of pro teams, and I hope we see a little bit of that here and there as well, just as we dip our toes into what could be one of these adaptations.
I tell you what,
it goes back towards the Renekton.
We're going to see the AP Kai'Sa. We're also seeing Jace top front in this game. I'm calling it now.
Yeah,
preemptive
the
call.
triple poke combo.
Yeah, I can visualize it in my mind, just like they tell you on those self-help videos where you've got to visualize the success. I'm visualizing the Jace top.
I'm happy for you. I know that your fate is determined by this game. I know it's a very dramatic moment for you. I like that you're trying to like. This feels very dramatic. I'm here with you. Not sure if I'm participating in that just quite yet. I mean, it's my fate to see Ari locked in every game and then criticize the build anyway. But you know, I like to see this for you as well.
It's our fate to see Shun on the Kindred once more too. I feel like it's fun to talk about this game as if it's really important for me personally, because let's be honest, this is a pretty one-sided one so far. Ultra Prime getting a couple of miracle moments in the first game, but you do still expect BLG to be massively favoured. And if anyone in the LPL can show us how to take down Smolder, it's probably BLG. Xin Zhao banned away after the Kindred's locked in, setting up for a great jungle matchup here for Shun.
And it is also worth noting as well that Ultra Prime, while it would be very unlikely to make the playoffs from this position as well, I believe if they lose this next game as well, they are actually mathematically locked out of contention as well. They'll be the second team in the LPL to miss out on playoffs after EDG. Of course, historic, symbolic moment for them to miss playoffs too. But so that losing that first game in the way that they did, it takes a little bit more of that in mind, even though it was unlikely for them to make that run anyway. It'd be sad to see it cut short for them on a personal level.
So certainly would. But we'll see what the result will end up being today. It ain't over till it's over. Like we said on the first graphic of the day, I didn't hear no bell. Ultra Prime not done with the 3-team gauntlet just yet. For anyone that doesn't know, that wasn't here at the start of the stream, Ultra Prime, their two most recent opponents have been JDG and Top Esports. They had to play against the third place team of the league, then the second place team of the league, and now they're up against the first place team of the league. This has been a brutal 3 series for them. This will be potentially the last game in that series. I'm quietly confident that Ultra Prime will give us a little bit more. They already challenged BLG in game number 1 with the Blitzcrank ban here to set up for potentially a double range bomb.
Actually, instead, they just go towards this Maokai instead. Blitzcrank, I suppose that would have been nice against... it would have been nice to kind of see that against kind of the small lanes, just force fights there, so you understand why Ultra Prime kind of forced them away, but the Maokai is going to be able to force fights against them all the same. You haven't been able to deny all of the gauge options that can kind of stop the Smolder from just sitting pretty. The question is, what are you going to combo up with this top side now from Ultra Prime as well? You have the Renekton and the Ahri, two of the earliest powerhouse solo laners in the game. Locking the Brahms would be that last kind of pick, denial of pick potential from that support role.
From there, Blitzcrank ban has me scratching my head a little bit. I thought it was going to be like the Bard or something, to be honest. You usually see the Blitzcrank ban when you're going for the double range bot lane. The Wukong was buffed. We were talking about the buffs at the start of the day, and it's going to be locked in. Our first 14.5 Wukong is on the server, and I'm assuming it's Hacker taking it.
Yeah, it will be that. He's the only champion of this. Look, I've seen some Brawl
Could be
in my
Renekton jungle,
time, but
you never know.
I'm not even
Brawl
gonna.
jungle?
I'm not even gonna like.
They played
I'm
Rammus
ignoring
bot
it.
for God's sake. Like, if any team's gonna do it, it's Ultra Prime.
That's true, and yet I pretend I do not see it. Well, that Wukong, I really like it in this composition though. You have, even against the Jax, which is locked into bin here, a lot of Wukong's damage in teamfights comes through, you know, AoE damage of the E and the ult. Yes, you miss out on your Q and you're not going to have as huge value, but if you're Sap trying to defend with a Kindred ultimate, if you then hold on to the second part of your Cyclone, you can just use that as the Kindred ultimate elapses as well. You can use the Wukong to deny the Maokai ultimate as well, in regards to kind of cloning backwards. The clone takes the Nature's Grasp tendril and protects the people behind you beyond that point without you having to put yourself in harm's way. I like the Wukong in this draft. I like it with the solo laners. I think Renekton Wukong, with Wukong's arm shred is very powerful. Renekton Ahri was one of the most powerful combos, I believe, of around 2022. That was when Wukong was still in real prime power at that point. I like this draft from Ultra Prime. It has a lot of ability to play in teamfights and the early game, particularly around topside.
I'm curious to see how they can pilot it. They've got the late game. They've got early game prowess as well. I feel like that topside, like you say, plenty of ability to scrap. Look at the big grin on Knight's face though as he's chatting away to his teammates. Yeah, I feel like every single game you see BLG going into, aside from like World semi-finals, they're like laughing and jovial. Feels like that's honestly one of the challenges for them internationally, is whether or not they can keep those vibes alive. But right now, the vibes are strong for BLG. A solid game 1 win despite losing Elder somehow. And Ultra Prime now, a bit more early prowess with a Smolder for the late game. It's a solid composition. We'll see if it'll be enough to take it to BLG.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
These are some of the worst gyros I've ever heard. Come on, guys, pull it together.
Aww.
We got like 3 people trying.
Like, okay, Dre's actually going to walk up. Rob is a very strong level 1 champion, but you don't want to walk up 3 people. But I mean, I think this is a problem when a team does too well. The fans get complacent. You gotta want it, man. You got these fans to get behind them. Oh, back is actually not stopped there somehow, some way. And the order attack follows him.
He's got a stack as he leaves the base there from the auto of Elk. On sticking around here, just going to be chucking 1 extra sapling before leaving. Just going to try and annoy Hacker as much as he can. This BLG going to have Shun starting on that top side. You see the ward on the blue buff. I wonder what Shun's pathing is going to be for this one. Always interesting to watch the Kindreds in the early game, see how they path to try and guarantee those stacks.
Yeah, especially when the early lanes from Ultra Prime are pretty strong in the solo lanes. We'll see Ben actually walk up and get a good level 1 trade with the Grasp trade alongside the Counter-Strike 2. Knights can get early push onto the Ahri, because Ahri tends to start with W level 1 for a hard trade. It means that if Nico gets the Q onto the backline and the enemy champion for then the kind of the double bloom, do a lot of work in that early game, and as you can see, Knight already shoving in that early lane.
Bin on the Jax for us today as well. It's always fun to watch Bin on Jax. 100% win rate across this split. He's got 3 games played. But across his entire career, it's his second most played champion. He's 52-22. He's got over a 70% win rate on the champion over 74 games. That is kind of absurd, the sheer amount he's played it and how winning it has been of a pick for him. Threatening Decade gets the slice and dice out.
So, Shun's actually going to go for an early invade. One of those early walls put down shows that Hacker is not up towards the top side of the map. Hacker is now going to still be off vision. He slipped off of vision and might get an angle on Knight here. He does not know Hacker is there.
He can stealth into the lane as well, and then suddenly Knight is in trouble. The root lands, but there's first blood. Yuakai takes it. Glorious gank from Hacker.
Oh, wow, manages to get all around all of the information from BLG. They were prepared for a topside play. They pushed in mid lane and top lane, and Shun walks in, but they weren't prepared for Hacker to so easily get in towards Knight's lane. He goes back and he teleports back to lane with the Dark Seal and says, well, that kind of sucked. We have known occasionally Knight to overpush and die in the early game, but very rarely is it like that when you're just so comprehensively just outpathed somehow in the early vision by Hacker.
Shun waiting around for the crab now on the top side. It will be the one with the stack. The Decade has overstayed his welcome here. Mounting Dread. That's another kill going the way of BLG this time. Should be the crab as well. Hacker waiting in the brush. He wants to contest this one. Shun has the smite available. Bin took it.
Well, okay.
Does he still get the stack?
So you still get the mark. You only need to get the assist. This is a big change that was made from Kindred in season 8, or it was a while ago. I can't remember the exact time it was made, but you only need to get the assist on a camp that your team kills to get the stack there to kind of stop people from kind of prioritizing farm or marks. It kind of got a weird trade like that. I mean, it's still not good to lose the early gold as a jungler. You need the camp gold. He's still going to go back after getting an assist gold. Of course, he gave the kill and the scuttle over. That's a double win.
Oh, Elk's in big trouble. 2 stacks, 3 stacks, but On saves the day. W goes wide. As On now taking a lot of punishment. This is a big 2v2 coming out from Doggo and Jway. Somewhat evenly traded in the end on the backside of the play, but even still fantastic trading from Doggo and Dre, and they've got pots.
So there's a cookie there from Alex who can stay in lane for a little longer, but landing these Qs is Dre over and over. It's a good poke in the early stages of the game. Very high base damage, and Doggo missing that W as well means that it should be just about safe, but you don't normally expect Smolder to be winning trades like this in lane. Knight's still dying for first blood. He's now going to go towards top lane, and Decade is not going to happen.
Yep, no way out of that one. Stun lands from Bin, no flash was up for Decade. So Knight finds an easy route. And in the meantime, Shun just moves mid to catch this wave, so no XP is lost around the map. He's like, look, if my laners are going to take my crabs, I'm going to take my laners' minions too.
I see how it is. It's a stage up from just walking through a lane and smiting a minion wave. Yeah, she takes a whole wave up. This is what you should do, by the way, is I think a lot of junglers around the world, actually, in different regions, kind of have forgotten the value of lane farm for junglers as well. It only gets much less valuable if you have the most farm on your team, and that's when you can get the diminishing returns from it. So Shun getting some extra value there on a very gold-intensive carry jungle, which of course we know the LPL to be playing an awful lot of compared to the rest of the world. Shun happy with this early game so far, despite the fact that he gave up that early scuttle. I think he'll forgive that.
Yeah.
As the early game is going very well for BLG nonetheless.
And you know, that early scuttle, it's set up for Bin to be 2-0 in the game. That was definitely that's the thing that set it up. The fact that Bin got both of these kills off the early plays though is fantastic for BLG. He's on his signature Jax that we just talked about a moment ago. How insanely winning he is on this champion. Knight setting up for the second kill as well. Decade still has half the cooldown on the flash, so it wouldn't surprise me if this isn't even over for Decade. Shun's on the top side of the map, but it looks like he's going to recall for now.
Particularly when you've got Ben with flash and ultimate, lots of ways that Jess can kind of stick himself to a trade And particularly once the Grandmaster's Might is running as well, the ultimate, it gives you that empowered auto attack from that passive every other time. And again, he's just jumping forward, lands the stun, danger moment for Decade.
Decade slices and dices, gets himself out, survives. As Elk is taking some punishment down in this bottom side. Jway doing a really good job to set Doggo up. The fact that you're playing Smolder on your side and you're winning these trades early is fantastic news for Ultra Prime. Ben once again goes for these trades. I just want to quickly point out on the scoreboard as well, this is going to be Elk going for the Shiv first into AP, would be my assumption of the build that he's going for, as opposed to, you know, the Mana Moon version of the build or the full crit version of the build.
Yeah, we've seen Gala do some different stuff too. He went Kraken Slayer into Terminus, and that was actually okay in the big games that he was building it. But yeah, it feels like the common build has been Shiv, Rageblade, and then into Nash's later, so then you can transfer late game over to AP. But not still yet to see the absolute Exodia poke build coming through, which of course we've seen poke builds of the Kai'Sa before, absolutely ruin pro play. I expect to see it again at some point. Having a rough time in the early game though. Typically, the philosophy is you pick the Kai'Sa because the Smolder can't bother you early, but then now with the tower aggro taken, a bit dangerous definitely, right?
Yeah, but also a bit dangerous for On, honestly, and it might just go down. 2v2 taken. Doggo and Jway are showing up today.
Okay, all right. The whole thing about the Kai'Sa is that, hey, nothing will happen in lane, right? It's a Smolder, nothing can happen here. But they have messed up a lot of trades, and Doggo and Jway have made some very good trades for themselves. Now, Hacker potentially looking to see if he could have cancelled that.
I'm just laughing about this. Like, you know that you're in first place in the league and you're absolutely chilling when you get 2v2'd embarrassed in the bot lane and you're just laughing about it on the camera.
It's one of those sightings of off as opposed to on in the bot lane. I mean, I get in any normal scenario, you sat there thinking, hey, give the tower aggro, that'll work, right? And sadly, in this case, it's a very bad overestimation of their power deck. It has his flash back up now, but Ben is really starting to wreck through. He hasn't even got himself back into the base yet to get himself towards, inevitably closer towards that first item. Just continually making sure that Decade is having a bad time, though. Already very far up in CS. Feels like Jax isn't going to be losing out in those 1v1s anytime soon.
Feels like Sean constantly on this top side of the map. Let's take another look at the all-in from On onto Jway here. Great prediction that the Q was going to hit.
Yeah, that is actually really important, because if you flash forward and he doesn't hit, then obviously they don't get aggro. He still miscalculates the fact that Doggo's there at level 6 and absolutely murderizes him, but still, it's a nice play for the tower aggro. That's cool.
It's like, it's theoretically a nice play. Unfortunately, you don't win those.
Look, you throw this at me occasionally, you know it's bad when you have to bring out that kind of comment.
I know,
just, oh, theoretically it's fine. Yeah, but it wasn't in the actual rift.
Yeah, unfortunately, the theory met with reality. And it's always a disaster when that happens. Jway and Doggo, though, fantastic 2v2 here. Don't really expect Smolder to be winning the 2v2s, especially against Elk and On, but here we are. And again, like, this is 2 games in a row now where Ultra Prime are doing surprisingly well in the early game against BLG. They really are contesting. And speaking of contesting, want to go for this Gromp maybe for a fight at the bottom side. Elk gets stunned, no, flashes over the wall, and On now trying to escape. Hacker dashes on in. There's good dodge on the ultimate there from Shun. Nice little dash sideways. BLG will survive, but maybe a blue buff for Ultra Prime.
It's nice to just get some presence on bot side as well. You're going to be able to drop wards down there, which will be able to help them keep Smolder safely stacking. This is not safe farming up here, though.
Oh, Farrell up in the top lane on. Oh, he dodges it, gets the Q. I think he's still going to die. Nice try. Good twisted advance.
Yay! A theoretically good dodge.
Another kill for Doggo. This is a Smolder that's getting out of control.
It is. 2 kills in the early game, been hitting champions all laning phase long as well. This is another thing, right? It's kind of like the Senna in regards to this too. Yes, you get stacks from how you interact with minions, but you also get stacks from hitting enemy champions. Elk and On have been slammed by skill shots time and time again, to the point where Doggo, you know, in this elimination game for Ultra Prime, might end up being the late game Smolder, which we have learned to come to fear despite the changes to the champion on the patch of 14.5. This is still Smolder, and it's still going to be very scary for BLG.
BLG right now are on a 12-game win streak. Will it really be Ultra Prime the ones to deny that? I feel it would be fitting for the LPL. It always seems to be the way that these things go. But so far, BLG still just about having the gold lead, but it is only by a couple of hundred.
Dude, you know that bot side jungle is not safe. He pops the sweeper and he realizes, this was a mistake. And it's a good dodge again. Wow, these W's have been great. Just the whole actually living afterwards, that's been the kicker.
Yeah. It's the problem is the base understanding of League of Legends. Yeah.
If you got that copy pass, it's like, On is a terrific player. Just needs to work on like health management and map awareness and vision control. Like, just have this whole list afterwards. It's been a bit like that from this game, sadly.
Yeah, it really has. Decade going to be able to clear the wave. Bin has got to the point where he's proxying. I love the amount of time Shun has spent on this top side of the map as well. They're basically just splitting as Doggo now tanking a tower shot. They're desperately trying to get damage down. This tower almost going down as Hacker. I love that Hacker and Shun are literally playing vertical map right here, but it does mean there's a 30 CS advantage right now for Shun.
And Doggo, though, ends up cancelling some recalls again, saying, no, you're sticking around here at half HP. We'll not be able to get back out onto the map. And just to stop Knight from being able to do anything here as well. He has a decent amount of wave clear, and can pop that Q onto the wave too, popping the ult for wave clear as well. Really wants to get these minions away from tower.
I think he wanted to try and get Shui there as well, but couldn't quite get in range. Shui using the heal for movement speed. Has been see enemy, kill enemy is Bin's philosophy right now, and that is a hell of a trade. Half of a health P bar gone, HP bar gone instantly.
The health P bar is getting a little low for Decade there because he doesn't have himself his first item, whereas Bin does. Triforce Spike is so insanely strong on Jax. It always has been. Now you have Elk heading towards topside as well. Remember, this is a Kai'Sa that can just pop ult and go onto a target. If the next stun lands, that's going to be a Kai'Sa flying onto Decade as well, potentially.
Does get the stun, so that would be the mark available, but Bin just going to finish the tower off. Huge amount of gold in his pocket. Like you say, Triforce Boots already finished off. He's going to be a terror in any upcoming fights. Knight as well, farming up a Storm over 10 CS per minute so far in this game. You're kind of doing a good job to match that. And I feel like these next few minutes are going to be crucial for Ultra Prime. A, because of the stat we talked about before, BLG, again, they have not lost when they're ahead of 15 minutes so far this split. But B, because they've got Wukong, they've got Ari, they've got Renekton, like the kind of level 6 to level 11 mark for those champions is so incredibly potent, you need to abuse it.
If you manage to get a good enough burst onto Shun, who's jumping forward into Doggo right now, if you get a good enough burst onto him, he won't be able to use his ultimate before he goes down. That's one of the big threats of this kind of topside combo from Ultra Prime. You know, point and click Renekton stun, you've got the Cyclone and Shun. Many ways where Shun can go down without too much of a contest. Herald, though, without a fight, you'll be able to see that combo just yet from that top side of the map from Ultra Prime. They do get themselves the Herald and see whether they can break open something like this mid lane turret with it. That'd be very valuable for them.
Yeah, nice pickup, honestly, for Ultra Prime. Drake coming up, though, in 5 seconds, and that's what BLG have position on. Conceding the top side to set up for this bottom side. Bin, in the meantime, hitting onto that tier 1 bot tower as Shun starts the Drake. So BLG kind of trading sides of the map. We talked about the vertical jungling to start with. That was Shun on the top side and Hacker on the bot side. BLG essentially switching that up. Shun is hovering for Bin basically all game.
And it makes a lot of sense. They have 6 grubs. It is very easy to kill towers there, especially since you're absolutely slaughtering that lane there too. Doggo forced to use that ult on the towers. You kind of have to a lot of Smolder. It's one of the big things about him is that his core item build, especially when you've got the boot, the cooldown boots, and then the item and components he has as well, it really lowers that ultimate to the point where you can just say no to a wave every so often, every time you think that you're going to be in danger on the turret.
So, fairly action-packed first few minutes. We've had a bit of a lull as these objectives go over. For Ultra Prime, you're quite happy with a reasonably slow pace of game. You've got that Smolder, he is scaling up. I'm curious what the stacks are, to be honest, at this point.
Just hit 125, they just spied him.
Nice. So, very much on track. You fully expect him to be, you know, within the next sort of 5 to 10 minutes at that point where the execute will be online on just about. Gets away from the charm. That could have been dicey for him. Having a pretty tough game for himself. But yeah, the Smolder can be a problem for BLG later on. Be curious to see how they try and play around that, because there's been a lot of teams, even top teams, struggling to deal with the Smolder.
I think one of the best ways is to get crushing side lane advantage and then use that to get some flank angles onto him later into the game. So Vin is going to do just that. Against 6 grubs and power spike that Triforce means he's very, very strong, but the Ari Wukong teleport in and trying to shut that down.
They liked the 9-man play onto Bin in the previous game, apparently. They're doing it again. Hacker gets the knock-up. Decade is moving in. Bin has his flash available, but chooses not to use it in the end. Decides this is a doomed play. He was definitely going down there. So, holds on to the Summoner. But again, nice capitalization from Ultra Prime. On. What are we doing, buddy? What are we doing?
There is no one here.
I mean, he hit the ultimate. So that's nice. Goes down, Jue steals the kill. Nice little Q there to get himself a little bit of kill credit. In the meantime, BLG will take a tier 1 mid.
Like, yeah, he has swiftness boots. He's pretty fast for a tree. He's up-bruising himself and he's walking very confidently towards his death. Again, 0-3. Yeah. Wouldn't it be so hilarious if he also went 0-4 and made a game-winning play in late game to get player of the game, just like Vin in game 1?
That would be something special. Yeah, on. This is not it. This is not it. This is a tough game to witness for any BLG fans, and I think this is the concern for BLG when it comes to like playoffs, when it comes to the big games, when it comes to finals potentially. Like, we have seen games like this from On, seen rough games from Bin. It feels like this team, while they are incredibly strong, they also play a little bit fast and loose sometimes, and that really can bite them.
And you just look at the difference between, you could even say a series like the series against Team WE that they did walk away with a 2-0 from was concerning because they did end up getting contested very heavily in the early game and they had to clutch it out in the late game. FPX, fantastic series. One of the best series of play that we've seen from BLG in a very long time. Fantastic early games and then into the team fights later on.
Yeah.
The question is whether they can show that again consistently beyond that point.
The funny thing is, I feel like the FPX series suddenly gave me top esports vibes for this team. It's like they turned it on, you know? They stopped randomly running it down. They stopped just messing about and just destroyed FPX systematically. Whereas they come up against Ultra Prime, this feels like happy gaming to me. This feels like a lot of mistakes from On that really don't need to happen, that really we know On is a better player than this. It feels like, I don't know if Knight brings this to teams. I don't know if this is Knight's, like, his vibes are just like, we can win this anyway, just play for fun kind of thing. I don't know, but it's not good to see. It's definitely not good to see when we're talking about players for BLG.
Well, they're still at a very good side lane advantage, even though the Smolder is kind of scary, so it's not like this game is out of their advantage right now. Ben dodges out of the Q, he's got the counter strike on as well. He's just got the double stun as well, he really wants to fight here.
Bin's just like, oh, there's 2, 3 of them? Yeah, that sounds like a fair fight.
Wait. Did
Imagine
Hacker
if I
think
had a
he wanted
real
to put down a
weapon.
ward? Did Hacker just think he wanted to put down a ward there? He just placed the Herald.
Oh, Jue jumped into the Herald. I don't know if that's the play. Bin the target now because the counter strike comes back up. Smolder ult across the team. And the roots come out from On to deny any counter engage. That felt a little bit dicey for a second there for Ultra Prime, but they managed to get away with the play.
They get away with it, but they just use the Herald, which they would have really liked to slam into mid lane to get some significant damage onto it. That's a big wasted objective, which they claimed earlier on into the game. BLG, now with no threat in mid lane, are going to be able to claim themselves Third Dragon into Chemtech Soul. It can help sometimes versus the Smolder because he likes to execute you at low HP, but of course he will.
For God's sake, he just stands still. He just menacingly looks at them. I think On might actually be becoming my favourite player.
Yeah.
And he's got to contend with Bin. Like, he's got to contend with Jackie Love, but he's doing it. Even in the 0-3 games, the man's just got sheer swagger.
The fact that he does it with the emote as well. I'm just the emote just makes it for me. I'm sat there like, oh, talking about the high again. I'm sat here talking about the macro of the game, but this dude is just in another dimension. This guy, he's on his own plane of
just
existence.
Pure vibes. Just
so he
pure
flashed
vibes.
out the first one, and then he just stands still.
He does his best tree impression.
Yeah. You know that one pseudo widow in like Gen 2 Pokemon games that's just stood there, just walking away.
You need the
just
water
there, you
thing.
need to get yourself like a little watering can to just
Square gun, that's what it's called.
Yeah, that's the one. I've got the name of it.
Yeah. It's literally just Snorlax again though, isn't it? Stolen mechanic. I say stolen, just repeated mechanic. You gotta get the Poke Flute to get rid of the Snorlax. You gotta get the Square Gun to get rid of Sudowoodo. Come on, Pokemon, innovate a little bit. No wonder Pal World succeeded.
You know, the thing is, they actually did do a little bit of that innovation over the, decades they've existed beyond that point, but hey, whatever. Who's keeping track, right?
A lot of people is the answer to that question. A lot of people are keeping track of that stuff. You should see Twitter when Pokemon comes up. Good lord. It is it's an absolute knife fight out there. Speaking of knife fights, I don't know where I'm going with this one. We're not seeing any fighting. I wanted a knife fight. We might have a knife fight in 3 minutes when Drake comes up. There we go. There's the segue. No, you okay?
Hey!
He wants a knife fight now, and it's a stab into the heart of On.
Well, you can try standing still for that one. Don't think it'll work out as well. Yokai nails the tree this time. It's going to be the support down. No Maokai ult now to kind of fend off the siege. One charm for one bad. It's a bit of a trade.
This is a game of League of Legends of all time. That is for sure. Shui takes a chunk here from Shun. It's 4v5, but that'll never stop BLG. We've seen that a million times. I'm more than willing to contest in those situations. Baron up on the map. Ultra Prime, they did get the pick onto On, but he's back on the map at this point. And he's Maokai, so he can influence these fights from quite a way away.
If they spot these resets, that's going to open... Wait, they spot them resetting. There's actually a chance that they could start towards the Baron as well, because Bin is with them, and Bin is a good amount of damage onto the Baron. It's exactly what's happening. Ultra Prime are not going to be able to get a clean reset. They have to contest them.
Gold is basically even. The roots come out from On. This is going to be Baron taken. Can they find the fight for Ultra Prime? I mean, BLG just run at this honest again. But honestly, this time it was actually for something. Elk dodges the charm, trying to get the resets off, and I think they will be able to do so now. A tier 1 in the mid lane, it's not enough of an answer.
Yeah, it's really going to be a bit of an awkward moment, because now it means that it's going to be harder to kind of group up and force BLG to wave clear and stop them being in a side lane. They're going to take themselves eventually the mid-tier 1. But it's very difficult now to try and play just around mid lane and just wait for Doggo to scale, because you have an unholy fed Jax on the side lane who's going to be with 6 grubs, with a Baron buff, with no one able to contest him, potentially threatening your inner turrets.
I mean, he's 50 CS up in that top lane. Massive lead in the jungle as well for Shun. The shining light right now for Ultra Prime is Doggo on the Smolder. 400, 650 gold bounty. 2 items already, looking towards a third. He maybe could have got the third if he was able to reset before that Baron fight kicked off. He's still not been able to head back to base. And in fact, he's actually just going to walk back to base. Look at him on the minimap. Walking all the way to the fountain as BLG take a tier 2 in the mid lane and move up towards Bin top lane. Oh, another... They just can't recall. You're not allowed to recall this game.
Like, so much of this is about these long-range Kaiser Ws from Elk stopping this from ever being a contest. You've got a Smolder coming in to try and wave clear as well. It's a bit of damage down. Yokai jumps forward, doesn't get the charm.
Tiny little chunk on tonight there, but BLG walk away with their lives. Half the tower taken in the bottom side. On. Nearly getting caught out again. 0, 5, and 0. Do you know, I actually love to see it. I'm just having a great time watching this game. The fact that On can sprint it in the way that he is and BLG can still be winning is just something else. Shun now getting caught out, goes into the Dragon Pit, chased down here. A TP coming out as Shun forced to flash, moves to the bottom side of the play because Knight is behind enemy lines and Doggo's been found. 650 gold bounty and Elk says yes please, thank you very much. Bin in the meantime in a 1v4 as Shun dives into the play as well. Ultra Prime are being taken apart. BLG, no matter what happens in the game, they will find a way. Ultra Prime eviscerated.
Oh, Ultra Prime, they choose a dragon type to try and keep themselves in this play, and it looked so good. Forward 1, so many stacks. But when push comes to shove, feels like BLG managed to find something just a little bit more super effective once again in the late game fights. Knight is the one to do it this time. Gets on top of that AD carry. That just couldn't do any damage.
Feels like right now, Ultra Prime, they came here with fire Pokemon, and BLG, they're misty right now.
Well, yeah, I don't have a follow-up for that one. He dies, Dogger dies. He didn't really get to do any damage. Shutdown goes over to Elk, and this is the problem when you got these scrappy kind of fights. This isn't what your team comp's meant to do around this Smolder. The Smolder is 100% meant to be playing around the front line. And the front line, yeah, diving forward and having some fun trying to take down Shun, and they do that. Yeah, but what about your AD carry that the whole game's about? That kind of missed the memo on that one.
Great flank from Knight. Manages to find his angle. I really know quite how BLG are winning as hard as they are when things have been going quite as sideways as they have been. But it's a Baron taken, it's a Soul taken as well. It was 6 grubs taken. In fact, they've not lost a single... Oh, wait, no, they lost the Herald, except
Yeah,
then
one
Hacker
Herald.
just randomly slammed the Herald and it did nothing. So, in the grand scheme of things, feels like neutral control has been pretty damn good for BLG this game. Ultra Prime are still up in kills, technically, 8-7 right now, but they are 6,000 gold down, so I'm not sure it's going to matter.
We haven't kept track too much of the Kindred stacks either. We just saw it pop up on the right-hand side. They're shown in 27 minutes of the game. It's his 4th stack. They're winning without even Kindred stacks as well. He finally gets himself the range increase, which is actually very big in this. It's not really been a game about the Kindred in the way that other Kindred games have been. The Maokai ult coming up to help that siege. Defend the turret.
Trying to get some damage down. Jue steps forward. I'm not sure this is a fight they can take. Yuakai desperate to take the free LP that On is offering, but unfortunately, won't be able to finish that kill. And the Chemtech Soul is going to help On a lot. He probably dies there without the Chemtech Soul.
Would have gotten pretty close. This has not been a mighty oak, a bit more of a sapling, sadly, for him. He has got himself a kill and 3 assists now, so it's always going to be completely blank. Knight's ulting in topside.
Wow, hits all of them as well, but goes down in the meantime. 1 for 1. Instant ult comes out from Shun here to try and save the day, but they're going apart. And Ultra Prime have found their opportunity. Bin trying to save the day as Hacker chases towards On the top side. Bin's in a 1v3 and Decade doesn't want to let him go. Counter-Strike comes out. Won't be able to hit onto anyone. I wasn't sure if he'd dive onto the backline, but no, denied, taken down, shut down. And the gold over to Doggo. Elk finds one onto Hacker to answer. As now
Yuakai's got ult again.
He's got his ult up again. There's now damage onto Elk, but I don't think he can finish the Kaiser. But Elk doesn't have the range. He can't get close enough. Orb of Deception dodged away from as Elk desperate to turn the play. He's 1v3 on the map right now. Dodges the charm though. And Decade trying to get close as well. Killer Instinct to finish off Yuakai. Elk in a 1v1, but that's a big old croc. And you call that a knife? This is a knife.
Decade plunges it into the heart of Elk to clean up what was a really good set of kills for Ultra Prime. BLG, what has happened to this team today? They massively overplay their hand. It looks like an okay ult at the start from Knight as he manages to get a good clump here and get on top of Doggo. It's a, early cleanse, but it doesn't kill him, it doesn't take him down, and Knight massively overestimates his damage. The follow-up comes through beyond this point. We did kind of say, hey, some really nasty topside combos coming in for Ultra Prime. Wukong, Ari, Renekton, all quite dangerous champions if you let them get in and amongst you, particularly the Wukong and the Ari, very mobile too. Hacker, he goes a bit far as El cannot outplay him in the 2v2. I think that's what we're going to catch up in this replay as opposed to the rest of the kills which came through. But still, on the whole, Ultra Prime getting a lot of gold in pocket, and that extends the game for now a 7-kill Smolder.
How are they still down in gold? It's actually insane that they keep on winning these fights, and they still can't find themselves an advantage. A lot of it down to the towers that BLG have taken on the map. 5-3 on towers, and obviously 2 of them being those tier 2 towers. Elk is a bit of a monster right now, it has to be said. So is Smolder on the other side. 3.5 items there for Doggo. But Elk could be the challenger that maybe could take him down.
He has himself that W upgrades, though every time he pings you one of those Void Seekers, they're going to be very, very nasty. And the second one follows up beyond that point. So Elk can go towards full assassin mode at this point. The first W lands, you go in for the second cooldown, the W wide by kind of repositioning it with your ult, and it's pretty much a guaranteed one-shot.
Yeah.
So BLG, they can just wait to see if that poke lands.
I feel like I am the biased commentator at this point because there are very few games where I see a 7-1 Smolder at 3.5 items, 4 items, and I'm not favoring it. BLG, I don't know, they do something to my head. I could always believe in the BLG victory. Shun playing with fire here, but just goes forwards for this one. Roots come through, Counter-Strike is there as well. Bin just getting chunked himself, and Doggo is massive on the Smolder!
Nice!
Knight gets into the back like Doggo, flashes to safety. Keep your eyes on that little dragon as Shun trying to do the front to back right now. Elk still going strong as well. His Decade trying to survive. Shun survives the execution through the Lamb's Respite and flashes away to safety. The burn times out. Elk still alive in this one as Decade tries to protect his AD carry. Elk goes a little bit too far forward. The clone from Knight baiting them. That's the killer instinct. Decade down. Elk is desperate to win this game. He's desperate to prove he's the better AD carry. Counter-strike in as Shun takes out Yuakai, and the dragon survives. But what can he do alone? Doggo under the towers. The counter-strike comes in. Bin ain't scared of 2024. He's still got his lamppost.
BLG, they throw it a little bit around the top side in it's but who cares about that? They clutch it out yet again. Come what may, it is seemingly impossible to beat the best team in the LPL, and they will extend their win streak ever further, it feels like.
Even against a late game 4-item smolder, they still manage to make it happen. Bin now underneath the tower will be tanking. I don't know if they can end right now, but Knight reckons that they can. Root comes on through, Counter-Strike to follow. Beautifully done. BLG finish it off in style. And not even Smolder can stop this train as the 13th win in a row gets chalked up onto the board.
And Ultra Prime will see themselves locked out of playoffs. Now they are 2-11. The maximum score they could get towards is 5-11 as a total series score for spring 2023. And of course, the 6th place, the 10th place team, which is the cutoff for playoffs as it stands, is currently a tie between OMG and Weibo at 6 series wins. They cannot match that, therefore they are locked out of playoffs. So we'll be saying goodbye to them in terms of the postseason for spring, and BLG continue marching ever onwards at the top of the table.
I mean, when you're winning games like that, A, it's got to feel good if you're BLG. That's got to suck for Ultra Prime. Losing a game like that really must be painful, but I don't know what you can do. It feels like these guys are superhuman when they get onto the server. It's something else, it truly is. Bin on the Jax. Another fantastic Jax game for Bin to put towards his montages.
And then there's On, who's also just there on the Maokai.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there is something quite special about teams like this. When you think about the truly great teams across the league, most of the time it has been a situation where even when a player has a bad game, the other people can pick up the slack. Now, I think of some of, the real great teams, Season 5, kind of SKT, and you think of some of the, obviously JDG, even last year as well, if we're doing it much more closer to home too. When one player has a bad game, the others step up to kind of make sure that that inconsistency of an individual player doesn't overtake the entire game. That's where really you can see these teams get huge records across seasons.
Yeah, and I mean, they're getting an insane record right now, BLG. Fantastic stuff. And again, it's not perfect. It's really not perfect. And there's two schools of thought here, right? There's the school of thought of well, it doesn't really matter if every regular season game is perfect. They're just winning, so you take the wins. And then there's the school of thought of, hang on, if you show these weaknesses, teams like JDG, teams like Top Esports, they can capitalize on that when it comes to playoffs. They can draft around this kind of stuff. So we'll see if this comes to bite BLG later on when they're playing this fast and loose. But to be honest, when it gets to playoffs, when it gets to the best of fives, I don't really anticipate them messing around in this way. But I don't know. I feel like I'm giving them too much credit here. Just calling this messing about. On got destroyed in the laning phase. Let's not pretend that was on purpose. He actually just got wrecked.
I mean, in game 1, I think that Bin, when he died, it was for genuinely pretty okay reasons. Like double teleports, or he was getting side lane advantages across map. Odd was just dying. And yeah, I mean, in terms of saying, these top teams will not give them that room for error. I mean, they had a 3-game series versus Top Esports, which was arguably pretty close. JD Gaming took them to 3 games, and they definitely should have lost that game. It was a late game 3, which they ended up clutching it out in. As soon as this gets the best of 5s, and if they ever start mucking around like this, then yes, I'm expecting them to lose games and potentially lose series here as well. Despite the fact that they've only lost the 1 series to Invictus Gaming so far in spring. We have seen some openings now to exploit.
I wonder what the difference is with On between these different games, I wonder what changes, because I feel like last year we saw very few games of Off. That last year was a special year for On, where he leveled up, but it seemed like the On versus Off themes in Twitch chat were somewhere else. They've kind of gone away for a little bit. This year they're back in force, and I just got what is the difference between game number 1 and game number 2? Is it an energy thing? Is it just memes? I really don't know.
But it's not even a hard draft to play Maokai in either, Yes, you're against a Braum as a melee support, kind of sucks because Braum beats out most other melee supports in the game because of his passive early on and his huge base damages. But there was some just big, just blunt miscommunications and miscalculations there too, and that's kind of harder to reconcile because there is no system to this. It is much easier to fix something if you say, well, this is the reason why. We can plan around that. We can learn from it. So the coaching staff at BLG and the resources you have, they'll have to put in some overtime and see whether they can get to the root of that issue. So that's funny because he played Marco.
Hey, nice one.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see if they can grow some solutions. Yeah, that's all I got. That's all I got. But hey, BLG.
We'll workshop it as a...
You know, you're doing pretty well when off of back of a 2-0, your 13th win in a row, we're criticizing because a player died a few times in the game. Like we're really having to nitpick BLG at this point because they do feel somewhat unstoppable. Unfortunately for Ultra Prime, worth mentioning that they are now out of the running for playoffs. They are officially knocked out of this split. Well, they're not knocked out of the split, but you know what I mean. They won't be able to make it into the post-series, and they will be looking towards summer. Now, let's take a look at our post-game breakdown as we round things out.
This was not an easy game for Decade in the top lane. He had, one free sucker punch in last game and a couple of good plays before objectives, and then Ben came back in game 2 and said, all right, my turn. Absolutely slapped him a new one. Doggo, sadly for him, couldn't really capitalize on what was a great early game. It felt like he was not set up for success by his team. I feel like the front line kind of forgot their job a little bit in the late game. Sadly, the Smolder could not be that late game main character the way we've known him to be. Sad moment for him. I think that Doggo's had some inconsistent games himself. It would have been very cathartic for him to walk away with a late game victory like that against one of the best bot lanes in the league, but sadly not to be.
I think one of the things to take away from this one as well is that BLG kind of showed us a good way to play around Smolder, even when Smolder gets to the late game early, even when it's super fed. Like this style that BLG played where instead of trying to, even though they had the Kai'Sa, my first thought when they locked in the Kai'Sa was play it super long range, just play for poke, never really fight them. Instead they go, okay, we've got a Nico in the mid lane, we've got a Jax on top. We are playing flanks, we are permanently playing flanks, we are playing around vision. Smolder is never going to get into a normal 5v5 where the Qs can actually have any impact because we're constantly going to threaten him with solo lanes. This is a really good case study games for any amateur teams at home that want to know how to play against Smolder. This is a great way to play against Smolder. It's all about tempo and it's all about vision control.
And also, when you add in the fact that side lanes were winning so heavily as well, what can a Smolder do about side lanes? He isn't a Kai'Sa that can fly into that lane. You're not someone even like an Ezreal that can fire an ult to a side lane like a Senna can too, something like that. You are someone that sits place in a lane, you stack, and then people come to you to fight. If people just ignore you, and there's a win condition through a side lane with a 6 grub, baroned up Jax, you can't influence that game. And I think that BLG showed a really good way to pull apart the map and just avoid the Smolder for as long as possible.
Yeah, just vertical jungle and play for your top lane. Have been on Jax, who, if you get called onto him, he's gonna make it worth your while.
Just have one of the best players of a split pushing champion of all time.
It's easy, guys. Get the 6 grubs and then run away with it. Yeah, fantastic stuff from BLG. Again, Ultra Prime getting some good fights. Ultra Prime honestly looking way better today than I expected in this series. I was pleasantly surprised with what they brought to the table. Just unfortunately not quite enough to take out BLG. It's not that surprising, but hey, it's still a decent show from Ultra Prime.
I'm now quite interested to see, okay, now that these games are not elimination matches, are we going to see some more madness out of Ultra Prime? Just say, look, we're blue shell now, let's just throw as many curveballs, which might be low chance of succeeding, but they have such a high variance with stuff like the Rammus UB or something like that. I kind of want to see how much more madness they have left in stock for spring, because if the patch changes a long time between, spring, then obviously MSI, and then you come back towards summer, this is your chance to show it. I'm going to be tuning into these games just thinking, come on, show me a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, what do you have to lose at this point? What do you have to lose? Let's see a little bit more from them. This is one of the fights that Ultra Prime did manage to, I don't know if we're going to say win, because I feel like Elk kind of ruined it all on the back end of the play, but I think it was still a play win ultimately for Ultra Prime.
Well, given the shutdowns, in this state of the game, yeah, it was very much against the run of play. It was as, BLG were pushing in and looking for game-ending plays, and still, it managed to stall the play and managed to get, I think after this, the Smolder went away with 7 kills or something. Still a good amount of gold in pocket. Problem is, you give some of these kind of tight turnaround spaces to BLG, particularly when you have an AD carry like Kai'Sa, which can function very much as an assassin. Then this kind of stuff can happen. Even use it. Decade actually ends up getting his mid laner killed because he gives the ult angle. I didn't quite realize that in the middle of the play. I thought there was a mark still left on the aura. It's like, oh no, it's because Decade walked too close to him. Oh man, moments like that, they kind of hurt.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. And then so many of these fights look like they're going the way of Ultra Prime, and Knight turning things around. I feel like Knight's probably going to end up with the MVP off the back of this one, because I feel like his Pot Blossoms really were what set up the victory.
It's between him and Elk. But then again, you know, Knight managed to catch out Doggo in every big fight, thinking about it now, besides the one in top lane, the one that we started off this highlight reel with. Elk was given so much space because of Knight 2 to just fly into the back end of the fight. You know it's quite bad when Kai'Sa can start doing damage and then ult to keep doing damage. The worst thing for Kai'Sa is you have to ult into a fight, you end up just getting shut down anyway. But in this kind of game, very, very disciplined about how he uses ultimate. It's actually Bin that walks away with it. I mean, he was the split push win condition. I don't think that's invalid at all. He walks away somehow with 2 players of the game here. That's not what I expected from the first game. But you know, actually the second game, I do think he was a real win condition by just massively bullying out Decade in the side.
I mean, he literally 1v1 Smolder in the final fight of the game as well, so you definitely take that. Min, double MVP today. He started 0-4-0 and then followed that up with double MVP performance. That's a pretty good day for Min.
You know that meme of like one day or day one? Like you start at day 1, 0-4, double MVP at the end of it. I mean, this is just how it works apparently.
Yeah, Min, he's just a monster, isn't he? He's just an absolute monster. I feel like there was reasonable arguments for Knight, for Elk, like you say, but unfortunately, they're denied because Bim is the GOAT, or at least he is in my heart. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll be heading to our second series of the day. It's WE versus RA coming up right after this.
To be left with no pain. You see your vision's eye and give your body to the fire. It's true that
Hello everyone and welcome back to the LPL. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Nymira. As we head towards our second series of the day after BLG managing to grab themselves yet another 2-0. This next one should be an interesting series though. WE up against RA, and I feel like both of these teams have been quietly going under the radar. RA have had some they've had a lot of 3-game series, a lot more than people expected. But WE on the other side, I feel like they have not really been in the conversation for absolute top teams. They're currently in 7th place, but actually, when you look at a lot of the series that they've had, this is a team that actually has the potential to enter the top 4.
And you look at the teams above them right now, and you see that currently WE, I think they're in 7th place. They are only 1 series win behind the teams just above them. You look at the upcoming schedule as well. Yes, there's top esports in there, who I don't even think are unbeatable given the level of play that WE has shown. There's a lot of the other ones in there. You kind of expect WE to be contesting for legitimately a top 4 spot. It's been a long time since we've talked about WE as a real top team, even though they are one of the most historic orgs within the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, 4 of those teams WE should be a heavy favorite going into. That's an 11-win schedule, potentially 12 if they could take down top esports. There is a very real world where WE are a top 4 team going into playoffs. We've not seen that since 2021, where, you know, they had that summer run and then they fell out of playoffs at the last minute. And then they fell out of regionals, 4 best-of-5 losses in a row. They should have been at Worlds.
Just stop at the first bit. Stop at the first bit. I like that first bit.
Yeah, absolute heartbreak, honestly, for WE back when you think about it. But this could be a shot at redemption. So we'll see if they can keep this ball rolling. They're up against RA today, and certainly should be a favourite. And when you look towards the top lane, this is where Wayward has been shining. He's been kind of the gatekeeper of the top lane. When he's playing against teams that are lower in the standings than him, he's been dominating the lane.
Wayward is a player which a lot of people have preconceived notions because of his very poor 2023 in large amounts. This year, you have to scrap those preconceived notions. This guy has been absolutely goober stomping a lot of his games through top lane. It has felt like when he goes up against the truly elite top laners, he's failed to have that impact, which makes some degree of sense, right? But if you don't stand up to him in a top lane individual 1v1 matchup, he has solo won games with Team WE. He's a very important player to his team.
He certainly is. The thing is, he's not necessarily been able to convert that against some of the top teams. So Wayward, definitely not a player that we're talking about as like the best top laner in the league or anything like that. When he goes up against the bigger names, he has been struggling. But when he goes up against the rest of the table, I feel like he's upper echelons, right? He's like just maybe the tier below the top laners in the league. And when he goes against teams like RA, for example, you expect him to be a big favorite and to be a driving force in the series as well.
And that means there's obviously a large amount of responsibility on Xiaoshu, who I think is also a very strong individual top laner, given that he's been on some of the lower placing teams in the last year. I think that he does have what it takes to be a strong individual player, but it does feel like Wayward is just a step beyond him right now. So he's going to have to step up to the plate and make sure that Rare Adam don't just fall apart through top side.
Yeah, I believe we've got some clips of Wayward to show you guys as well of the good and the bad that we've seen coming from them, but unfortunately we don't have those clips after all. So let's talk about down in the bot side, because we talked about the top side for WE. Let's talk about the bottom side for WE. The question is, should I stay or should I Prince? These are the 2 AD carries that have been available, and it has been a bit back and forth with WE. Most of the split been with Stay. Prince has seen a little bit of play more recently though.
And Prince kind of dropped in and out of the roster. He started the split, but then Stay has been playing most of them, as you've been saying. There are some shared champion pools here, but I think that Stay showed a lot of good stuff, particularly in laning phase. I love the way that he played Sivir versus JDG, even got a 2v2 kill versus Ruler and Missing in the game win, which WE had versus JDG. By the way, just a win against the top 3 team, one of the reasons why we think this team could be in the top 4 at the end of the split. But Prince has had some really good highlight moments too. In fact, this is the 2v2 kill that we saw versus JDG. It's a close run thing, but they end up just about clutching it out. And that kind of aggressive, playing it on the margins playstyle for an AD carry that's come out, you know, fresh into the LPL is very important to see. You see that he's also played some more towards the utility as well. Both of these players are big gym players of their own design. You see that teamfight impact from him as well. But as we go into the second half of these clips as well, feels like Prince has had a lot of highlight moments himself.
Yeah, definitely feels like Prince, when he has been in, when he's been in a good draft and in a good game, has been able to be the carry. A Misfortune player as well. One of the few people in the league that was willing to play the Misfortune early on in the split. Obviously, this is a good few weeks ago. You can see the scores, the top 1-0 to 0-1. So this was only the second series for WE. But it felt like Prince was a driving force in that one, grabbing himself a pentakill there. Playing a bit of the Jhin as well. Feels like these kind of almost utility AD carries really have been the name of the game for Prince.
And that's an important thing, because regardless of which AD carry they choose, they're going to have options in utility carries, and now Rare Atom, regardless of who's switching in and out, I believe it's Prince starting today. But regardless of which AD carries are coming through the rest of this series, you know, you're likely going to have stuff like that Jhin on the table, which basically no one else is playing to a large degree right now, but you also have some really big team fighting picks from both of them of different flavors.
Yeah, we'll see which one they end up going with when it comes towards playoffs. It's certainly going to be an interesting conversation to continue, and a lot of that, honestly, could come down to Iwandi. Which one does he prefer playing with? He may have a big say on this one. We'll see as it continues across the course of today and across the course of the rest of this split. Up against RA today, though, you do expect WE to be a heavy favourite coming into this series. And the problem I could see for RA is RA typically, the games that they have won have still been quite long games. It's not a team that snowballs really effectively necessarily. Xiaoshu has been one of the big names on this roster, but has had a couple of rougher series more recently. I feel like a few of the win conditions for RA might just be trumped by WE being better at those win conditions, unfortunately.
It is, you know, this is a top-ish table clash versus a bottom table clash as well. WE hanging around there. You know, they are currently in 7th place, but given how tight the top echelons are right now, at least between up until that kind of 4th place mark before you can really get a solid top 3, you know, it feels like just pound for pound, RA are going to have to step up to the plate. It is not impossible. In the LPL, we obviously see a lot of upsets coming through around different splits and different teams. Can RA be one of those teams to upset the cart a little bit? Question WE's on top of the table.
Let's see what they can do. Obviously, going to be in Xi'an as well, in WE's arena. So RA stepping in not only as the underdog, but also as the away team here. WE should have the home crowd advantage. See if RA have what it takes to take them on in their own arena. I certainly hope so. I feel like RA is a team that we have seen splashes of brilliance. You know, we've seen some good games, we've seen some good series where they've managed to make wins happen. It's just not been something we consistently see. Like taking down AL last week, not something anyone expected to see. Partly that is kind of the fall of AL, but partly as well, RA managed to make things happen in that series.
Yeah, I think that, you know, AL are a team with a lot of question marks on them, but though there were answers to those question marks, which is important. I think that RA, you know, they kind of trusted in some different members coming into this roster. Of course, you have Niall and Vikla coming in. Vikla, of course, playing against his AD carry from last year over in the LCS. Vikla versus Prince, that's a matchup that will have some personal meaning for both of them as well. Neither of them really finding the success they wanted over in North America that last year, but the LPL will start to change those fortunes a little bit more as the home team comes out the stage in Xi'an. Been here for a great number of years. They're kind of hometown heroes now. We went out there for the last LPL finals as well. It's a different arena, but the same city. The faithful there, despite the fact that we didn't make it to those regional first. And it is Prince playing. So there we go. We will have ourselves the old teammates facing off against each other from one in AD carry to one in Finland.
See how they're going to show up today. Whether or not they can find these wins. Oh, Wayward, looking awfully sheepish today. Not something we see from Wayward often.
Wayward is a player with a lot of swagger. He's the player which on his kind of breakout split this year, 2022 in particular, he was the guy that was emoting at every small thing in the game. In fact, actually, there was a bit of a mind game thing which used to go on the thing where I think it was Aki who said, if you stood in a bush in top lane and you emoted, he emoted back, you know they had a warded there. So people were mind gaming you. Been one of our more colourful personalities here.
Certainly has been. That's always good fun to see as well when we do have a little bit of personality on the Rift. Even in the games that they're losing, he's spamming out the emotes at the minute. certainly hope to see some more of that today. We'll see what WE bring to the table, not just in terms of the emotes, but also in terms of the draft as well. What they're going to be bringing to the table in terms of the bot lane especially. This is the most Jinningest team in the league. They love the Jin. They've got 6 games on the Jin so far across the course of the split, and I won these 6 games on the Bard to match it. They've won 5 of those games, so a lot of people out there not fans of the Jin, but WE are making it work.
And they make it work because it's a very team-based pick where you have to use it for utility. You are not going to be standing up in terms of regular DPS compared to a lot of AD carries, but you know that's where things come in for the likes of Wayward and Fofo to have big carry games too. Of course, Fofo not going to have his Azir from the mid lane for this series. Again, he's still globally disabled due to bugs, and that has affected a lot of our teams so far. Wouldn't surprise me if the Hui for Vickler and Fofo then becomes quite a common pick. That can pick a bit of that damage slack if you do have something like one of those utility AD carries favored, particularly Team W.
Excited to see how Prince is going to do today. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Definitely a player that is going to be wanting to prove himself a little bit. We saw a few new Korean imports starting this split, and it's not necessarily all worked out for them. Both Doctor and Prince having kind of rough entrances into the league. Doctor looking a little bit better recently, but still having a tough performance.
Well, he has Zeri now, so maybe
that'll
change.
He does have Zeri now. But Prince as well, I feel like he had a couple of good games, had a couple of tough games, got subbed out for Stay, which I believe... I mean, I heard a couple of rumors that it was about visas and things, but I don't exactly know the ins and outs of that one. I don't want to spread misinformation here, but...
He was gone, now he is back.
Indeed. Indeed. So we'll see how he's going to do. Now he's rejoining the team. Whether or not the time away from the team will affect how these teams play today.
Well, Prince, he was playing the last series back as well with them, so we showed one clip of that as well. So one of the late game Jin performances, managed to one-shot a diving target, diving out of Nio on the other side of the rift, just the camera hovering over him. Came from the LDL this year. He's had some up and down games himself. It wouldn't surprise me, because this has been the formula that we have seen for other teams so far, that have been struggling, particularly through junglers as well. Just to shove Nio on something like just like the Viego, he does play a couple of those carries. You know, we've seen him play stuff like the Graves and play Kindred. He has played one game with the Viego as well. The Viego is just really easy to play around because you don't have to play a difficult team composition. You play for one kill and you reset, and then you win the game of League of Legends. We've seen teams like OMG play towards that. We've seen teams like even Weibo play towards that with Xiaohao and Jungle. Wouldn't surprise me if they just try and put things on rails and look towards one of those clutch picks, because it is going to be an uphill battle versus Team WE. I don't think you want to be overcomplicating things when it's already quite a difficult matchup.
Certainly don't. I mean, that's often the rule, isn't it, in the LPL? Like, whoever has the easier composition quite often wins the game.
The League of Zug Zug!
Yeah, unless we're talking about the very top teams, often it is just a matter of, like, who has Smolder and people to stand in front of Smolder? Okay, good job. You can have a victory now. And a pentakill to boot. Anything is possible after all. We'll see. We'll see as we head towards Champ Select here. RA on our blue side to start off. Let's see what they've got in the tank. Let's see what they were rustled up for us today.
Okay, so Team WE, red side, not going to have themselves the Smolder. RA not willing to first pick it. So we have a couple of champions which have not been banned yet, which are normally there, particularly stuff like the Varus, very, very lane dominant, and one of the real comfort picks for us. He played it. It was his most played of this year and last year. He's just been completely spamming that out. We did talk about that way being a big pick for both these mid laners now that the Azir is out of the equation, particularly for Fofo. So some of the more comfortable picks across multiple roles being taken away, rather than just heavy AD carry focus.
Lucian's still up and available, which could be the final ban for WE. Karma's gone. Nautilus, another champion that has been first picked a fair few times recently. Yeah, Senna too. The Nautilus taken off, so Senna, Lucian, both up and available for either team if they want to go in that direction.
So the thing is, Rare Atom, they are the Senna team between the two of them. Team WE don't play Senna at all, so maybe they just think they can pick in a something else, and with the Varus locked in, it is a massive comfort pick for Assume. It allows you to be very lane dominant. Now, you're not going to have the Varus Nautilus combo, which is one of the most dangerous forms of the Varus bot lane, but now Prince Iwandi, what they're going to lock in to survive the Varus. The Misfortune is a pretty good matchup into the Varus, because you can kind of play from longer range and play around ultimates and with your ease as well. It doesn't feel like they will have to lock that in too early. Shin's out, that's a much easier lock in.
So Varus is it down. Senna could be an option as well to try and go into that bottom lane. Oh, we could just see more of the Jhin. It has been what WE love to play so far. The Jhin Bard has been weirdly a go-to bot lane for WE. They're one of the only teams that are really playing this, but they go for it again.
So they do lock in that Jhin, and Jhin is a very good laning champion. That's not something that you have to worry about in terms of his kit that often, because between his W and the ability to kind of control waves with his Q and potentially poke off that with a bouncing grenade, even Varus with his very long E range, which kind of dominates laning phase, Jhin can stand up to. And also, there aren't that many tanks in meta anymore for Jhin to not be able to do damage. The big thing about Jhin is that he has great damage versus squish. He's awful versus tanks and bruises a lot of the time. With something like the Nico coming in, maybe Victor can look to flank onto his old AD carry in what is normally a more static but long-range Jhin.
See if Vikla can find those angles on the Nico. And as well, what RA are going to pair here? I wouldn't be too surprised to see a support, but honestly with Varus, anything can go, and instead going for a bit of a carry here for Nio, the Viego. We've talked about it a lot on broadcast. It can deal with a lot of the potential issues that you can have in terms of team fighting and things. Get kill, take fight is essentially the MO now.
And it makes so much sense. If you're a struggling team, all you need to do is get one kill and reset a lot of the time to win team fights. So it puts everything on rails. RA are now looking for that initial burst combo to see if they can get Nio into an easy position to carry the game. Fofo going towards the Talia. Feels like the Talia has been kind of the jack of all trades mid laner. It has okay laning phase. You can shove in a decent early point. You have a very strong level 6 mark for controlling the map, and you're a good backline DPS source as well. Okay into the Nico too. The Nico can poke you out of lane, but it's kind of a this or that matchup. It's not really going to be dominated either way on paper. So Fofo getting himself one of the best in class from mid lane.
Unfortunately, means that the Bard is gone. They didn't go for the full combo. So, I do wonder what else Iwandi has up his sleeve to go with this Jhin. It has been the Bard every time so far. But you have to assume that they had a further plan for if this ban comes on through, since they prioritized the Talia. Perhaps something like the Renata could come on in.
Renata's banned on the other side as well, so they choose to take that away themselves. Jhin Renata is a really awkward combo, because you give attack speed to the Jhin, which gives him extra stats, but he doesn't actually attack that quickly, so it's not the most synergistic combo. You're looking for some big engage right now, if you can help it. And Iwandi on the Rakan gives you some laning phase presence. If you ever hit Rakan Qs, you feel so good, even against champions like Varus. It means you can get a lot of extra sustain through quite a pokey lane from the Varus. Of course, we haven't talked about whether it'll be an on-hit or a poke Varus as well. There's arguments for both in this case. With you as such a long-range backline and against the Jhin, I think the poke Varus has quite a lot of value. It does mean, though, that you need to have some ability to pick up some damage slack elsewhere in terms of DPS. Xiaoshu onto the flanking threat of the Aatrox. Now you have double flanking threats of the Aatrox and Nico to help set up that initial burst combo for the Viego.
Feels like a very high damage composition right now for the side of RA. Looking for some kind of engage outside of the flanks from Nico and from the Aatrox. Blitzcrank? I mean, I don't know if we're saying engage, but certainly pick. There we go. That's more like it. The roots from Zora will certainly be a good way to start fights off. So, feels like RA, honestly, very solid composition coming out from them.
Yeah, I mean, it has a lot of answers to what WE have put on the table. It feels like WE have got a lot of angles to watch, because if they ever allow one of these flanking threats to kind of slip the net of vision, things are going to go very, very poorly. So Wayward talked about him being the gatekeeper top laner. He challenges in 1v1s. He wants to have himself good individual matchups. He's given R5 counterpick, and he goes towards the Gnar. I mean, we saw an MVP for Bin earlier in the day on a Gnar, which did a lot of side lane pressure and then late game team fighting. Did go 0-4, so we would like to not go that. It's not always the easiest matchup into the Aatrox either, because if you get hit by an errant Q to go poorly beyond that point. So a nice kind of fun potential kill pressure matchup in the top side for Wayward and Xiaoshu to really see who comes out on top.
I'm certainly excited for it. Wayward, we talked about him being that gatekeeper, right? How well he's been doing in that top lane for Xiaoshu. As you mentioned, the Aatrox, it's a power pick for him. I mean, we saw, what was it, a quadra kill from him earlier on in the split as well. Might have been a penta. I think it was just a quadra kill, but either way, big plays.
Oh, Prince has been the penta Prince this
True,
so far.
true. Him and Gala. And anyone else that picks Smolder.
Yep.
But yeah, the quadra kill came out to Xiaoshu on this Aatrox. It's been such a powerful pick in the LPL. Let's see if he can take on the Gnar from Wayward, our top lane gatekeeper. WE certainly coming in as a favourite, and again, this is a team that wants to prove that they are a top 4 team. And if you're up against RA, trying to make a good showing for playoffs here, you kind of need to have a confident win.
Yeah, RA, they've had themselves a lot of series slip away from them. They've had a lot of 3-game series, but they haven't been able to stick the landing on as many they would have liked. This composition has a lot of damage. There's a lot of chances for individual players to stand up and be accounted for, but they have to close the distance, make sure that DOWE don't just set up shop.
We're here in Xi'an in WE's home arena as they look for their 8th series win, but RA will not go down without a fight.
到达战场，
As we head into game number 1, let's see if WE have what it takes to make that journey towards top 4. So are the crowds just not doing gyos, or
I thought I heard one plaintive one there in the background. I'm not sure whether it wasn't just a crowd thing.
yeah, not sure.
全
Emotes galore. Zora and Iwandi spamming them at each other. You just know for sure that Wayward will be spamming them in a little bit up top lane. I love that Braum emote. I think that might be my favourite emote in the entire game, honestly.
There are a couple of really funny ones. There's one of Nico just pointing and laughing, which I feel is really applicable. But of course, I mean, I have every single slot on my emote wheel with various different Ari emotes at this point. There's one TFT pass which had like 3 of them in the late game. Like, okay, this is now, I don't get to use any of the other
I
ones.
guess
now.
I'm a TFT main now.
I guess I'm a TFT main now. It's the one time I played that
Here we
game,
go.
and now I've completely forgotten about it afterwards. Early level 1 though, nice, trying to steal Raptors, and does take the camp.
Nice, good stuff from Nio. Early steal here, and Hung's red buff resets as well, so bit of a disaster for Hung. Nio walks away from the lane as well. Hung seems to be chasing him, but I'm not sure you're going to be able to get anything. Just drops the ward, denies any re-entry, but Nio moves back into his own jungle, and he'll be happy with how this has started.
Sad thing for him is that he didn't get enough of the mini ones to get level 2. I think if you get all but 1 or all but 2, you can get yourself level 2 off of Raptor Camp. That used to be the case anyway, but you can't get level 2 and get himself a real ability to kind of keep himself alive and kind of threatening in the enemy jungle. As you can see that Xiaoshu talked about Wayward being one of our best top laners in the LPL right now. He's had a really good resurgence from what was difficult last year. But Xiaoshu taking a good trade at first in this top lane, gone for the Comet to make sure he can poke out that mini Gnar a bit more.
Also, managing to hit the level 2 first, so gets the chains, gets the Q3 off. Nice start to the lane for him. Wayward, obviously, good little step forwards there from Wayward to dodge the sweet spot on the Q. As he turns Mega Gnar, will naturally gain a bit more HP, but also has that fleet footwork, so not too big of an issue to take bad trades in the early game. Not ideal, but can sustain up in that lane.
However, Xiaoshu still going to be happy with that one nonetheless. Then Wayward couldn't really stick around for like heavy trades on the first wave, but as soon as you know that Nio is hanging around topside and doing some weird pathing, it's going to get a bit strange after that point. So Xiaoshu can get a slow wave crash dive here. Nothing to do with it. You go into the enemy jungle and drop himself. Well, he can't drop a ward, he doesn't have that, but Wayward taking a heavy trade on the tower again.
He's having a terrible time of it. Getting hit by the Q as he tries to hop away from the chain, so pulled back in. Vikla forced to flash. Great little roam from Iwandi here. Huge value on that. Spent about 2 seconds in the lane and gets a flash.
And he doesn't even end up putting his AD carry in a bad spot. You know, he's in the bot side of the jungle, bot side of the river rather, so he's supported by his jungle, and you can see that Prince is happily farming up in bot side, so good moves there from the support team WE. It's like that's good value for money.
Wayward's not having very much fun in the top lane right now. Zora engages in this bottom lane, but Assume's got to be cautious because Iwandi's here. Zora could be the target though, as they just get huge damage down. Ignite burning on both supports here. Zora trying to walk away, but should fall to Prince, who's desperate to finish it. Oh, the flash out of vision though. Prince, oh, he gets out of range and he can't quite finish the kill. It's a disaster. W could be available. The deadly flourish. The snipe goes wide.
Oh, such a close 2v2, but Nio now finds an opportunity topside.
Wayward forced to flash. The stunt does land, but I don't think they can go underneath the tower for that one. Wayward just about surviving this laning phase, but surviving is definitely the only word you could use.
Iwandi, really good early game from him so far. He's walked away with a lot of MVPs recently, by the way, folks. He's been one of the real kind of resurgent stars in his own role in 2024 so far. He gets a really good time into the mid lane, goes bot lane in time for the 2v2. I think there's a bit of a misexecution from Prince, because I feel like he can definitely walk away with that kill there. He kind of greeds by holding onto his flash for a little bit. You see that here. So Zora walks up knowing there's a moment to look for a 2v1, but he times it just poorly enough that it becomes a 2v2 very soon after. Right here, doesn't manage to cancel the can't W. You have to do it before he reaches his location. And then Prince right here, he should just flash and just finish the kill. Yeah, loses vision because the ignite wears off. Then, of course, Zora flashes out of vision by going into the bush. And Prince just walks away with a bit of a missed opportunity.
Even if you just walk around the bottom side of the alcove, I think you still pretty much guarantee the kill at that stage. Perhaps didn't want to overcommit and get killed by Assume. I don't know what went through his head, but it didn't work out, that's for sure. 2 for 1 on the grubs for RA on the top side of the map as Iwandi takes a chunk. Both supports moving towards the mid lane here. But as the reset came out from Assume, that'll be a crash in the bottom lane for Prince. An overall bit back and forth between our two teams, but no kills on the board just yet, and gold very much even.
It's even, but it's going to be split a little bit in favor of RA towards top lane right now, because Xiaoshu has had a lot of attention towards topside with Naya going for the early topside invade and then visiting topside too. So Xiaoshu needs to use this now, because Wayward, we know what happens when he actually gets openings into games, particularly against some of our mid to lower tier table teams. That's the reason he's the gatekeeper. Hasn't always translated it against top tier teams. But Rare Atom, you need to be very careful to not give Wayward another chance to show that he can be a game-changing carry from topside.
So what you're saying is, Rare Atom need to be Care Atom. See that is high-level wordplay right there. I wouldn't expect many people to be able to come up with something like that.
Let me think. They should be a Noble Gas. They should be Argon or Xenon. They're rare atoms. They don't react very easily. They're very stable. They don't tend to throw things about too much. They don't fling off electrons here and there. Does that work for you? I tend to come with like 1 or 2 prepared for them.
Argon famously loses a lot of series in the LPL, so yeah, maybe that's it. Perhaps after this series, RA are gone from playoffs contention.
They actually, sadly for you, they're not. If they lose today, they still have a chance. Look, I appreciate it. I really wanted that to work, but it's just mathematically not there. The science doesn't support it. To move towards a dragon, and they get themselves a bit of a scientific buff themselves. The Hextech, not Soul, so 9 minutes into the game, 7 minutes ago. They get themselves the regular dragon.
Certainly will. Heimerdinger would be proud of the use of the Hextech stuff. Io has been caught out here. Flashes has his ultimate available. Vikla might be able to protect him. Zora in the brush as well, so WE can't quite finish that kill off, but the flash and ult out from Nio is a good little advantage for WE if they can capitalize.
It's very dangerous taking fights like that, because you've got a Jhin ultimate on the bot side of the map too. You can't sit around there and hope for the best. It's a Dark Harvest Jhin as well, so you even just get one tapped there at low HP, it's going very badly for you. Typically, Viego is very hard to pick off because he has the W for a short range dash, he has flash as well, and then of course he can ult over walls. It's very hard to pick him off, so he gets out of there alive, but still playing a little bit close to the margin there, particularly when you look at Team WE's composition and how much it can punish you from range.
Nice bit of play from Vikla and Zora here, denying the steal on the blue buff. And you saw Vikla pretend to be Nio there, and I think that was enough to push them away.
Yeah.
I don't know if they realized that was the Nico, whether they thought Nio had just managed to have the fastest reset of all time. But either way, blue buff denied there. Nicely played by the mid laner and support of RA.
So he was actually hiding a minion there as well. So something that happened yesterday in LPL was Croco cast a smite on a Nico that was hide as the minion. By the way, if you hide as a minion, and we'll see if this happens in this game too, because it is so hilarious. If you smite a Nico hiding as a minion, they take damage as though they're a minion, and they take like a bajillion damage as opposed to like the champion damage for it. He just gets nuked for about half HP. One of the funnest plays I've seen this year.
And that's true damage too. That's true damage.
Yep.
So there's no way of avoiding that one. That's what you get for having the ability to be a cannon minion and just walk on the tower.
If you're going to hide as a minion, you're taking damage like a minion. If you can dodge a Valor Assault, you're going to get hit by the smite. That's fair dues.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So we'll see if that comes through. Viklet. We'll be hoping to see some creative plays coming out from him across the course of today. But so far, relatively slow one from both teams as Hung grabs himself that Scuttle Crab. I feel like these junglers have been really neck and neck. Everywhere one shows their face, the other one is there too.
And they're like between them, they're forming the Kindred, never one without the other. They're both trying to match each other. And in this kind of early game as well, you know, Viego, Shinsao, they both have some really good angles into lanes, especially when they have flash, and we can see that right now Wayward full HP, but he's full mini now.
His Mininar hops away though, repositions, keeps himself safe. Nio spotted by Hung here, and I think that should be the end of the play for RA. They can't really make a play onto that top lane right now. Looking towards Fofo as well. Is on the Talia, so has the ability to start influencing the side lanes a little bit if he can get out of that mid lane. It's just a question of getting priority first or choosing to sack away for it. Nio, remember, no flash available from the previous play, has his ultimate back online at this stage. And Zora, I love the Iwandy and Zora. I can't remember the last time I saw them in the bot lane.
Well, you've got like, you know, you've got the Varus, you got the Jhin who are just out there going like, well, it's the Halo Blades Varus as well. It's poke on one side, it's the Jhin on the other side. Wayward's choosing to start the fight.
Certainly is. The flick back is perfect quickness as well. Vikler 1 HP. The pop blossom though, and Vikler finally burns down to the ignite, but so is everyone else on the map. Xiaoshu looking to snowball. Hung pulled back in and taken down. Nio gets the reset, and it's a huge fight for RA.
I said, what a 2-for-2 overall, but because Nio can stick around on top side and get the grubs, RA walk away with the slight victory in terms of objectives beyond this point. If they get all three, they'll get themselves up to the 5 grub mark, which is important if Xiaoshu is going to continue to put out damage like that. Wayward starts the fight, but for once, he can't finish it. Typically, he has been a really big playmaker for the team, and right here, he just pulls the trigger, gets out of vision, last of his Mega Gnar, gets a 2-man wallop into the wall, which means that, you know, RA are playing without the Nico having a significant value in this fight. He gets burned down, but it's not enough to stop the top jungle of Rare Atom from getting damage done, and as we said, playing around the resets. It's a big win condition for LPL teams that have been struggling so far, and that's a snapshot on.
Fantastic. And to be fair, like the Viego getting a kill this early, not only is it an easy win con, it's power as well for later on in the game. Soon dodges away from the fourth shot there. Iwandy doesn't get the angle, didn't have quickness available, so hard to follow up on that one, but just Prince trying to get some damage down in the bot side. Fantastic fight though from RA. Still hasn't netted them anything significant in terms of gold, but they've got 5 grubs, they got the first Drake of the game as well. They are building up these small advantages.
And something where you need to kind of keep tabs on that one, rather. They really don't want that to come out of control. Wayward is going into Mininar now, but there is a Talia behind him.
This is what we wanted. Oh, Xiaoshu flashes almost on the spot, but manages to dodge away. Oh, the TP
this is
in the brush.
sneaky.
He's going to get away with it as well. Xiaoshu's gone. He's out of there.
Oh, wow. Xiaoshu is not content in letting Wayward be the better top player of this game. He takes himself a 1v3 at the top side and gets out with escape. Very Soaz-like of him. Gets out of safely.
Uh-oh, Prince cleanses, tries to move sideways, flashes, still hits by the root though, and a root on Naya. Oh, he's just out of tower range. That's heartbreaking for Prince there as now quickness comes on in. Prince struggling to get enough damage down to actually finish these kills. Luckily there's a wave there, so Nio can escape, but can he? Hung flashes for the second. Huge punish from WE.
And just as RA had themselves something going in the early game, they throw it around the bot side and they over dive. The Viego needs a bit more damage with him to finish off that kill. Can't get the reset. W pick up themselves 2 important kills in this early game to stop this Viego being the main character of this game. Prince is pretty far up in this lane, but it's not like the Varus can come to join this play, especially since Varus had blown his ghost earlier, avoiding that Jhin ult. With Jhin landing the W over the tower as well. Nayo can't exactly follow up the extra autos in the play force.
Prince doing a good job to survive there. Zora, Nayo overstepping the mark. Thought they could finish off the lowly AD carry, but they cleanse the flash. Keep him alive. Shiv finished off now as well for Prince, so the wave clear will be fantastic. That's one thing that Jhin brings to the table versus the Varus. You can contest mid efficiently, which is so important. Root comes on through, the knockback comes on through. Zora's gone before the fight even begins here. Herald still taken by Nayo, but can he get out with his life is the question. Wayward trying to chase for more and almost Mega Gnar. Hung steps forward. Nayo, no flash, no ultimate either, and he's knocked up. Iwandi might just be able to follow up on this one. Looking for the W. Knockup is there, and another kill for Hung. He's 4-1 on the Xin Zhao.
Rare Adam are just falling behind it. The team play across the map. Feels like every time the RA have gone for a play, WE have responded quicker. They have a team composition that responds quicker, and it feels like there's now been a couple of plays in a row where Rare Adam have just been disrespectful. And Team WE and playing in front of their home crowd and showing them something good for it as well, giving their viewers something to cheer for. It's been a good early game from them to recover from what was a pretty awkward grub fight just before.
Fofo trying to make a play onto Vikla bot lane as well, but won't find the knock-up. Vikla able to dodge, but crucially, Fofo will defend the tower. Still actually winning out the trade as well, although I suppose it's ultimate for no ult. Not that the Talia ult really helps you win a trade, but now, Iwandi. I feel like every time I try and change topics, Iwandi is trying to start a fight. I feel like that is his MO this game entirely.
It's kind of been his MO this split, thinking about it. I mean, there's a reason why the Bard was banned away. He has had some magnificent games on some of these more crafty playmakers like the Bard with his tunnels and his ult, and of course the Rakan being kind of the king of that in the bot lane as well, and has been for a great number of years. At this point, I feel like he's been one of the most underrated supports in the LPL so far.
I wonder what happens to WE if you ban Rakan and Bard. I feel like you can do so much and get away with so much on those two picks specifically. I wonder if banning out Iwandi is a way towards victory for this team. A way towards victory against this team, sorry. So Iwandi literally doesn't even have to use an ability. Just literally strolls out of that one.
Turns out that giving supports effectively Crown of the Shadowed Queen in the new item, the Celestial Opposition, is it's quite important. Ricard is not a champion that normally sits there and takes a lot of damage. He takes a full combo from a Lethality Varus versus, you know, as a champion that doesn't have that much armor and just walks away completely fine with the extra damage protection on that. And yeah, I mean, the thing is, Iwandi also plays a lot of the Nautilus too, so do you have to invest like 3 bans into him? Is that too much? Does that give over power pick somewhere else? It is difficult. I think it's right to, you know, double ban out the support in the second round, but doing it in first round feels like it's a big investment, particularly when there are other players, I mean, like Wayward, Fofo, which have their key picks, which have also been big threats in their own right.
I will say, this is a conversation that's worth having when it comes towards playoffs, though, because we've seen it before where you leave meta picks open. If you leave enough of them open and everyone gets meta picks, if you're more practiced on those picks, you can find the wins anyway. And if, you know, if WE, if all of their scrims are Rakan and Bard as well, perhaps they're not practiced on the meta. You know, I'm theorizing here. I'm not saying that's absolutely the case. I'm not trying to cast any shade here to WE. Or just thinking about the potential ways that you could play around the fact that Iwandi is having such a good split on specifically those two picks.
Moving over to the other half of that bot lane duo, there was no, it's going to land stun things. He just actually walks up into the Viego, says, there are fruits here, you cannot damage me. But looking at how both these teams are playing around mid lane as well, you already talked about that. The Shiv on Jhin being really good at contesting mid wave. The poke Varus is absolutely no slouch at that either, but because of that ability to just keep casting W and shiving down the wave as well, WE have had control of that, and it allows them access to the river for this dragon that's spawned.
Sets up for the dancing grenade too, so he just one-shot the waves. Drake started Wayward, building up that Gnar bar as fast as he can. Herald dropped mid to try and get Pryo on the next wave. As into the back goes Xiaoshu, rooted up though, and take a lot of damage for his trouble. That's Hung's ultimate on cooldown. Roots come across from Zora. Great wall from Fofo to block Zora from following up on the engage. And actually, it's WE starting to fight. Nio forced away. Vikla, good ult, but Prince flashes out to safety. I1D taken down. First reset is in. Prince desperately trying to 1v1 here, but gets stunned and will be finished off. 2 for Nio, but a Drake for WE.
That's a bit of a messy fight. I thought that would be over as soon as Xiaoxu was chunked out, but he does get a chance to teleport back in, and now with Wayward Mininar under turret, there's a chance that this can fall apart, but I think Hung can stick around and protect his top laner. Either way, RA, they walk away with, again, another sign of threat of what happens if you mess up the intro to a fight. Viego starts to get some kills. Dangerous moment for WE. They're lucky that it doesn't fall apart further.
Felt real dicey, especially when Vikla got in the middle of everyone using that ultimate. Did Zora get that?
Yeah, he did. It was fun.
Fantastic. But yeah, take another look at this, because it was messy to say the least, but some good plays coming in here from RA.
You can see losing half the HP on the Aatrox is not a great start, considering that Xiaoxu has been a big part of this early game. I think that the Taliyah wall is really threatening when you consider that it can set up for something like a Mega Gnar too, but Wayward doesn't find the angle into this fight. Wayward, around the grubs, great ultimate, only gets one person here. It's not going to be the big disruptor, and it means that the front line kind of falls apart from RA, and Nio manages to get that reset. Yeah, he misses the Heartbreaker, but who cares? He gets a reset either way, and gets himself that reset. Dangerous moment for WE.
Prince as well having a hard time there. A lot of dive coming in his direction. Bit of awkward positioning at the end of the fight as well. But still, WE, they got the Drake at the end of the day. They are still up in gold, but it is not by much. About 600, 700 maybe is the lead. RA feeling good about how this one is going so far. If the fights can be chaotic like that, I mean, Nico, Aatrox, Viego, they love a messy fight.
It is very much, I love the fact that you mentioned that, because it does feel like it's quite an easy way to say it. It's mess versus structure. Who wins out? Zora's caught out briefly, but he sidesteps.
Yeah, gets hit by the root from Prince though. Fourth shot is not going to hit. Hits a caster minion instead. Zora gets out with his life. The Lumberjack is on his day off.
It was a really good sidestep from Zora. Swiftest Boots helps him, and of course with the Solstice Slay as well. He can get himself some extra movement speed from that too. With his ability usage, but Rare Atom, they managed to buy another cooldown of that Taliyah ultimate. Now there is no one really in position to protect them up there. Now just cast the E on the wall to make sure that Fofo is showing some respect to him. And the longer this game goes on, and the more that we see these fights come through, the question you have to ask is, what tools do WE have to keep battle lines solid? Just keep the flanks from kind of breaking open things and forcing Prince to a point where he can't reposition and keep himself safe. It feels like as soon as WE don't have a solid front to back, and they can play around the Xin Sao ultimate and the Rakan, and of course the Taliyah wall as well, kind of keeping things down the front and center, RA get the advantage.
Definitely feels difficult for WE at that point. But if they can maintain the structure, as you say, if they can find a pick to start the fight off, that's where they're really going to come into their own. It's so loud. It's so loud. Why is it so loud? It's like Smolder's ultimate.
Yeah.
Although I think Smolder's ultimate might be fixed on this patch, because in...
Really?
Was it the first game of today where we saw Smolder? Maybe the second game? It didn't feel as obnoxious to me. I didn't notice it as much.
I've seen so much of it that it's kind of, even though it's so loud, I've kind of just taken it as background noise. It's kind of become white noise to me now. But the fact that I miss it, it feels like something's wrong.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far, personally, but yeah. It definitely, there's some weird, I don't know what it is about random abilities and emotes and stuff being so loud, but yeah, Nico with the ooh-ooh, and with the, it was very Yorkshire all of a sudden.
Ooh-ooh.
The ooh-ooh.
You know, my favorite Yorkshire phrase is tin, tin, tin. It isn't in the tin. That's a bit of Yorkshire
Tin, tin,
accent
tin.
for you. Tin, tin, tin.
There's no wrong
Trust
way
me,
on one man,
that is a
then
real
stop
phrase.
barley grummit.
My many years in Sheffield, I like the accent. It's kind of like home to me. But don't get to talk it. Imagine if you had Yorkshire skins in League of Legends. Actually, I'm not going to imagine, but just putting the thought out there.
Yeah, I'd pay good money for that as a Yorkshireman myself. My grandparents are from Sheffield.
Oh.
Doncaster myself, unfortunately. Someone's got to be.
My mom's from there. I'm so sorry, buddy.
Yeah. It
Home
happens
away
to the
from
best of
home.
us, because the best of us are from Doncaster. Let's go. Yeah. Anyway, WE decidedly not from Doncaster. They are from Xi'an, and they're going to be using their ultimates here on the mid lane to open up an opportunity onto this mid lane tower. I wonder the one to DPS the tower down. You don't see that often. Vikla
has flash, there's a chance here.
I don't think they're going to believe that's a real melee minion, but he still finds the route. Iwandi escapes with his life. Sora, again, fancy footwork on the top side of the players. Wayward turns Mega. It's Vikla out as well. WE, they get the tower. Drake is up on the map. That's why we're seeing so much contention over the mid-wave right now.
Yeah, it is, and it has been like this for a while. Wayward's spotted out, he has flash as well. He can't hit the Mega Gnar. I mean, the thing with the Gnar is that you always want to just throw it out because it's so low cooldown. Yeah, you can throw that emote out. It will be up by the next time he has Mega Gnar because it's the second rank of it and he has a load of cooldown reduction to 2 items. You always throw it out, just looks a little bit awkward in the moment. Alright, what can they do now to get themselves an angle onto these carries? Again, structure versus mess. Who's going to win out here?
We'll have to see. It feels messy for now, which could favor RA. Wayward.
It's an easy kill.
That's not the place to be. And this is the power of the Maokai as well. It's so easy to punish on a missed position. But now 4v5, a lot has been used by RA. Maybe a chance for WE to punish, but I don't know if this is a fight that they realistically win. Perhaps a 50-50 can come on through on the smite. No, Nio grabs it, and there we go, Vikla. Double ult on the backside of the play. WE still 4 strong, trying to back away. They'll get out with their lives.
Yeah, I mean, alright, they lose their long-range poke AD carry to a Talia combo. I mean, Assume should never be in range of that. I thought that WE could potentially even look for a bigger fight after that point, but again, you don't want to chance it with the Viego. Either way, though, alright, awkward moment from the AD carry, but they walk away with the kill just beforehand, get themselves that dragon as well. In this game, actually, just want to talk about this too. It feels like Chemtech Dragons, the base stats, the heal and shield power and the tenacity, quite valuable as they stack up too. Talk about structure versus mess as we come into this replay though. Because of that blast plant and the Maokai ultimate, so easy for Rare Raptor to isolate someone out and stop those battle lines from forming.
Yeah, Fofo, great positioning there, finds the knockback onto Assume, and then the W to follow it up. Hung dives in to finish the kill. So didn't quite get the Drake for themselves, but at least getting a bonus kill off the back of it in a 4v5 no less. And it does mean they still maintain their gold lead, 2,500 in their favor right now, but they're up against Soul Point for RA. That's a dangerous place to be. 5 grubs as well for RA, remember, from that early game. So if RA get good positioning on the map, they will be able to shred through the objectives.
And also the Aatrox and Viego are some of the champions that actually don't mind having a Chemtech Soul. They definitely play around some lower health margins and look for either resets or just huge damage in the case of the Aatrox as well. WE not going to be quick to give that one over if they have a choice for it. Fofo, 3-0-3. He's got himself a couple of good items now. If he can get himself to a death cap before the next dragon, I'm actually not sure exactly when he picked up and needs the large rod. He might get quite close in terms of that Pareto mark. If he can get that before the Soul fight, that could be a huge moment because those combos, as we saw to Assume, already hurting.
It's good to get that damage out. It's a question of whether or not it can happen consistently. Iwandi trying to clear vision. WE very much with control of the map at this point. We already talked about the mid-prior that Prince brings to the table. Very difficult to punish this as well with the speed at which he one-shots those minion waves. He can then move into the river. It sets up for WE to have the ability to get into this river, get complete vision control. And with a Chem Rift, you get a lot of those Scryer's Blooms to clear enemy vision. You get the Baron Crabs now as well as Hung found. I don't really know if Hung is the target that you're going to be able to get a pick onto. The curtain call comes on through as Xiao Shu looking for exactly Hung. Turns out he is the target you're finding a pick onto. Fofo has to ult just to get himself out to safety. That's a pick on the jungler, the Baron up on the map.
I mean, Wayward gets himself a play towards bot side, but we still got the rest of the reset.
Io jumps back into the play. Fofo in all kinds of danger here, but the health bars are low for RA. Xiao Shu flashes in to find another. An Aatrox game for Xiao Shu is a win right now, it feels like. He's looked great all split on this pick, and he's doing it again.
And he has been the dominant top laner in this game. He is playing, you know, the main character, Aatrox, the lethality, and with RA killing the jungler and getting another pick, this should be an easy Baron for them. Wayward was trying to get some side lane pressure, but WE, they committed far too hard on top side to contest, if that was the plan, and RA walk away with what could be a game-breaking advantage, because they'll be able to use this Baron buff now to tie into the next Dragon Spawn. And it starts again with another messy play in River. What have we said? The mess favors RA overall.
Zora's had a really good game so far, honestly. Finding these moments, dodging a lot of abilities. Hung gets caught out. Vikla flicked back by Fofo, but he just doesn't have the damage to significantly threaten anything. But then it's this follow-up play that surprised me, that Fofo and Iwandi are in this position to even have a follow-up fight here. Like, it's felt like a massive overstep from WE.
It was, but also, I mean, credit to Naya for hitting the max range when it becomes lightning to use the last bit of the reset to get the increased range for the Audacious Charge. It's one of the big things about Viego. You need to worry about your own champions too when they get part of that reset. And that changes the question in some of these longer fights when they come into the equation. So, a minute till Dragon. That would be sold for Rare Anderson. That's an ult from Vikla.
Iwandi had flash, chose not to use it. Now flashes. Wow. The Storm Surge on top of the damage out from Assume. I think that was a WQ. And boy, did Iwandi feel it. That's a nice pick. And once again, RA are just picking WE apart. We entered this game saying WE have the potential of being a top 4 team. Not if you're losing like this to RA.
So you can see the Crescent Guard even pop there too. Important summoner with ultimate loss, but Fofo teleporting in. Here's Wayward 2.
Turnaround opportunity for WE. Hung getting onto the back line, and there we go. Jungle taken down. Xiao Shu looking for Hung though. Sweet spot dodge to start with. The flash out from Hung and gets away from the Q3 as well. Dodges through, keeps himself alive. Double flick back onto the... Just get both Nikos. Why worry about which one it is when you can kill both? Double kill for Prince now as they look for Assume as well. Wayward stopping him, escaping, corralling this Varus, about to hit the Mega Gnar. And Assume is in all kinds of trouble. He's on the wrong side of the rift. The boulder goes wide. They're scared of the damage that Assume has, but the quickness will make short work of it.
WE pick up the pieces after the Viego dies and no more resets are available. That's the go button for Team WE. They're going to deny Soul, they're going to pick up a lot of kills, reclaim themselves the gold lead, and kind of settle the ship a little bit after what has been a last couple of minutes, which have very much been going against them. There's a 2v1 onto the Xin Sao on the bot side, pops the Crescent Guard though, and the Sundered Sky gives a heck of a lot of healing alongside the Xin Sao passive as well. Even a Redemption comes through long range to make sure that the initial pick onto the junglers has such a difference in HP by the end of it that it is not what RA were expecting at the start. And then as soon as no resets are available, they can't play out as scrappy fights. They're not going to have the instant win of the resets.
I love that both the clone and the real Nico get knocked back. Prince, I mean, it was optimistic. It was definitely optimistic to go for that one.
It's like, do you mind?
Yeah, Zora, in his last dying breath, just punts the enemy AD carry. Unfortunately for Zora, struggling a little bit on the KDA in this one. Such is the life of a Maokai that has to be that front line. But the gold is just 1,000 apart with WE getting that Chemtech Drake. It's 3-2 in those dragons. One step closer towards threatening Soul themselves. So Iwandi now clearing vision for the Baron. It's going to spawn in, not for another couple of minutes. Oh, good goal. Another opportunity as Zora will go down. I like that Prince was looking for a bonus one there. Shots onto Nayo.
Now, there's no Baron up to go towards that objective, but it just means there's no Maokai ult to stop WE from going into one area of the map. I think the Maokai ult is very important for Rare Atom to try and separate out the team to make these resets easier to come by. You see that they've managed to finally get their front line going forwards with, Iwandi looking for picks behind the Xin Sao as well, and then the long-range follow-up of the Weaver's Wall. And then, of course, the W's from Jin as well have been very, very effective in the last minute of play. And RA, for once, have not been able to break open WE's team composition and stop them setting up shop.
So far, so pretty alright for WE. I was going to say so far so good, I'm not sure.
Okay, so we've had should I stay or should I Prince, and then so far so pretty alright. This is up, we've got some good Malifaux going on here, or whatever the phrase is.
Yeah, not my, your speaking's not my forte. It's not like, it's not like it's my job or anything.
Why speak many words when less words few do?
When few do trick. Come on, man! You're just doubling down on us messing it all up today. I will say, the casting has been hard this morning, especially this game. I feel like these fights are so chaotic, it's almost impossible to keep track of everything that's happening on the screen. It feels like 3 or 4 separate fights happening simultaneously.
I mean, that's what RA are looking for. I think we've been trying to set up that, right? Saying, hey, it's chaos versus structure. Doesn't mean that it's easier to cast the chaos sometimes when you've got 3 mini-fights looking for an individual reset with multiple flanking threats.
Yeah.
I think if WE start getting the advantage, might get easier for us as well, because you're sat there thinking, well, this is the team that wants to play around, you know, the Shinsao and the Rakan going forward, and then you have the follow-up beyond it. It's a little bit more set play. Feels like, alright, they're a bit more of the, what's the word for it? They're a bit more of like the absurdist artists in this one. They're going a little bit more towards Picasso as opposed to Van Gogh.
Yeah, getting real abstract with the way that they approach these fights. That does feel correct. And you know, we've been talking about WE being the favourites today, as you'd expect. But WE have been a team that are relatively slow in the grand scheme of the LPL. 12th place in terms of game time, averaging 34 minutes. So they have been a slow team. Even in their wins, still playing fairly slow. And a lot of it is down to the macro here for Team WE. See if they can keep that up as they threaten on the Baron. Blue Trinket going to be used, just trying to force resources out from RA to start with.
And alright, again, their goal is separate out someone, make it a bit chaotic, make sure that WE can't play around strong front line, safe back line. For WE, they have vision control, they've got themselves good control over mid lane as well with the Shiv Jin. It's been an awful lot this game. So alright, they need to find some way to split out WE, but now Iwandi is maybe trying something abstract inside.
This is huge. Assume it's a triple quickness, triple knock-up curtain call across the entire lineup. It couldn't be better for WE. Xiaoshu and Vikla, solo laners versus the world, but it's Team World Elite. Of course, the world's out on top. WE find the fight, and they can look towards Baron or maybe the base.
Oh, that's so many dead members of RA. A full, clean ace. That I think they should be able to get minimum inhibited through the mid lane. We had our talk about artists and art styles. Well, that was picture perfect from the Virtuoso combo from WE. They have such a great picture perfect engage there that they might just take the base.
Perfect snipe as well from Prince on the first kill on to assume there. Threads the needle and hits the AD carry. That's going to be game. WE ending it as quick as that. Break into the base and finish things out. Game 1 over RA. It wasn't a clean win, but when the moment came, they seized it with both hands.
Felt like they took a few minutes to kind of come to terms with the fact that they couldn't play the more messy fights and messy engages. That favors the Viego too much, and we can absolutely see why some of these teams are favoring the Viego, because even though their setups and the objectives can sometimes be a bit skew if you get that one kill in a fight, it doesn't matter. You can win some of those fights, like Rare Atom did towards some of the earlier Dragons. But Team WE, they managed to stop them breaking the battle lines later into the game, and I think it's credit to them that they could steady the ship and come to such a great engage at the late game.
Yeah, and Iwandi, once again, in my mind, he's going to be the MVP. We'll see after the break if he does get the MVP, but as far as I'm concerned, he gets it for that one.
It's there in your heart.
Once again, another fantastic Rakan game from him. We're going to jump into a break, and we'll find out whether we get another Rakan game, whether we get a little bit of a Bard coming out from Iwandi. We'll have to see after this. back to the LPL. I'm joined by Nabira, and we've got a bit of a banger on our hands, potentially. RA doing well to contest WE early on in the game, but once it came to the team fights, WE, one good fight, one good pick, and suddenly the game is over. They just ended it in a snap.
It felt like it really was a battle between, we used the analogy of two different artists and different art styles and trying to make the game and paint the picture that they wanted to do. For the early game, Rare Adam actually did that. We saw them get resets on the Viego, even against some of the macro plays from WE, which put them into difficult scenarios leading up to the objectives. But then later into the game, WE, they wised up to that. Ended up putting their own paintbrush to paper and had such a beautiful engage in the late game that it completely stopped the game for them. So for me, one of the big takeaways from this is, yes, I'm glad that RA went towards the Viego. It makes the game a lot easier for them. But WE, great understanding of how to make the game not about the Viego on their own side of things.
Yeah, managing to almost play away from the Viego in these fights where you've got Prince so far back doing damage, and the guys on the front line like Hung, Wayward, I want the very difficult targets to try and burst down. Fantastic damage actually coming out from Fofa. I kind of expected Prince to be the top, but then Jin never really is the top damage dealer.
It's been a while since like Jin was doing the top damage numbers with just huge, ridiculous crit build. Jin's been changed a lot over time to make him a little bit more fair to play against because he's a very consistent follow-up champion, which is what WE used in some very key pick moments, particularly with Fofa flying forwards and getting slows and damage down to set up for Prince. Of course, Iwandi was doing a great moment of that too. Fofo walks away with the MVP. I think that his Weaver's walls and his presence in fights was really, really good. I think in one of the Dragon fights too, he found like a really important pick onto a scene to stop RA running away with the rest of the fight beyond that point too. On the whole, even though he's lost the Azir, his most played of this split so far, which is the global disable, he hasn't missed a beat. This Talia was a good game.
All right, well, we're ready to get into our second game here. Fantastic game for Fofo. And again, I've talked about this quite a lot of times on broadcast. Talias in the LPL, we've got a wide range of Talias to choose from in our league. And I think the differentiating factor is usually the ultimate. The combo not that hard to use, the W pretty easy to hit. But the ultimate, we see some real doozies, but Fofo looking pretty good with it. He's a bit of a control mage main, really, so you'd hope his Talia is good, but showing it today. Let's look at these bans, though, as Varus taken off, Kalista always banned, Smolder and Karma, these first pickable champions taken off the board. Something like a Nautilus could be a good follow-up, too.
And I don't really question, what's going to happen with the rest of these kind of, like, bot lane kind of priority picks. The Nautilus is let through the draft, and it's not going to be the Shinsao locked in doubly early. This was also on the ban list from game one. We had plenty of talk about Jin being the virtuoso artist in that bot lane. However, there is another champion which has picked up the paintbrush into the mid lane. Fofo and Vikla, this is one of their most prioritized champions in the Hui.
So Fofo, very comfortable here, the very first pick. And it also just doesn't really give anything away on your composition, right? That's one of the reasons it's such a good first pick is it can kind of fit into most compositions, generally speaking. The Nautilus, though, will be the answer. Vikla grabs himself that RE2. The rumblings of a pick composition already coming out here for RA.
And though Ari doesn't have a good win rate versus the Hui, I personally love the matchup because you can continually force him to be on the defensive, and if you can all-in him a lot, it can be a very difficult composition to, a very difficult lane to play through. We only have the Poppy and the Alistar early locked in now for, Poppy being an early game jungler, it can also be a top lane pick as well, and the Alistar, of course, where I want to gives him some frontline potential. Reaching that backline of the Hui is going to be a bit of an issue, even though you lock in something like this Holy Bet, you do have triple diving engaged threats.
And I mean, this is such a good response to a pick composition, right? Poppy and Alistar. Absolute bruises, absolute bounces. RA are like, we want to dive in, we want to get into that club. WE stood there, arms folded, little ID badge on the shoulder, shaking their head solemnly. There's no way they're coming in tonight. They've already had too many. Jin, going to be banned out. Guys are going to be banned out as well.
Fans,
Yeah, the top 10 champions here, these are the guys that aren't allowed in the club.
Right, okay. What do you reckon it's for misdemeanors? Do you reckon it's for things they've done about the town? There are no names, these folks.
Look, I don't want to get too Shakespeare on it, but they're barred.
Okay, I like that quite a lot. I like that a lot. I'm actually quite sad that we don't get to see the Jin Hui composition. Of course, that's kind of like the lore duo as well, except the Ionian artists, the understudying the virtual.
Yeah, that would have been cool, actually.
It would have been really fun. Now, of course, the Volibear can be between jungle and top lane, which is what the Fires found out. Nio would have been a very difficult composition to survive against on the other side. Now, the thing is, the Zeri's locked in. WE don't have great backline access right now. They'd love to have a way to get past the Volibear in the Northwest and get onto the Zeri before Assume does some pretty big damage on that one. You have 80 carries lock in and then potentially a jungle or a top laner. You don't know the top lane matchup, which makes it harder to pick the copy towards top side of the matchup. She looks to be against Dashan, lane less effective elsewhere. But the Sivir locked in can very much help WE keep their battle lines and run forward as a group top team.
And it looks weird to see Sivir locked in. It's not something many teams are playing. But Stay and Iwandi, remember, they beat Ruler and Missing in the 2v2, got a double kill on the Sivir. Prince leaning in. It's weird how they've got two different AD carries and they're playing the same champions for both of them. Clearly, this is a stylistic thing for them. But again, lots of scaling for WE, lots of great team fight potential.
So now you have blind pick Gnar into that top lane. Of course, the Volibear could be flexed up there. I don't think you want to play the Volibear into the Gnar though. It feels like the Gnar is piped into forever with many slows. Jace into that lane would be something that could snowball, but it's something that has to be maintained quite heavily. So it might not be a risk that RA want to put in. Xiaoshu did have a good game one. And they're putting a lot of responsibility on him now to say, okay, take the Jace into this matchup, control Wayward, and make sure now that Nio and Vikla have something to go towards that top lane.
Definitely a lot of power on this roster for RA. A lot of damage coming out from your solo lanes. And the scaling there for Assume. You anticipate with a Zeri in the bot lane, Nio probably going to focus, like you say, babysitting Xiaoshu. When you've got a Jace up there, you want your jungler to be in tow. But Ari as well should be able to do a good job of following up and getting involved in those topside skirmishes.
Feels like RA, they really need that top side to snowball. They are not a very tanky team on the other side. I'm going to throw that one out there. So if Sivir and Hui get to one, let's be honest, two items, Rare Adam play a front-to-back fight in the same way as game one, I feel like the damage numbers very much go in the way Team WE walked away with some great team fights away from game one. Rare Atom, they don't exactly have as easy a comp playing game one in regards to get one kill. Diego will do the rest. Feels like they have to figure things out a little bit more in terms of those early game skirmishes and play around their early solo lanes to get some value.
See if they can manage to get that early presence, get those solo lanes ahead. Game two here, WE winning out the first game. It did feel close for the vast majority of it though. RA really giving them a run for the money with that Viego composition from the previous game. Prince's Jin, the Virtuoso, stopping them in their tracks. And Talia from Fofo doing a good job to roam around the map. Doesn't have quite as much roaming potential on the way. Let's see if he can still have that same level of influence. And speaking of roaming, RA all roaming on up to this top side. Wayward hoping to not live up to his name here on the top side of the map.
Yeah. So the thing is, when you have a ranged versus melee matchup in topside, and I know it's not the same for Gnar versus Jace, but when you have a champion that can, at level 1, walk up into one of these top lane brushes and just stay there, dropping minion aggro, stepping out to trade with you and dropping back in, it is almost impossible to play the lane. It's why we see it on, you know, when you see AD carries play top lane in certain metas as well. You will see 5-man stacks to just get some brush control, so your lane can get something a bit more. In this case, it's actually securing it for the more dominant champion at the level 1 in that Jace, so Xiaoshu can have a better start, hopefully, to this laning phase.
Hoping for, like you say, a bit of a better laning phase. Ward comes out, cowbell in play for Iwandi. The emotes coming out, both with champion emotes and spamming those emotes as well above his head. Fofo, he wants a bit of prior right from the word go, stepping right up to the wave to get prior as early as possible. Yeah. Don't know if that's been spotted by the ward or not. I didn't see if there was a ping or not, but
I think if he steps just a little further, it really depends. They should be able to see the edge of the camp, I think. So I don't think they'll be able to see Nio, but they might be able to see the Raptors not being there on the edge of it. We'll see what's going to happen in this 2v2. Level 1 Zeri, a lot stronger than some people give it credit for, because of course you have like very quick auto reset with the charged up right click auto attack as well, which is not the auto attack, it's the spam. Look, it's weird. Zeri's auto attacks are hard to explain, but either way. Prince and Iwandi, Assume and Zora, I think this is about, the 2v2 is not really where the focus is. It's much more about how these supports can get out of lane and then return back to their AD carries when they get some items.
Xiaoshu doing well in the trades once again early on in this laning phase as Zora gets hooked onto Iwandi, but the sustain from the Alistair, plus a bit of trading back from Prince, means it doesn't really stick. And there we go, level 2 hitting an all in from Iwandi. That's cleanse onto the Ignite, but Assume so chunked to this point, and Zora taking an extra hit. The ricochets bouncing back and forth. Not a good trade for RA in the bot side.
Yeah, and when you get like a double combo and a double boomerang blade, that is absolutely nasty from the 2v2 of WE. See that Iwandi is going to take a tower shot, trying to stop it back. Will stop it from Zora, but not from Assume. Now Nayo's going topside, but his wall stuff.
Big damage onto Nayo, and this is Meganar as well. Flash underneath the tower, Nayo gets a shield, Xiaoshu underneath the tower here, gets first blood, but the tower shot hits. Wayward should finish this one off the minions. There's a boulder, a house even. As we've all been hit by the houses recently in this current economy. But Wayward cashing out on that fact.
What? Sorry,
I don't know.
that took me so off guard. Either way, I mean, Wayward is going to be safely setting up a home in topside now. He's got himself double buffs. He's got, you know, the red buff fireplace in the background. He's happily got that in there. It's and the buff transfer has been complete. Playing against early game Volibear is so disgusting. So often I've talked about Poppy at level 3 being the full build Poppy. Yeah, welcome to Volibear, the original level 3 massively destructive champion for the last few years. Even though Xiaoshu gets himself that kill, takes himself too low with the tower shut, and then the double buffs are transferred over.
Great stuff there from Wayward to finish the job, but nice play from Nayo and Xiaoshu to start it off. I like that Hung and Wayward, though, preempting the play, right? Realizing that this is going to happen, starting the fight onto Nayo before he can really set up for the dive. Very nicely done there, WE. Making the best of a bad situation, and now Hung is going to move in and look to get the chickens on respawn.
Yeah, and we can see that you know, Fofo has basically just been QEing the Molten Fissure wave, just does that on every single wave, just to make sure that Ari can't push things in. At level 1, Ari doesn't have great wave clicks. You start with a W. Because of that, Hung goes into top jungle, gets to go towards top lane with Iwandi, who has flash. Xiaoshu doesn't have flash. This could be a dive.
Hex flash for Hung as well. There's the punt back, the stun, followed by a stun and a knock-up and a stun. And there we go, Xiaoshu down. That's what you get when you don't have flash.
Yeah, I mean, this dude is, he's not a homeowner at this point. He's renting, and I think he's just been evicted from top lane. Twice in a row, Xiaoshu has been brutalized by WE, sadly for him. And for the Jace, we always tend to say with the champion, it is about how you do in early lane, and when does that advantage start to disappear? See that Hung has now been forced out of his own topside jungle, so WE surviving the top side. Now they're going for another fight. Here comes Fofo.
Starting the 2v1 there, but Wayward moves in. Fofo, big damage from range as well, and Wayward blocking the escape. Xiaoshu entering the play though. Nayo low, and the crushing maul finishes the job. Iwandi gets in, but here comes Vikler, and Ari can snowball these kinds of fights. This is Vikler's playground. The steadfast presence, not enough. And now diving forwards as Vikler grabs himself a double kill. Xiaoshu ruins the triple, but a huge fight for RA.
And even though the priority wasn't there from Vikler in the early game, the snowball potential is 2-0-2, gets a lot of gold in pocket to potentially get away from this early game breaking kind of chokehold which Fofo had. WE did done all of the hard work. They managed to win this topside fight a number of times in a row now, it felt. But RA managed to claw their way back. How does this start? This is after the topside player come through. You see that Zora now, they don't spot Hung just before that, and he gets to go straight into another wall stun. Poppy, early levels, Volibear early levels, both very bursty, both bursting each other very heavily out. And at this point, you kind of feel, well, you know, Fofo had the earliest start of this play, but Fofo is not level 6. Vikler stays for the extra XP, gets the resets on the ult as well, and gets a huge fight off of it for RA's early game.
Vikler just takes over here, like you say, hitting that level 6 when Fofo hadn't. A spiraling despair really could have been the difference between a win and a loss in that play. Hung in the meantime on the live feed. Bills managed to deny the third grub here. Will be able to grab that for himself. Crucially, it's important to get one of each 3 if possible for the junglers. A lot of XP available there.
A lot of XP, and then also just the denial of 5 or 6 grub buffs as well. There's multiple levels that it works out for you in that regard. So now, alright, their top side has gotten a lot more. Potentially they would have done just a couple of minutes ago. It was looking pretty poor for them. Trying to recover things just the same. Also, I'm going to be looking to see exactly how Vikler can use this gold he's been given to snowball even further. You need to really be using the Volibear and the Nautilus as a launch pad to see if Nayo and Zora can get set up for that one as well. It feels like at least in the early game, up until you get about 2 items on the Jace and the Zeri. Ahri is going to be a large amount of your early game damage. Hasn't picked up something like that Dark Seal, which would have been fantastic to get all that early AP from that fight, but still, lots of gold to get towards an early Malignance. As soon as you get that item, you have so much ult haste that you can just continually just snap your fingers and a play happens because your ult is always up.
WE trying to clear out around the dragon. No dragons taken just yet this game. First one on the map will be a Cloud. But I don't think that either team is particularly in a position to do anything here. It's Hung on the bottom side of the map. Nio resetting on the top side. Hung is that level 6 now on Poppy. And one of the things you're always going to see when it comes to Poppy is if you're just having a standoff for an objective, Poppy wins those. You just punt people away and smite the objective away for yourself. If he can land them onto Nio. One thing I will say though, in this matchup, if Nio ults at the same time,
yeah, he goes unstoppable.
He's unstoppable. So Hung can be denied that sheer objective control that Poppy would usually have.
And particularly when you're having to deal with like multiple different angles as well. Nio is already going to be the front line, and you're likely trying to hit someone behind the front line. If Nio just body blocks it and ults through it, then things go pretty poorly. And remember that their job is to dive anyway. If they can deny the Poppy ult while they're doing that at the same time, that's a really good gold standard for them. So a bit harder than some of the Poppy matchups, as you're rightly saying before that. Stuff on bot side, and with Assume pushing in bot side and Prince answering that wave, it should be a free first dragon for RA. I don't really think there's going to be a contest from this one. Instead, Hung going towards top side to maybe put some vision down. I don't know if there's a real top lane play to be put there. There is a blue ping, but I think Xiaoshu, knowing that his jungle's on bot side, should hopefully play respectful. We'll see if that's the case.
That ward is close to timing out, but I think it did spot Hung just in time. No, Xiaoshu goes in towards Wayward. Flash immediately after the E, but Hung just flashes under the tower too. The damage from Wayward isn't enough. Oh, and it's a flash for flash, but ultimately you don't get the kill.
I feel like Wayward could have just flashed forward. It was Hung with the turret aggro. He could have been able to juggle 1 or 2, and he had Mega coming up, so sadly no wall stun. Xiaoshu positioning far enough away from terrain to make it a harder angle for the Poppy. WE, they don't quite get that topside play, which would have been really nice as a cross map, as RA take that dragon free on the bottom half of the map.
Honestly, not the greatest game here from Wayward. Not the greatest series from Wayward, which we kind of set up earlier on today how he's been the gatekeeper of top lane. He's been the one that's beating the lower tier top laners, but struggling against the better ones. Xiaoshu has been a really good top laner, generally speaking, this split. I feel like we're seeing that today. Wayward struggling to punish him.
You know, RA, they're a team which have had somehow quite good top laners throughout their history, despite some middling results. I mean, Cube was the last top laner for Xiaoshu as well, and he's someone that I regard pretty highly. Xiaoshu, he's got himself that first item, and he managed to survive that play. 3 kills. He's got his team around him as well. He might be able to just hold Wayward at bay. Little just keeps emoting, man. He never stops.
He lives and dies by the emote. That's 3 plates for Xiaoshu, though. So the early lead that was garnered by WE from focusing on this Jace early on, it's gone at this point. The CS will be ever so slightly in favor of Wayward as he collects the wave under the tower, but 3 kills, opportunity already finished for Xiaoshu. He's feeling very happy with the way that this is all going down. 2 grubs to 1 so far in favor of RA as WE start off this second set.
Okay.
They grab 1 for Hung, but back away.
So they've gotten what they wanted, which is to stop RA from having 5 grubs if they've taken all 3. They don't have to stick around for the rest of them. I think the denial is, I'm not going to say against the run of play, but it's against the priority right now, which RA felt like they could just, they just brute force it in mid lane. So they're going to give up 4 total, which is good damage on towers, but it's not going to summon the mites afterwards as well. So they're happy with that one. As it stands again, I feel like WE, when it comes to the front-to-back team fights later into the game, particularly with the Hui and the Sivir being very, very strong carries in their own right, can probably stand behind the slightly stronger front line of the Mega Gnar and the Alistar and get some good damage out. They want to wait realistically until 1 to 2 items if they can. Xiaoshu jumping forward, no flash, but he does have Volibear on the top side of the map. Could have another 2v2 involving here.
Hung could be in trouble here. Hex Flash will maybe get him to safety. I don't know. Zora behind enemy lines. There's TP from Viklo as well. Your tower doesn't exist anymore. Nio did get punted away. There's a charm onto Wayward as well. Viklas Ahri has looked clean today. He might be able to finish things off onto Wayward. About to hit Mega Gnar. Fofo has arrived as well. Solo laners versus 4 here for WE, but Fofo needs to get himself out of dodges. Everybody from RA turns towards him. He's done enough to save Wayward.
Yeah, saves Wayward, and while this is happening, you know, Assume, who is part of the late game insurance for RA, is getting zoned off of CS. Prince is getting value, so that might be a worry for RA, actually, in some ways. It's a kill, it's good, and they get some turret plates in the top side themselves, but giving extra gold and experience to Prince while your own Zeri is maybe losing some, is not necessarily the trade you want in terms of late game insurance.
Still getting the 1 kill. Good for RA. And they are building a sizable lead. It's 2,000 up in their favor. They got the first strike. Next one coming up at almost exactly the same time as Herald, actually. Both of them just over a minute away. And it feels like RA are fully in the driver's seat. Look at the Ari in the mid lane. Look at Vikla. Malignant's already finished. He's on his way towards his next item, but with 2 stacks of the Dark Seal already. Oh, Prince getting engaged on by Assume. That's flash forced as well. Zora, I don't think will go under the tower here, but fantastic little punish from Assume.
Yeah, considering that Prince had just zoned off Assume in that bot side, feels like that's a little bit against the run of what was happening there, so Prince punished a little bit. We did say that WWE have played this pick before, but it was actually with their other AD carry stays. This is Prince's first look at the champion. Xiaoshu still has no flash. Not going to be able to get him too close to the wall. Xiaoshu has been positioning really well against this Poppy, by the way. If you try and just buy some more distance and go too far towards the top side wall, you're going to get wall stunned. You have to position a little away from it, which means you're closer to the Poppy, which feels scary. You're not going to get that wall stun. He's done this a couple of times now. Backs off respectfully, gets the wave clear. Well, you know, Wayward gets that wave into turret. But won't be able to get that last bit of that plate before the turret plates fall. And RA keep themselves safe on top side.
Do you know, one more grub and that's a plate. One single extra grub and that's a plate. Bit of heartbreak.
So what you're saying
Wayward.
is you should always greed for the extra grub. That's what you should always do.
100% of the time. 100% of the time you should greed for grubs. That's what I'm saying. Certainly in terms of me being a viewer of the LPL, I'd love it if all of the teams greeded for grubs every game. I'd love to see a few more scraps. Fofo dodges the charm. Nicely done there. Actually, sort of wins out the trade. It's not a big trade, but he wins it.
Yeah, the thing is, when it comes to the Ahri and the Hui, Ahri wins all-ins versus the Hui if you get a certain amount of snowballing done, but then you need to be all-inning him at 100% HP. So if it takes a little bit longer, the Hui outranges you, has lower cooldowns, and you get a little bit spooky. Plus, he already has, you know, the work treasure, which makes it a little harder to look at things. Anyway, with Ahri still on the bot side of the map. Feels like Ahri are very happy to go towards this dragon, take this one for free. They don't really have the items yet to be facing front up. I think they need at least the Seraph and a little bit of components onto Fofo for him to be really threatening. I think he can be a big threat this game, since the Hui doesn't really have anyone that's going to be able to withstand that damage later into the game.
I think that's the big thing for WE. It feels kind of similar to the previous game, honestly, the kind of order versus chaos, but Sivir Hui, you've got a lot of long-range, consistent damage in team fights if you do get to that stage. But RA right now, they're not even worried about the late game. They're looking for the mid-game. Xiaoshu forced to flash away, and here comes reinforcements as well. Can they get the damage down there? Wayward slams him into the wall.
Oh, the house
Xiaoshu
is
still
blocked.
surviving. Okay, finally falls. Charm dodged by Iwandi. Good footwork here. Oh, the Banshees denies the headbutt, and it means that Vikla is still in the play. Second kill over to RA.
So, alright, they respond quickly again, and we just said, hey, WWE, maybe you don't have the big items for the team fights. Apparently, they don't have the power to play even around the Gnar right now in that top side. Fantastic body block by Nio to stop that last house from hitting Xiaoshu for a clean kill. They probably lose the the Gnar loses his life either way. But with this, RA, they win out on top side. They get themselves a start onto Herald as well. And Fofo is trying to wave clear. Can he survive a dive afterwards? I think he can do with the amount of wave clear. RA not really looking in any earnest after using all their ultimates. RA walk away with another good early game fight for themselves. It starts with, you know, big roaming up towards the top side. Feels like Iwandi has a good angle here, but the Xiaoshu stops the combo being clean under turret, which means that the first house misses because you don't get the head pulverize after that knockback, and then the second house is blocked by Nio, so it's a couple of really good outplays there from RA underneath the turret.
Fantastic bit of play coming out from Xiaoshu. He's been having a fantastic series, it has to be said. Great Aatrox game to start us off. And great bit of play on the Jace. Good knockback onto Iwandi to, like you say, deny that clean combo from them. And I just want to mention as well, Vikla picking up another kill. 4 stacks now.
Yep.
As he's got his shield. Not quite the Banshees, but getting close to the Banshees anyway. His green shield burden. veil or something?
Verdant barrier.
Verdant barrier, that's
So
it.
so that item, he's actually just built up into full Banshees now. So when you upgrade the Verdant Barrier to Banshees, the cooldown on the spell shield goes down a long way. It's 30 seconds base. I actually think that when you're playing a lot of mages right now, especially Ari, she normally loves having Ultimate Hunter. But because Malignance gives you so much ultimate ability haste, you likely can go towards something like an Ingenious Hunter, and it takes it down to a 20-second cooldown when that's fully stacked. So if you do see people running that, it's actually very high value on that item, and it means you can just keep diving forward with impunity on that shield cooldown.
Especially good versus the Hui as well, who's going to consistently be throwing out those skill shots at long range. Try and get the poke damage down. Having a Banshees every 20 seconds is pretty valuable in that kind of scenario. Will save you a lot of HP. Does mean slightly less damage coming out from Vikla, but when you're this far ahead and you've got a stacking up Dark Seal, should still be able to bring a lot of damage to these fights. Hung toying with the idea of flashing over the wall, I think, there, but sees better of it.
So, WE, 2 minutes until the next dragon, and we've already talked about the itemization coming in from RA to some extent too. They don't have, though, WE, their 2-item mark, and they don't have the Seraphs yet completed onto Prince. It's still, or rather, onto Fofo. It's still stacking up. You really want that there for the extra shield, which stops them the dive combo being quite so fun. Also, gives you a nice amount of extra damage. RA, they want to force fights right now, though. Herald into the mid lane, looking for potentially a dive. They have flashes and they have ults. Let's see what they can do.
It's almost stacked at this point. It will stack before this final fight. He needs to hit, like, what, 2 spells to get that Seraphs online. And he should be able to do that just off of fighting for mid prio. So potential fight for the Drake that's up in a minute's time. Wayward looking for a chance on tonight. Won't find it, unfortunately, for him. As both teams can. The action diffuses for a moment, but I think it's going to pick up again. RA should be in a position to threaten this Drake, and I don't know if WE can afford to put them on Soul Point.
Giving over the Ocean Soul would be a bit risky. Ocean Soul tends to be better on tanks because they survive longer to get more healing, but still, it's extra combat stats you don't really want to give through, especially when it allows you to kind of shrug off maybe some of the ricochet damage from the Civ, which takes a little longer to burn through the targets in the back line of the fight. WE managed to last out last game, though, and find their way through to those ordered team fights. They do so again here. It feels like with RA solo laners both being quite strong at this point now, even the Muramana very close from Xiaoshu. RA are in a very comfortable spot in this game.
Wayward trying to contest this tower in the bot side, but Xiaoshu's going to finish this off, and Wayward will be a little bit cautious because Nio's in the area, so's Zora. And up towards the Drake we go. Spawning now onto the map. There is a ward in the back of the pit. Such is the nature of the Ocean Rift, but looks like WE not going to call for the play, not going to try and contest this one, allowing Soul Point over.
They just lost their bot lane out at turret, and RA had managed to get into the enemy jungle to get some vision down. Vikla might have to be wary of a cross map. There is that top lane outer turret still available for RA. You see a chunk onto Hang. That maybe means that a dive is impossible because it's now set at half HP. Zora's up here as well. Okay, so I don't think WE are going to get themselves turret for the cross map either. A little bit slow to position for that one. And RA, you know, they're probably looking at this and saying, well, we want to force WE into a fight. But if they're not going to fight, let's make sure they don't get any gold value out of the cross map either.
Yeah. One thing I do want to mention, we talked about WE being a potentially top 4 team. Not an inspirational series for that, I've got to be honest. Like, it's not even that they're playing really, really bad or anything like that, but when we talk LPL top 4, you expect really, really high levels of gameplay. If this is a team that ends up in 4th seed, it does make me worried for MSI, I'm not going to lie to you. I feel like we need our top 4 to be stronger than this.
Yeah, because the top 4 push each other, and then even just the 2 which go to MSI then have extra kind of value for that. Golden said, we talked about the solo lanes for RA being strong. They have the most gold in the game, and that makes a lot of sense. 2 items now, though, for Prince, Phantom Dancer, so he's going to get a lot of value down. There comes the ult from Vikla, but the movement speed from the Poppy W gets them away from the shot.
Surviving there. Xiaoshu, though, is starting to hit like a train at this point. These shock blasts are really going to chunk out. It's going to be hard for Hung, for Iwandi to face check in here. There's so much poke to work with. Look at the damage onto Fofo from Xiaoshu. Hung behind enemy lines. I don't know if they could dive this. They're posturing like they want to, but I'm not sure that it's a diveable angle.
You can't do it with Fofo being so low. I mean, if you can get the gold early,
Angle.
he doesn't see it. He is being caught.
Walks into it, and there we go, spiraling despair. Prince grabs the kill. That's a big kill to find a Wayward. Ult Zora back into the team, and the follow-up damage is massive. 2 picks for WE out of no. All I had to do was insult them, and suddenly they come alive.
Well, they find the play through the Poppy. Xiaoshu, he has a great lead, but he is not tanky. Prince has also, popped the ultimate and gets himself and the rest of the team into a good position. You can see that the Baron's being started. I don't think this is a great idea. They go on to Ari.
Bickler forced to use his ultimate defensively here. He's going to have to just get out of dodge because Wayward might finish the kill. Flashing over the wall. That's 1,000 gold shut down into the solo laner for WE. Oh, and it's not good news for RA.
It's a huge shutdown, and that is Vikla on the flank angle with ult and flash, who loses all of the Dark Seal stacks, which they'd spent a long time building up in this early game, but some flimsy play from RA around their vision control and playing around the corner puts them into a bad spot. They won't lose Baron, it's a good thing, at least they don't lose that. But it feels like WE, they find themselves that pocket of vision, get some picks off. CC into death, that's the first play. But when you're playing with the Sivir, who has the ultimate available too, it means that the threat range of the entire team increases, and that leads to the extra kill onto Zora as well. With that in place, you can understand why RA have to go around this Baron. They can't exactly let this go off of vision for free, but Vikla chooses the angle quite poorly after this point. And the thing about Banshees, great against one skill. This is one of the reasons why Alistar is a Sivir counter. You can't spell shield both parts of the combo. The headbutt, then the pulverize. One takes off the spell shield. The other one gets the CC. Wayward manages to follow after two. Vikla's dead.
And I mean, the Banshees actually kind of helps the Alistar combo happen. You can't accidentally flub the combo if there's a spell shield to stop your W punting them back. You still get the gap close. Fantastic to see from Iwandi punishing that one. 8-7 in favor of R8. They've got the 3 Drakes. They've still got a minor gold lead, but opportunities showing themselves for WE. And if there's anything we learned from game number 1, when they get an opportunity, they will seize it.
So when Wayward shows bot side now, you have to imagine that RA have to think about starting Baron. They've just moved away from Baron back into mid lane, but they want to get rid of Wayward's teleport if they can. If they can get mid lane out of turret as well, that'll be a big moment. See the Poppy charging the ultimate, lets it go on cooldown, so it goes onto the lower cooldown just to stop RA from threatening a dive. You can see the WE, they are aware that there is a volley bear on the other side of this map.
Yeah.
You can disable turrets, you don't want to let that dive happen for free, but they have managed to, off the back of this, get bot lane pushed. They've already got a lot of gold back. They're doing okay, but ironically with that damage, nasty chunk.
Once again, the new support items coming in clutch there. I think Iwandi just dies if he doesn't have that available. But RA, this is Soul Point, remember, up in 20 seconds is that Drake. And RA desperate to win that one out. They've got to make this poke land, though. They've got to make it count before the fight kicks off. That is really where they can find their advantage, through Xiaoshu.
Normally, when you get a big chunk out on someone in this kind of stage in the game, you use the fact that then they have to reset to then make a play. But because of the wave clear and the kind of arrayed phalanx of WE, it's harder to do that. Iwandi has flash, can potentially look for a play. Not onto Nio, he can go unstoppable. The threat is there.
Iwandi moves into River. If Prior of WE gets them space. Prince does take a chunk from Xiaoshu, but in we go. The W denies anything from Zora, who's just getting chunked. Wayward keeps chasing this one. It's about to turn Mega as well. RA have got to be cautious. They can't overstep onto this angry Yordle. Hung channels the ultimate, but cancels it now. So that'll be on cooldown for another couple of seconds. Perhaps a chance here for RA, but will be available any moment now.
Okay, so you still have flash from Iwandi, but no ult. If he goes in for a combo, he's likely dead. The solo laners of RA, full HP, and Xiaoshu has really big HP.
Big potential pick, but no, actually turned around. Hung goes down instead. That's surely just Soul for RA, trying to get onto Bickler, but they did not have the damage, and the Banshee's getting work done. Nio, so long as his trigger finger is good, this is Ocean Soul, as Iwandi trying to threaten an all-in here. In they go, that's Soul taken, and now a fight as well. WE way overstaying the mark as Wayward tries to save the play, but he's down. It's another for Assume as a double kill comes through, and RA take control of the game.
The shock blasts and the damage afterwards are just too much from Rare Atom, and WE give up Soul. They contest for it and they lose, so it's going to be gold in pocket for RA. And now they have to walk over towards Baron and just try and stop that objective going down. at all else. WE, last game they overcame RA's early game and they managed to play back through team fighting. Not as easy this time. Vikla teleports back, has a death cap. Reminder that Banshees itself is a 120 AP item now, which is being amped up by that. The damage just went through a massive spike again.
Let's see if they can finish the job here. RA on the Baron right now. WE, I don't think can contest. In the meantime, Prince tries to take the tier 1 in the mid lane as some kind of answer, but he doesn't have the damage. And Vikla, oh my lord, chunks Prince out. Will walk away with his life, but still only 2 items on this Sivir with 27 minutes into the game. Really needs to be getting towards that late game moment. We'll be able to reset here, and you'd expect a 3rd item to come through.
So we're going back to what happened around this fight. Tries to go on to Vikla. Thing is, he tries to smite away the Banshee's Veil and get the wall stun, but misses the wall stun by pixels. If that comes through, they maybe kill Vikla. Once again, the Poppy wall stun's not quite lining up. Team WE, Hun goes down, and then suddenly no smite. You do have some damage in the backline, but half your front line's gone. I want to use the ultimate easily before this, and a clutch charm cancels out the headbutt as well to stop Y1D getting himself a combo win that maybe could have allowed Wayward into the fight.
Tough game here for WE. Desperate to finish this series off. I just want to drop a little statistic in here, if I've got time. RA, they may only be 3-8 in the standings, but every single time they've gone to 3 games, they have won those series. It's happened 3 times. They've won all 3 of them. WE, while it may not be a significant win condition, it is a win condition for RA. On the cusp of going to 3, if RA can keep this performance up. WE again, knocking on the door of top 4. They want to be winning this. They want to be looking confident. Both games really being tested by RA is not a good look.
Now you have, RA with great siege potential from the Jace being very strong. You have a great amount of engage as well from multiple threats. The one real pitfall is just allowing Prince and Fofo a really good DPS fight. So they want to try and stop them from getting a fight from behind their front line. Fofo forward, but then again, as soon as on the Zeri, 3 items, late game there too. It's not like they don't have late game potential themselves.
Oh, Nio sent packing. I assume she dashes towards the Poppy, but I don't think the rest of the team would have been able to follow up there. And it will be RA looking for the mid lane tower here. 1 minute left on the Baron. I would anticipate this tier 2 might be the last tower they're able to get. Prince! You cannot be stood there. You just can't. That's illegal. And policeman Volibear is here to punish such crimes.
Yeah, I'll be staying overnight in the slammer. Doesn't get the spell shield onto the hook, and a charm now onto Alistair's going to force the ult.
Good hook onto I1D here. I1D forced to flash underneath the tower. I think he still goes down. No! Open Deception wide. That'll be the base. Broken open. Mid inhib. Xiaoshu opens up bottom lane as well. And it feels like RA are on the cusp of a victory. Prince farming all game long just to get picked in the late game. This is not what you want to see when you're fighting for your spot on the roster.
Yeah, this is a team which has had that changing roster, and Zora goes in.
Wayward here on the front line as well. I'm kind of surprised WE are looking for this at all, to be honest. Still 4v5 without your AD carry. They will be able to get RA out of their base, but they lost 2 inhibitors for it.
If the charm lands, that's probably a game-ending play, but don't quite land it. They've got low cooldowns anyway in terms of the hook and the Hex Flash. There's no ultimate blown there. And of course, RA, level 16 Malignants. You see that RA, decisive at least. Game 1 did work their way. Go back towards this. The hook is thrown out as the E comes down. Either way, the stun shield never fired.
Yeah.
Prince just caught off guard. He thinks he stood behind the turret, but Nautilus hook can kind of bend around them.
I think just overstaying anyway. Like, you're against the Volibear, so even if the hook doesn't land, that turret doesn't exist. And the turret's about to cease to exist completely, Volibear aside. Well, maybe just the play was to back away. Rest of the team not on the same page. And here we go, 9,000 gold lead almost. I suppose close to 8,000, but a soul as well. And a minute until Elder Dragon comes out onto the map. WE, they've got to dig deep here if they want to finish this series out in 2-0. Remember, they're in their own arena. The fans here, I'm sure, in stunned silence right now, as WE might just be going to 3 games against RA.
That's not the result we would have expected. WE, they've had some good games. They had a great series versus BLG even, They contested them in the early game and had some question marks for the best team in the LPL. I1D has no flash. He has to Hex Flash his way out of trouble. Indeed, he does. Iwandi's had a much harder game on this Alistair. It feels like RA playing at the range that they've been doing so, flowing off the Celestial Opposition Shield and chunking him down before the fight has been a big part of these confrontations. We do have 3 items onto the Civet. How much can that do? Chum lands onto Hung.
Oh, Vikla dashes out to safety. Iwandi is tanky at this point in the game. That ultimate getting so much value, and the blast code actually gets him out to safety. Wayward is about to turn Mega as they manage to get Vikla out of the fight as well. It's not enough to find a kill for WE. And the Mega are now on cooldown as Elder Dragon spawns. This is kind of a disaster.
And they have the Ocean Souls ticking with the range advantage. Every member of RA back to full HP. The resets from WE mean that they can't contest the Elder. They're running back, but I just don't think they have what it takes to see up this fight.
Pick onto Hung here, diving over the wall to try and find a little bit more. Big damage coming out from Fofo, actually, and the ricochets starting to work from Prince as well. TP available for Wayward. He's not close to Meganar just yet, but he's trying to build it up. It's off of cooldown at very least. Hung needs to make miracles happen, but another charm lands! Prince caught out again, survives with his spell shield here, but in the meantime, Iwandi goes down. That's surely Elder, unless Hung can make a miracle happen. He's stood on a ward though. He doesn't realize it. He thinks he's safe, but he's hooked on in. He'll go down. Vikla with yet another kill as Fofo falls. RA have done it. They're pushing WE to 3 games, and RA have yet to lose a 3-game series this split. Prince finally getting 1 pick as Wayward still fighting against Vikla. This is against a Dragon Soul, but Wayward's just trying to buy time. He's trying to distract them and keep the game going.
Oh, it's going to be so hard. You've got ricochets in terms of wave clear, and there is no Baron buff. If Prince gets a couple of auto attacks on a wave, it might just be in contention, but they're probably just going to dive him. How much can Iwandi do to block for him?
I think they just one-shot these towers, but they're actually focusing on Iwandi. In the meantime, Wayward is stopping the next wave from coming. Wayward desperately trying to keep this game going. It might be worth dying to just kill this wave, but instead backs away even further and pulls the minions with him. Prince needs to cue this. Okay, Hung arrives. WE are still in this one, but there's another wave coming mid.
Yeah, the last wave was bought with blood from Team WE. They don't have a lot of their engaged now. Prince, wave clearing like a machine. That's the Sivir standard. Whew. And RA will be denied the game here and now. And does mean that there are a couple of awkward moments to ask, okay, well, if they can wave clear this, what can't they wave clear? They killed Fofo, but Prince was enough on that one. RA back off with Elder, with Soul, towards the Baron to try and finally put the death of this game into reality.
My goodness. Still a minute on Elder buff as well, as RA will take themselves apart, but WE, at this point, they have no right to remain in this game. Wayward cutting off those waves, Prince eradicating the mid wave as well. Somehow, WE keep themselves in this one. They are fighting tooth and nail, but they are so far. It's a 12,000 gold lead. How often do you see more than 10,000 ahead in League of Legends? Only when you get into this kind of mega late game.
And we've seen a lot of mega late game with Smolder recently, but oh my god, the damage! Fofo hits with one shock blast and things go pear-shaped after that point. Now with Baron up creeps, much harder to wave clear. W will have to seed another inhibitor. Here comes the engage.
Certainly does. Ricochet's doing a lot of work here. Prince
They're
still
fighting
alive,
against
but he
Elder.
knocked up. The Elder buff is ticking away. Vikla dives in. The Malignant's not quite enough. They can't finish the kills off just yet. Elder still up for 15 seconds. And that will be at least 2 inhibs. Bot inhib is open as well if RA want to go for that. But they've got a wave in the mid lane. And they've got Baron buff on it as well. Fofo trying to get into the action. Hung goes down. The last breath of the Elder as it'll slowly tick out here. 1 more second and there we go. The buff is gone. But I don't think it'll matter. Wayward knocks him in. Xiaoshu getting DPS by Prince. Perhaps a chance that the carries remain for WE, but the Nexus is bare. RA desperate to finish the job. A couple more autos will do the trick, and RA find an upset and push us to 3 games.
Oh, it takes a while to finally finish it off, but at the end of it, Prince spends a little too long wave clearing when the turrets were already dead. And Rare Adam just focused down the actual goal of winning League of Legends, the base itself. WE brought to 3 after what was, even for them, quite a difficult game. Won both games now. RA really pushing them to the limit.
Yeah, this has been a ridiculous series so far. Very, very slow mid games, that's for sure. But finding the late game moment, RA slowly but surely eke out a win. WE now pushed to the ropes. Let's see if they can find a way back in game number 3. welcome back to the LPL and Munchables. I'm joined by Nymera, who's looking perplexed, but he's stuck with me for another at least 3 hours, so he's just gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah. You know, I had a fun fact I was going to share with you. What was it? It was, you know the emote that Wayward had last game, the Scream emote? That was actually done by an artist called Munch. Like, the original artist of the Scream painting was called that. I was going to share that.
Yeah,
with
true.
you. Now I've ruined it. It could have been in a much more emotional moment. It's not now. It's ruined it.
Well, technically, that was a Senna Soul making that face, so it's not quite the same, just inspired by for copyright reasons. All right, winning out game number 2. To be fair, old paintings are not copyright anymore, but I digress. All right, winning out game number 2. Vikla doing a huge amount of damage, so was Xiaoshu. I feel like Vikla really the leading force here for Ari.
Look, I've suffered through professional Ari for a little while, where a lot of people just pick the champion because it is safe and it is easy to get through the early game. Vikla in this game did a really good job of using ult on cooldown to respond to top lane dives to make plays across the map. And no, not every charm hit, but a grand majority of them did too. And I think that he really had a very good game. Of course, it's kind of an important matchup for him versus the sold out AD carry Prince from their time on FlyQuest. Vikla, he's had a rough year or two. This game here, though, important to show that he's still got that playmaking killer instinct.
Certainly does, and able to snowball so effectively off the early game, able to get so much damage down in those team fights as well. Building plenty of damage after the Banshees as well, with the death count finished off there. Really, really good stuff to see Vikla pop it off a little bit after, like you say, a pretty rough year for him so far. It's good to see that a little bit more, I don't know, proactivity, a little bit more influence over the game is being brought into the mid lane with picks like the Ari. It's good to see him thriving in that style.
Yeah, and for me, LPL mid lane is at its best when you do have mid laners that can kind of take the game by the reins. I think that there are plenty of good mage players in this region, but I very much prefer them on stuff like the Ari stuff. Like, I mean, obviously it is global ban. I like that as well for the engaged potential of it. When you have players like like your rookies and your scouts and your knights on form like that, it just gives them the ability to take control of the game in a way that a few other regions can do from that same role. Do it again though. And Vikla in game 3, get into the bans, let's find out exactly what he'll be piloting.
See how it goes here. He's not going to be piloting the Ari because it's already banned away alongside the Kalista, Karma, and Talia. Lots of mid lane bans. We don't usually see this much focus on the mid lane. And actually, speaking of mid lane picks, I just want to point out, Azir is actually open and available. It was disabled on 14.4. We're on 14.5 now. The bug is fixed. It's been completely ignored today. I don't know if the team's got the memo or what, whether we've just forgotten that Azir exists, but
yeah,
it's really good.
That surprises me because, we got a bit jump scared by the patch change about half a minute before we went live for today. It was a really sudden patch changeover for us on the broadcast side of things. But yeah, I mean, if Azir is available, it perplexes me as to why it is not up and being picked. Some mid lane picks being taken off the table. Let's see what is left. Quay has been the go-to for both of these players if they have it open and available. Pretty good blind pick. Last game, though, Fofa couldn't really influence the game in the way that he wanted to. Got some early push, but then he just got out-roamed and out-team fought on the other side of it. And now Vikla gets to pick up the way.
What a way to do it. He's grabbing it as the B1. Hey, I have every right to make terrible jokes on this broadcast. That's what they pay me for. Well, I don't know, it's not exactly in my contract, but I'm taking those liberties, I'm taking those liberties. It's Smolder alongside I1D grabbing the Nautilus.
Okay, so we've got a mid laner that scales up okay for Vikla in that mid lane. Not going to be able to accelerate the game in the same way that the Ari did in the last one, and if you can't accelerate the game versus a Smolder and that Nautilus, well, that's not a great amount of amount of confidence you're being given from me. They need a way to force early game to keep accelerating the game, or at least play away from that Smolder. That's been the 2 ways in the LPL that we've been seeing. Are we going to see similar like that Kai'Sa come through from Assume? He's played it before into the Smolder.
I'd assume that will come through.
Yeah.
Oh, it just gets funnier by the minute. Nayo going to go for the Xin Zhao instead, wanting a bit of priority when it comes to that jungle. And I wonder whether WE are going to try and lock in something for the mid lane here to answer what Miklos bring to the table, or if they want to try and get a good jungle matchup instead, because stuff like the Jax would be available. I'm going to take that against the Xin Zhao.
Also, you have the Volibear in terms of just really early impressions. To somewhat match the Xin Zhao as well. Volibear, Xin Zhao, Poppy, they're kind of like the three champions who just kind of like throw everything at you once they hit level 3, level 4, and that will be locked in. So now with Nautilus and Volibear, very good ability to get onto someone like that way. And also, Volibear being pretty good against the Xin Zhao as well, by being able to dive into his ultimate and keep on DPSing him as well. So RA feels like they might have some worries when they are the ones on the defensive footing.
Kaiser band trying to deny that potential option, and Jace actually being banned away by RA, despite Xiaoshu having such success, not wanting that available pick inside of WE. And we'll see if it's just going to be more AD carry bans trying to protect. Yeah, it is. It's going to be the Zeri taken off. Smolder being set up for success here, with quite a few AD carries off the table. I will say Lucian would be available. Obviously, you've already got the Rakan there, not a typical combo. However, Lucian, they changed the passive. It does work with harder gauge supports.
It does.
I'm not sure we've actually seen it since that change, but it is a thing, guys, I swear.
Yeah, not really in Pro. I mean, of course, when you got like Nami and Milio, they do both, which is why they're so strong with it, right? I wonder if Draven could be locked in. There's a lot of low-range champions who are very kind of aggressive champion in the early game. Seems played that one before. The Varus, you're left with a slim pickings here. And for Wayward, interestingly enough, you take away that Aatrox, you're not even using that blind pick, or like using the counter pick for Wayward as last pick. Instead, saving it for Fofo to try and counter pick the entire composition. Now that Jax is locked in into the Jax into the Aatrox top side.
See what RA are going to finish off with. There's plenty of options available. Assume he has played the Draven before. It's something we've been wanting to see into this Smolder. And we're going to be denied it again! The Jinx comes through for Assume. So late game crit 80 carry to try and outrange the Smolder.
Yeah, I wouldn't have even minded the Twitch in isolation into the Smolder. I think the rest of the team is absolutely garbage to play that champion, and I wonder who's hovering it back and saying, yeah, imagine, I think everyone's been practicing that in scrims. We saw OMG play it the other day and have it banned away from them a couple of times. So Fofo, last pick to try and get himself a good champion to influence the entirety of this game, and goes towards LeBlanc. Not the easiest time into the way. You lose out a wave clear, you can get traded back on very hard, particularly if you get hit by the Grim Visage, that kind of point in that line fear skill shot. You get traded back on very hard. You do have a way to kind of find your way over the flanks and into the backline sometimes, which is exactly what the Aatrox and the Volibear potentially want to be looking for as well. I'm a little bit worried that WE's team composition is not necessarily all on the same page, whereas RA's, it feels like with the long-range backline being able to lead up with whatever's happening with the Xin Zhao and the Rakan, feels like to me a bit more coherent.
Feels like a lot of potential damage to go on towards that backline. See if they can make it happen though, that's going to be the question. Like you say, the Xin Zhao, the Rakan, a lot of dive there. Jinx should be kind of cruising in those fights if it goes in that direction. But that's always one of the things when you've got a lot of dive in your composition and you've got carries that want to follow up on that dive but can sort of get isolated. On the other side, you've got LeBlanc, you've got Aatrox, you've got Nautilus. There are ways to get onto that backline as well. So we'll see how well Rare Atom are able to pilot this composition, because if you leave the Jinx, you leave the way out, they can be punished.
And so WE kind of problem solved their way through a game number 1 and set up shop with good team fights. Game 2, they were just bluntly out team fought and out snowballed even before it got to that point. Game 3, they do not want to let RA get onto the board early in the same way they did victory in the very last game. I think both AD carries, as you rightfully said, they can be dove onto. Feels like there's diving threats on both sides. Jinx and a Smolder can be quite immobile at points, so for me it's a battle of who gets that dive combo working first.
See who's going to be the one to put the best foot forward here. WE, a huge favourite coming into the series, but RA pushing us to 3 games and challenging WE on that fact. We start today talking about how WE are a potentially top 4 team in the LPL if you look at the standings and who they should beat and who they should lose to in their remaining schedule. But RA already challenging that statement and making it look like maybe WE might not get that top 4 after all.
全军出击。
So, RA, they would love to get themselves onto the board in a way that they've struggled to do so in this split. They've gone to 3 games a couple of times. They've won all those times, as you highlighted earlier. Can they do the same again? I am a little bit worried for this Jinx pick. If you get the first pick in a fight, again, it's reset combos. It's not quite the Viego in regards to like getting a full extra kit. But Jinx resets have been such a powerful facet of the game whenever
Also,
she has been involved.
It got buffed. Like, a lot of people don't realize that Jinx got a pretty huge buff in my mind, that the resets now stack. If you kill a bunch of people simultaneously, you are like full-on minigun auto attacks, and you can do it with the rockets as well. Like, it is terrifying if Assume gets like a double kill in a fight. The fight is just over at that point, unless some kind of CC can come down onto him. Keeping our eyes out for that later on, because we've really not seen a lot of Jinx this year.
By the way, I've seen a lot of it in Earth purely for that reason, because everyone just like goes completely wild in that game mode. So you can see actually Jinx getting like 10, 15 stacks of it and ending the game by just going over the minigun to a tower, and there is no break in the auto attacks, like 10 attack speed. So if you kill towers as well, it's another way that these things can go particularly wrong. Nice trade from Victor there, puts the shield on the floor to negate some of that damage coming in from Fofo. As we said, some of the trades from LeBlanc onto the Hui, not necessarily that easy.
No, could be difficult there for the LeBlanc. Ooh, double knockup from Zora. This is a huge level 2 spike. Prince chunked down and ignited, forced out of the lane. Terrible start here for WE.
So he's going to have to wait, how many pots has he got ticking? He's even got 1. He might be able to cast a W on the wave. I don't think it's safe to stay here. There's a chance that you get the knock-up under tower.
Funny that you should say, funny that you should use the word stay there when talking about this bot lane. Prince not having the most convincing series here, especially in these laning phases. WE really being pushed to their limit. As let's see if it can be punished. Like you say, RA trying to push a little bit further. They're not going to be able to go for a dive here onto Prince. He will be able to stick around, get this CS.
One of the big conversation points about WE, not to overly stay on this bot side matchup, I'd say. But again, on the bot lane matchup though, is that before Prince kind of stepped out and Stay came in, a lot of people on Weibo from the Chinese community were really hammering how Prince was playing and saying, you know, this guy's really not playing well, he's just here for the highlight moments and whatever. And he did, of course, have the pentakill. He's got a lot of people he has to try and kind of convert over to his play right now. He had a good first series back when he did step back in. This series here, if he ends up losing it to RA, of all teams, one which is struggling, one which WE should be expected to lock up a win against. This is going to be quite tough for him, for someone who's already had quite a lot of criticism before he stepped back in.
I've got to be honest, I feel like it's reasonable criticism based on what we've seen so far. And based on what we've seen from Stay, I think is the more important point. It's not just about Prince, it's about how well Stay was working with this roster. It does feel like Prince managing to get back onto his position, but whether or not he can win out these 2v2s will be a different question. It's just things like respecting the level 2 as well, or respecting the Rakan W in. You just shouldn't be getting caught by that. It's as simple as that.
And you know, I have a great amount of respect for Assume and Zora. I think that they are a little better than some people credit them for. I think Zora's Nami is champion, which I think he actually plays really, really well on. He played on that well earlier into the split, but this is not, you know, a top-tier laning 2v2 from Assume and Zora. The fact that they're getting so many big results here in this early parts of the game is not good news for Team WE, who are now going to have to deal with, you know, a scaling carry on the other side. This has been one of the answers into Smolder. You scale up alongside the Smolder, which is why we've kind of seen some other picks like the Kaiser and the Twitch kind of hovered or locked in against that.
Looking towards our junglers now, as we've focused a lot on this bottom lane to start off the cast here, but we've got Zinzao versus the Volibearers. Shashu gets absolutely pummeled by Wayward there, but he is massively ahead in this top lane. 20 CS lead for Shashu so far in that matchup, but Hunk looking towards these grubs. Iwandi has roamed up as well. Zora is here. And it feels like both teams really want to fight for this one.
Yeah, I mean, do you have both top laners with a teleport to get back to lane? However, if you have hard trades, it's harder to force, well, you can maybe stop them from teleporting back in, so it goes in, flash out.
Flash out, Iwandi hooks and just gets annihilated, spiraling despair onto Hung as well. I don't know if he survives this one. Trying to get out with his life. Zora just waiting for those cooldowns as the dash on forward. Lightning bolt from the sky and a flash for the double kill. Now a knockup followed by a more onto Fofo. Bit of damage to return, but it's not enough. And RA starts strong once more.
While all this is happening, Assume is frozen bot waves. You can see that Prince was roaming up river because he doesn't have a place to walk into that bot lane. It feels like with the tier 2 boots on Assume, they're even losing out there. So WE, after, you know, quite cleanly winning the game 1 once they got their team fight acts together, this series is really not looking that great for them.
It's really not. WE struggling today. And after this team has managed to make a bit of a name for themselves this split, managed to be a contender in the middle of the table. After winning their most recent series as well, against Weibo, a team that, you know, not necessarily on the best form right now, but still a win is a win for WE. Feels like really dropping off, and RA actually performing a lot better than I expected. It's not just WE falling off. Like, RA, their coordination is pretty on point today.
I think that, you know, game 2, Vikla really stood up with his counter for it. This game 2, just here at the level 6 mark, the Hui gets a lot more value than the LeBlanc. I feel like this LeBlanc is just a bit of a wild pick from Fofo. I don't really see what the value is going to get in a lot of this early game even. You know, LeBlanc often is a lane bully, which then transitions into a side lane and a flanking threat. You don't bully out the Hui. You don't exactly have a better 6 marker. We definitely saw that there in that play just gone. Fofo is going to have a hard time kind of getting himself involved in this game the way that he did on the Talir in the early game of this series.
It's going to be a tough one. And I don't know, like, Nayo having all of this gold early as well is so good for the side of RA. That's going to be a plate for Assume as well, off the back of the 3 grubs that were gained from the topside play. Feels like pretty much everything going the way of RA right now. Even the top lane matchup, big CS lead going the way of Xiaoshu. And to be honest, at this point, I'm looking towards WE, and I'm kind of wondering, what is the play? What is the way to get back into this game? Because it feels like even in terms of scaling, like we talked about, Jinx can outrange the Smolder. That can be a nightmare to deal with, and very good at dealing with the front line as well.
I mean, level 6 and a lot of flashes and teleports would probably help them, because if they can get the first CC onto Assume, then the Smolder ult comes through, Aatrox flanks, that's a very dead Jinx. So that's probably the play. The question is, are you going to have the laning leads to get those flanks? Because if you're losing side lanes, it's harder to get flanks. And if Assume is playing from such a long range and he positions well, it's just very hard to get the proper dive, especially when there's another carry you have to worry about in Victor as well, if he gets into good position.
Oh, bit of an all-in on the top side from Xiaoshu. Ultimates on both sides as the counter-strike comes in, stun, but buffered Q3 from Wayward. Evens the trade up. Xiaoshu gets to stay in lane, and that's what matters. Flame choppers down as Iwandi tries to start the fight onto Zora. Good knock up to Assume, good ult from Prince, but it's not really enough to follow up there. Hung can't go in onto it. Means just ults for ults here down in the bottom side.
Potentially has himself a good potential for an all-in hit
Rocket
too.
available as well from the Jinx, and big damage coming down. Iwandi will fall. That's a reset. Hung the next target. There we go. Double reset as Assume can just wail on the wave.
Yeah, still dangerous going into the volley bear. They lose one for the attempt, but it's absolutely fine. Assume starts to clean up shop. That's going to open up a dragon for them. It gets a lot of gold onto this Jinx, which we've said WE is going to have a... that is their primary target, but if that target has a lot of gold and slips the net, that is going to be game going with it. Assume getting ahead of the game. Very, very bad news for WE. As we go back to the replay of this as well, my big problem with this initial pick is just split damage. They end up using a couple of the basic cooldowns onto Zora. He gets himself a Q on target, gets himself a Guardian Shield, and then they fling the rest of the damage onto Assume. So they end up half-hearting the damage there. Either way, Nayo's not even taken a single lick of damage throughout this, and it's a level 6 Shinzao. What's the damage? We'll go back to live for a play.
Oh, I really wanted the replay.
Yeah.
I can't believe we lose the replay for that. Fofo has to flash away, though. Pretty significant summoner burn. In the mid lane there, Zora could be trouble. Oh, Vikla too. Vikla just runs the other way, and rightly so. Zora zips out with the W. WE, it feels like a little unlucky not to get a kill there.
He's got Merc Threads and a kill gem, actually, in terms of his defensive potential. If he hits a Q and he has a Guardian, honestly, this Rakan is a bit slippery for this point of the game. It's later on where the Rakan can kind of end up being one shot as he goes in for a couple of these plays. It's nasty, particularly against things like the volley bat. Very high value in the early game as he tries to make plays.
So 2-0-2 on Xin Zhao. 2 kills as well on Assumes Jinx. Actually going for the Static Shiv as well to start us off on this Jinx, which I believe different build to what he played earlier on in the split. Assume the only person who's played Jinx this year in the LPL. Previous time we went Kraken Slayer first into LDR, it was not a win. So maybe that's the difference maker. Xiaoshu's pushing up real far in the top lane. Does get himself a tower play, but hung spot on the ward. Xiaoshu walks away. And in the meantime, Xiaoshu's jungler stacking up yet more grubs for him. No smite available, but I don't think Hung can go over for an attempted steal there.
Oh, Assume's overpushed.
Assume is in big trouble. Flash is available. Needs to try and get that off. Big damage, but the rocket is blocked. And Prince, no, the aftershock gets the kill.
No.
He seals the shutdown.
Oh, it feels so bad when it's the aftershock, because it's kind of just there. You can't turn it off. It gets the kill. Wayward now left alone on top side. Cross map coming in from Rare out of Wayward. Has flash. He might be able to get up. Nope, there's a Vikla. He dies.
Kill for Vikla. Solo kill, technically. So his stats will be enjoying that one as Wayward does go down. I love that when Aatrox puts his sword away, he just looks like a dude walking around the map, you know? He's just strolling around,
Well,
arms by his side.
strutting. Let's be honest, this dude's got some swagger. He is strutting around them.
Look at how fast this tower is going down, man. The lead in top lane was already pretty one-sided. Now Xiaoshu, he's got a 30 CS lead almost. And on top of that, he's got 5 plates. This is a monster, Jax.
And, well, we're going to see Assume overstaying here. He has to step back from the Smolder ultimate, which means that he has to overstay a little bit. He would have been dead either way, though. Luckily, he doesn't blow the flash. That would have been a mistake. I wonder if Prince gets between him and the turret. Doesn't body block that ult. There's a chance it would have been for a kill, because Prince ends up tagging the W as well. But either way, some extra gold in pocket and gold away from Assume.
Obviously, he didn't know Iwandi was going to be a part of that play as well, but watching the replay, I wonder if maybe Assume should have just tried to all-in onto Prince and just try and win the 1v1 before Iwandi could be a part of it. Obviously, like I say, he didn't have full information moving into the play, but perhaps could have been an option for him. It's Assume now. Again, the shutdown being taken by Iwandi is really good news for Assume because it means the Prince stays behind him in the current state of the game. 30 seconds until those plates fall off. There's one last one there that Assume would love to grab for himself.
Looks like with a couple of resets and a jungler coming down towards bot side, this is either a dive or it's going to be a crash in. You can see the Smolder ult was used to clear the wave. That might just dissuade them from doing anything more, and indeed it does. WWE survive on the bot side of the map off camera.
Malignant's picked up by Fofo here. Obviously, this is the
like
AP
this. Yep.
LeBlanc that we're seeing, but massive amounts of CDR for that LeBlanc as well.
So most of the time we've seen the Ludens come in for the LeBlanc. I think that this has been misbought for a while. People were going that over Malignance because Malignance has like 5 less AP or something like that. Coming into recent patches, the damage from the actual burning DOT of the Malignance went down, but the stats went up. And the thing about LeBlanc is that it's much more about, you know, how many of your clean combos can you get off. The extra ult cooldown very much helps you with that. These guys don't think it's going to be more than just a hard trade as ult comes out. But yeah, I'm liking the Malignance coming out from the LeBlanc. I think this has been underboard on this champion for a while. It gives you a lot more combos.
Definitely feels powerful. Means you get that ult more often, which all of your combos kind of rely on. But on top of that, bonus damage when you do hit those ult combos. So expect Fofo to be bringing a lot of burst to the table and more often too. As Xiaoshu just continues to whopping in the top side. Feels impossible for Wayward to match him at this point.
Jax hitting a tower is one of those kind of historic best sounds in League kind of moments. Shiv's going to instantly delete this wave from the power swings like Titan. Herald's going to be summoned into the mid lane. There's a lot of damage on the Prince. There should be a free turret. A dive as well.
Hung gets out with his life. Herald charges. And it looks like we'll get a second charge to the smite. Okay, Iwandi hits the eye. Nice job. Denies the second charge as WE trying to move towards the river. There is a very deep ward just behind Raptors there from the side of WE. Perhaps some kind of TP play available, but no. Deciding they don't want to contest this one.
They don't have the waves pushed up in mid lane to really enter the river safely that way. There were a couple of wards, you're right, so I mentioned that one by Raptors, another one down by Tribus as well. So there were plenty of angles if they did want to go towards it. But Wayward doesn't have himself something like a Profane Hydra. And despite us kind of labeling him as the gatekeeper top lane, he's had a hard game so far. Expect this time to see if he can flip the matchup.
Okay, Xiaoshu, you are strong, but can you 1v3 them? Yes, is the answer. Or at least he can escape from the 1v3. Flashes, but you're going to be happy with that one. Gives an opportunity to take a tier 1 on this top side. In the meantime, Vikla trying to answer in the bottom side of the map, but Fofo has TP up as well, so they would be able to defend that if Fofo is willing to use that TP. In fact, it's going to be Wayward that TP's down to that bottom side to catch this wave.
Mistimes the CC. Remember, there's 6 grubs, so any kind of damage onto the turret's kind of nasty. Is he going to throw the ults out at this point? No. There's no magic resistance on Wayward, and I've seen what this champion's done before.
Yeah.
Just got himself the Ceres. I think Wayward's actually in a lot of damage. In a lot of trouble here, dude. You need to be careful.
Yeah, Spiral in Despair flies on in. That's going to be one dead Aatrox. Vikla grabs himself a kill pretty much for free, honestly. Wayward is having a tough series.
This is lazy. WE, they're cross-mapping, but without real intent to it. They're trying to pick up this wave in bot side, but with complete disrespect for what this Quay can do. Wayward goes down for completely free. He doesn't have any magic resist. He didn't have his first item. It is an absolute freebie as the cross-map gets an extra added cherry on the top of it. It's WE. This is just a lot of quite simple mistakes.
And with 6 grubs, this is going to be a tier 2.
Yep.
Obviously, WE saying, you know, oh, we're going to lose a wave here, but actually, you're going to lose a tier 2 tower. The speed at which RA can finish those towers off. WE, I mean, the macro is just appalling in this game.
You know, it felt like in game 1, they were the better macro team when they had the Talir from mid lane for Fofo. You know, the LeBlanc's great in side lanes and can jump over walls, quickly roam to players, and has been present for a few things. He's currently 0-0-0, considering that he got player of the game in game 1. That is a massive difference in impact from the mid laner in this one. We saw Wayward teleport in, and he just ends up into the CC combo from Vikla. That's half the HP gone. Then he walks into the enemy jungle. To what? Put it down a safety ward? Goes to clear the pink ward. That's egregious. You have flash, you have E, you can get out the CC doesn't land, but you don't know what anything is happening in the bot side jungle. That is such a freebie from Wayward, and we've been talking him up for so much of this split. He has had a redemption year. He's been great in terms of top lane carry performances, but now against Xiaoshu and RA, he has had a hard time.
He really has. And we talked about him struggling against some of the better top laners in the league. I feel like this split, Xiaoshu has really been putting his name forward as a great top laner. I'm excited to see the future of this player, fairly new to the league, as I mean, he's in trouble. Flashes over the wall, but Hunt won't be able to finish the kill, and that means Xiaoshu grabs it with the counter-strike. Zora, quickness onto Wayward as well, and Assume just rails through the health bar of this Aatrox. The sustain just isn't there yet, or is it actually? I think he got about 3 health bars worth of sustain, but the rocket bounces off of Iwandi and finishes the kill.
Yeah, the good news isn't starting here for Wayward. That's an ult from Nautilus.
What?
To do what?
What is going
it's
on,
a wasted
WE? What is this game? This is terrible.
No, we started the day by saying, well, started this series by saying WE, with the series that they have played so far and how good they've looked in them, and then also the remaining schedule, should be looking at top 4. They've switched out the AD carry for Stave and Prince. I don't think that's going to be the entire story of this team. It's another Smolder ult to try and clear out the wave, and indeed it will do. But WE fully on the defensive because they're falling apart in plays and macro.
And this is all pretty much without Assume as well. Assume just goes mid, crashes yet another wave. Look at that, the win rate 70% in favor of RA. It's not often you see it that high at 20 minutes, but I mean, you're basically on 3 items on the Jinx already. Took about 40 minutes for the Sivir to get to 3 items last game.
And then this starts off with a pick onto the Shinsao, who is 2 levels up, who is on this volley bed, typically has early game pressure. Not nearly as easy in this one. Xiaoshu teleports in, and you're just playing on the retreat. Zora still has his full combo. I don't get why they think they can play with a jungler 2 levels down with the aggressive plays in this one. Fofo, even on the LeBlanc, not doing that much. Seem getting the cleanup kill here is even just salt in the wound, because it's more gold over to the scaling carry on the other side.
Yep, you can see Azeel there, after already having 2 essentially attack speed items in the Shiv and the Kraken Slayer. Assume is going to be firing 1,000,000 autos a second in these fights and getting so much true damage out of it as well. Wonder if he'll go for the rapid fire cannon or if he'll go for the hurricane and just try and shred as many targets as possible. But regardless of what build he goes, he's going to have a big old front line that's hard to kill with an Ocean Soul lined up for RA.
He doesn't feel like he needs to go for a Lord Dominance regards. No one's tanky enough on the other side yet. He probably should go towards that soon though, because there's some Knight armor being built up. But the big thing about a lot of the Zeal items like Shiv and like Kraken Slayer is that they do give you some good attack damage alongside the attack speed now. That wasn't the case in earlier seasons of League, which is why you used to see Shiv into Infinity Edge and stuff like that back in earlier seasons. But right now with this build, great amount of attack speed, good amount of AD, because as we said before, Shiv's proc for the wave clear, and let's be honest, to nerf LeBlanc was nerfed, but the stats it gives are much better now, so Assume really sat here on a lot of stat sticks to help him with his gameplay.
Certainly is. The Shiv, it feels good for Shiv to be an AD carry item again. I was a big fan of Shiv way back in the day. I know a lot of people don't like this item, but as an AD carry,
miss the old sound effects.
I love this item.
Do you remember like the season 4, 5 Shiv sound
yes.
effect? That was one of the best sound effects in League. I'm so sad we've missed that. Honestly, if you've never witnessed like old Shiv sound effect, go find a YouTube video. It'll be there somewhere.
Zora gets out. He's okay. Spots 4 people. That was a jump scare and a half. Zora ain't playing League. He's playing Phasmophobia at this point. As will finally be able to move in and clear the vision. Yeah, but talking about old items, like old Shiv was awesome, but Wriggle's Lantern, man, as an AD carry. Oh, what a great item. That was so good. I saw a Reddit post. It was actually like mathematically not that good to build for AD carries. It was just the thing that everyone did because you got a ward from it.
I remember Shinzao breaking the meta with that. Shinzao and Nocturne, Wriggle's Lantern were very, very broken at that point. There were a lot of items through different points which have been very, very broken. Shojin was one of them, of course, for a long time. Remember Shojin Renekton, or Riven, you popped ult and then you basically got to, have infinite abilities all over to perma-stun with your W. Zora's trying to maybe perma-stun with his ult right now.
There's a charm and a knock-up and a death as Assume gets the first one, looking for those resets. Hunk steps on forwards, but his health bar just can't last.
Standing still.
That's 2 for Assume, who is a living turret at this point. Xiaoshu gets the third one of the fight as Fofo is forced away. Assume untouched and just railing through everyone.
I am surprised that Assume didn't keep running forwards with the multiple resets and the flash to kill Fofo. I think that would have been an easy one, but still, he's going to back off, keep himself safe, and go towards the Baron. Teleport in from Fofo, but with no smite, let's be honest, no damage at this point either. Feels like the LeBlanc can't do enough. Prince, he might be able to do something, but he has to flash away.
Now Fofo trying to get he needed about a quarter of Assume's health. That's all WE are bringing to the table right now. They're 10,000 gold down at 23 minutes. And if this Assume Jinx performance isn't a trailer for Arcane Season 2, I don't know what is.
Yeah, tune in next episode for what they'll do in the next series. This one looks like they have got it in their hands. WE. This team is way too far behind in gold at this point. They do get a kill onto one of the carries. I think RA don't manage to position their carries that well in front of their front line, but you see Assume just standing still and auto-attacking. The amount of stats he gets from the resets, absolutely absurd. Smolder not able to run over this team fight before the Jinx can.
It's kind of ironic, honestly, that RA are against WE right now when WE is exactly what Zora is doing to them every single play. W's in, E's out, they can't punish it, and he gets the pick. It's a terrible pun, but it's also true.
Yeah, those are the best ones where, like, you kind of have to stomach it because, I mean, technically it's correct, and that's the best kind of it. Ourselves RA now pushing in with the Baron buff, going into the enemy jungle, stealing camps. That'll be some extra gold their way, and sieging with the Jinx range. You have to find a way onto this Jinx with the fire cannon. It's not easy.
One of the biggest things we've seen. Oh, wait, the score. Stun comes out from Xiaoshu. Big damage on the bot side of your screen. And it's taken down tier 2 in the mid lane as well. Everything RA could possibly want. One of the biggest issues we've seen against Smolder's is teams not really having the range to siege, and so Smolder can stall the game out forever. That's not the case when you've got a Jinx within your lineup. You can siege all day long. Bot inhib taken, looking towards mid as well.
Yeah, this game looks like it is being put to rest. There is no ability to get onto Assume right now. He has flash still as well. It is a hard run thing, and here comes the engage.
There's another kill. Actually, no, the bear does get away with his life. Fofo does absolutely no damage as he goes in, but Assume, he sure does. That's the 6th kill onto the scoreboard as Fofo forced away. More kills flying on in as RA eradicate anything that moves. an absolute massacre here as RA punish WE for daring to go to 3 games. RA still 100% win rate in 3-game series.
They do it this time with the away crowd. WE losing in their home arena, of course. Well, they played most of the games there, so all their losses come through. That's not a unique thing, but losing in the position that they have been in for the last few weeks is very difficult for them. We talked about how this team probably should be top 4 given their schedule, but I have to say, I am not liking Prince returning to this roster with the form that Stay is on. I think we have some evidence here now as well. Losing in the way that they did, I want to see Stay back in this lineup.
Getting absolutely bodied in the 2v2, it's not ideal. WE, a team that we were saying could be a top 4 contender. I don't think so, not with performances like that. They've got to go back and figure out what went wrong. We're going to quickly go into a break. We're going to try and catch up to the main stream. It's Top Esports versus JDG up next.
Clouds move closer, but with a deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till you're lost in.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head straight into the draft for Top Esports versus JDG. And my God, what a draft. Callista has made it through for the first time in, I don't even know how long. It feels like forever since I saw Callista in the LPL. It's up against the Heimerdinger Varus in the bot lane.
But the thing is, like, the Heimerdinger and the Varus, they're really good individually in terms of their laning combination, but you are against, you know, Renata, you can throw the E onto the turrets, and you've got the Ballista who can play them really well with even with just like an early Q or Ren stack. You're not going to get that much value out of the turrets. You're looking to see how many W's missing can land in lane. So important when it's all about lane pressure. Today, in the other games we've seen, there's been a lot of scaling, there's been a lot of waiting until 2 items. This is all about first 3 levels, first couple of waves of the game. See that the top laners with the Nectar and the Xanse, they might bully each other about a little bit, but the focus is not on them. It's about what's going to happen in a 3v3 bot side. And with junglers being left there, both teams respected last picks between Tien and Kanavi, 2 of the best performing junglers in the league. I think it tells a lot about how they want to use their junglers to influence bot lane.
I just love this draft from Top Esports though. This is sheer LPL aggression. Lee Sin jungle, Renekton top, Callista Renata bot. Just aggression across the board, and then your scaling mage in the mid lane for Cream, who can get prio and get out onto the map. Let's see what JDG have to answer though in the jungle, and it is going to be Kanavi going onto a carry with Graves.
So, that Graves is not going to have a huge amount of setup. JDG are not going to have a huge amount of setup. Now, it's worth noting, Top Esports have said that they are like the aggressive early LPL Zug team. They're going to run at you. First 3 levels, be afraid. JDG, they have one of the slowest average game times on the reverse of that too. They are almost 7 minutes slower than Top Esports on average, and you can see that with the lacking engage that they have, even with some of these champions being quite early game, with, you know, the bot lane being dominant and then Ari being able to get some push in as well, it's going to be hard for them to press the go button. It wouldn't surprise me to see if JDG have to respond to Top Esports rather than making their own plays.
We saw Sheer receiving a little pep talk, because it's worth mentioning that Sheer will be playing today up against 369. I'd created an entire segment about 369 versus Flandre in the top lane, and it's going to be Sheer playing. Then I created an entire segment highlighting 369, and we fell behind the schedule, so we don't even get to do that one either. But it will still be 369 up in that top lane, and Sheer with the world against him here. We'll see how he stands up to the titan of the top lane here in the LPL.
369, it was going to be 369 versus his replacement. Now it's 369 versus his replacement's replacement. As he faces his team, he got the LPL 3-peat on JDG. Still a load of those members who achieved that too. And they're joined, of course, by the LCK 3-peat coach and Martha, who's led them onto those picks and bans and onto the Rift as well. This is the match to watch. 3rd place versus 2nd place. They've both taken some heavy losses recently, notably to Fun plus Phoenix. They want to bounce back against each other.
Yeah, the 2 teams that have lost to Fun plus Phoenix recently, the 2 big upsets as we head into Summoner's Rift.
Oh, word. Okay, so this crowd is alive and kicking.
They've made up for the previous series, that's for sure. The arena is packed today, and I can't say I'm surprised.
Yeah.
If I was over there, I was in Beijing, I would definitely be in the arena today for this one. Yagao finding Cream, a charm to start it off as Kanavi charges forward, electrocute procced already, and Cream chunked right before leading phase starts.
And Cream, a player that's gone towards the Hui a lot. If you told me that he would be playing this mage champion this time, let's say about 2 years ago, I would have called you crazy. He was not the mage player a little while ago. He's done his best to pick it up. It feels like taking a chunk like that early on, not going to help against you guys.
Kanavi getting a lot of champion damage out. Like, if we look at just champion damage so
DPM,
far this game right now,
incredible.
it's huge for Kanavi. Consistently finding targets as the solo laners of Top Esports finding themselves in those fights. And as you mentioned, the turrets not lasting long against this Callista Renata, and also can be used to reset the Rens. However, while all that's happening, they are DPSing onto Jackulov and Mako, so it does make for difficult trades here for Top Esports.
You see that Mako walking up and trying to use the E cooldown to try and clear those turrets, use the shield, and then, of course, the extra damage as well. But it's quite a long cooldown at early levels. You can see that we're missing 2 of the best laning duos in the LPL so far, picking laning champions, and they're trading quite well against each other.
This is going to be an exciting bot lane to watch. You just feel it, can't you? Level 2 spike hit, and that's a cleanse out from Jaguar. It's a heal from Mako as well. Great punish from Ruler and Missing, using the range advantage and actually forcing a reset out from Jaculov.
So that's one thing which happened in bot lane. In mid lane, the picture-in-picture, in case it was confusing what happened there, Cream, he had to reset early, but used the long-range QW, that severing bolt, to get some of those minions who didn't miss out on all too much XP. Important, given that he leveled up the charm first and they tried to force Cream out of lane. So Cream at least survives in mid lane, while bot lane, much less good position.
They are. Ruler and Missing getting a lot of pressure out, and this is the power of the Heimerdinger as well. While the cannon tanks the tower, your turret just fires away endlessly on the tower. That's already a plate for JDG in the bottom side. Fantastic bit of 2v2 against Kalista Renata as well. This is arguably the strongest 2v2 in the entire game right now. There's a reason that Kalista is banned almost every game in the LPL. It feels like JDG have the answer to that pick.
And also, you know, top esports, they have been some of the best individual players of these champions as well. So it's not like it's a player diff in terms of, or rather like punishing a player who is not as experienced on the champion. It's not their favorite thing. Both of these duos have gone towards early kill pressure TVTs many times in this split. Bot side 3v3 with the junglers now coming down here. Might change the equation though. Tien fully out Navi. The Lee Sin, very scary in early levels.
Yeah, the battle for the crab. As 369 actually pushed underneath the tower. Nice little combo there from Sheer. But Tien will be able to grab that crab for himself. Mako and Jaculov have got to be a little cautious just in case Kanavi tries for something in the bottom side, but could be a double crab angle for Tien. He is going to reset. I wonder if he runs straight up towards that or just goes for his next camps.
See the 369 doing his best to stay up on Max Rage's Fury, whatever it is for Renekton. I forget the difference between the two. Of course, Renekton had a couple of buffs recently. Santa had a lot of nerfs recently, so before, felt like Santa would absolutely win out this matchup. Nowadays, see that 369, who's also a very experienced Renekton. It was one of his best champions even last year on JDG, and they went towards so close to that golden road. Champion which had a lot of success on, so Sheer, not an easy time against one of the greatest top laners the LPL's seen.
It's not going to be easy. It never was going to be easy. Renekton actually 369's most played champion of all time. 43 and 21 on that pick. Not that surprising that it's his most played since he's been in the LPL all this time, and it's been better in the LPL basically forever. The start of this year was basically the only time we've not seen Renekton in the meta, and lo and behold, he's back again. The croc up top, as Tien does get both of the crabs and can look towards grubs as well.
And Tien, I think it's fair to say, he's had some of the best early pathing of any of our LPL junglers. It's always been one of his specialties. He's been someone who's kind of thrown out different paths. He gets the double scuffle there away from Kanavi. Important, if Graves starts getting a farm advantage, tends to keep onto that. Sean misses in the mid lane. We see that both of these mid laners picked up Dark Seals. Sometimes we see the boots too early just to try and win out the battle of skill shots, but with both of these, they are trying to get that early fight potential. As we said before, JDG have less ways to start fights. It really is on a clutch stun from Missing, which is quite hard to land because it's not that long range from the Heimerdinger, or something like a charm. Again, there's not that much follow-up CC. It's really on top esports to determine whether that fight is going to start.
So grubs for Drake to start us off, and I feel like everyone is keeping their eyes on the jungle matchup right now. But Tien is ahead in terms of the clear, right? Got both of the crabs. He's on his second to last camp of his second clear here, whereas Kanavi is only just starting his second clear as he moves up towards that top side, and did go for the Drake. So slight advantage there for Tien, and perhaps an opportunity to get out onto the map. Could try and get into this bottom lane. Might be difficult to actually find a gang angle though, to be honest, as unless Mako goes for like a flash handshake, there's not a lot of setup.
Yeah, again, I'm a little bit worried that because there's little setup and both of these teams, well, at least JDG, they play quite slowly. I wonder if things are going to slow down a little bit. We have got the level 6. It's kind of on Yagao. Watch out to see if he can get himself and be the facilitator, which he can very much be for his team. But feels like Navi, he's happy to be scaling up and farming as long as he has access to it now.
Ruler, ooh, flash for flash there. Mako did go for the flash handshake, but doesn't quite connect onto Ruler. That's heal used as well by Ruler. Tien surely won't go for this now. And I do just want to correct myself, Kanavi had done his top side as well.
Right.
So finishing the clears
Oh,
at a very
missing.
similar time there.
Oh, 6.
The kick onto Ruler. Didn't have his flash available, and Mako can find the handshake. Red for first blood as Top Esports start strong.
It was always going to be Top Esports that were choosing the fights in this game, and they choose it twice in a row in the box side 3v3. Ruler goes down. He's a player which so many players targeted in the early game to try and stop him getting off of the ground. It's a success there. Kill onto Jakulov's Kalista as well, one of the best Kalistas in the league. I know when we talk about Jakulov, it's kind of a, well, he's kind of one of the best of everything in the league as well. So giving with that early gold, very, very helpful for Top Esports to get this Kalista Renata, the Kalista Renata rolling and get them doing some damage to the map.
So far, so good then. They've got him rolling. They've got the kill into Jakulov's pocket. Tien, really great play there. Off the back of Mako, forcing the summoners for Ruler. I thought the play was over, but Tien saw the angle, and I mean, Tien's Lee Sin. What more can you really ask for? He's so good at the pick. Kanavi now starting the crab off as Tien moves in, and I think Kanavi realizing that this is scary to go up against Mako, roaming over as well. Handshake does land, perhaps Cream can follow up, doesn't have a ton of mana to work with. The fear comes on in, bit of damage. It'll be enough to push him away and take the crab.
Good discipline from Kanavi, doesn't have to blow the flash. Maybe if he'd panicked, he would have gone towards that, but on the other side of the jungle matchup, the personal view. This one out there, using Ruler's support, missing. Taxi over, get that kill onto the flashless Varus. Clean plays in the early game.
Great stuff out from Tien. Call him Beckham, because that's the golden boot right there. Fantastic bit of a kick. Fantastic way to see missing and use him as a bridge to make the play onto Ruler. That ain't supportive. That's quite the opposite from missing there. But again, this Heimerdinger Varus, even with the kill in Jakulov's pocket, is still going to be quite oppressive during the laning phase.
Yeah, and it's doing a decent job of, stopping the Kalista Renata from finding those, those awful all-ins it is to play against, where they just hop beyond the minion wave with the bailout running as well. It's one of the real strengths of Kalista Renata is that you can kill the Kalista once, but if she holds onto the Ren stack, she gets to wait the entire duration of the bailout as well to keep throwing those javelins into you, rend them out. So you need to try and stop them from finding that first part of the all-in. Now they're pulling out Navi.
Could be a big fight here, but Mako has his ultimate face call. Used to keep Mako safe here. And it looks like gonna call off on trying to all in for this one. Realized that Yagao had roamed away. And I just want to point out as well, we're seeing once again Top Esports versus JDG. Last year, that was Knight up against Top Esports. This year, it's Yagao versus Top Esports, but without Knight in the picture.
Yeah.
It still feels strange for me, this matchup, without those two mid laners. But Cream stepping in, and as the guy that's got to fill the boots here on this roster, feels like Cream has had a fantastic year. It feels like he's evolved so much over the last couple of years as a mid laner.
No, and, we can compare Cream to Sheer on the other side. Two rookies, well, not rookies, but two players which are not of the level of veterancy and the real elite nature of the other players on their roster, which have been given a space to really evolve as players and try and reach that next level. Cream has been good for a long time. Has he been elite though? He's not really gotten himself into that upper echelon just yet. Sheer's only just starting off his LPL journey on the other end of this, and they have a lot of teammates beside them which are a lot more storied even in this matchup than themselves.
And it does feel like either of these organizations have got such a legacy to fulfill, but enough about legacies. Tien moving in to try and steal away the grub, but can't get it. JDG grab 3 for themselves, evens that up. 369 starting onto Sheer. Tien nearby, but Tien much more interested in the Rift Scuttler. But as I was saying, the kind of legacies of these teams is so hard to live up to when you look at who's been top. Literally, you're up against the legacy for JDG as you're playing Sheer. 369 was the top laner for that previous team. Got the 3 trophies back to back. 1 MSI with that roster. For Cream, you're filling the shoes of Knight. You're filling the shoes of Rookie. Yeah. 2 of the all-time mid lane greats of the LPL.
It really does feel like 369 is in that position of bringing a lot of that success to both of these rosters, who are kind of historic LPL orgs. Well, actually, 369 was there for that history on either side, and in this kind of game, it's gone towards the Black Cleaver first. We've seen a lot of the Eclipse. I think in this game, when you've got the Kalista, he needs to shoot through the front line. That's like a Thornbell first. The Black Cleaver makes a lot of sense. Don't think they're going to influence this Dragon fight first. Tien has been spotted out. Navi Not really that anxious to go in towards the river, though. They know the Ren stacks are already there, giving away the early dragon, so it's one of us.
Powerful Drakes in this game as well. Infernal versus Hextech, and then a Mountain Soul to boot. 369. Oh, he denies the recall. Pretty huge for 369. Dominus available and pops it immediately. Might be a ghost angle for Sheer here, but it looks like he's just out of range. The W buffer does mean he can trade back ever so slightly, but honestly, Sheer, you're happy with that one because that's Dominus for essentially nothing.
To an extent, the thing is, 369 is going to teleport back anyway, so you could just say that 369 is just trying to get as good a HP trade before he goes back and effectively uses it as a full regen situation for himself. He can do that whenever he wants. It's Sheer the one that's recalling now. They both are. Sheer no teleport to influence the rest of the map, though. But still, you're starting to see how Sheer on this Cassandra can nullify what the Renekton can do in the early game, despite all the buffs Renekton and the nerfs to Cassandra. Sheer is a player, I think, who has a lot of eyes on him. He played, he's played another series now as well. This isn't his first series in the LP, but very strange to something made straight into top esports. But what we know of Sheer as a player is that he has been a very solid individual laning player. When it comes to judging some of the longer fights, he's overstayed a little bit. There was a game he played on Udyr where he overchased for a kill and then kind of ended up losing his summoners, losing his life, and then Shane dying a bit after that point. But the individual laning phase has been very much on point from the rookie top laner, JD Gaming.
And it does feel like that's the difference of whether or not you've got a ton of experience in competitive play, right? When you lose summoners in competitive play, it's punished so much harder than what you expect in solo queue, what you expect even in like the LDL. Like the LPL teams are some of the best at punishing missing summoner spells, especially with aggressive compositions like, for example, Lee Sin, Renekton, and Kalista. Very, very good at punishing lacking summoner spells. So keeping our eyes on Sheer throughout this one, but for now, still has his ghost. He's on the Cassandra relatively safe. He's doing a good job so far this game. And I don't think 369 will have much of an angle anytime soon with that Thornmail in his inventory.
No, and that's why he's going for the Black Cleaver, and he's just saying, look, I'm going to help out Kalista and Lee Sin at some point in the game. It's not really about the individual lane. You can't even hit the turret that easily. 369 going back towards the side, letting him down, maybe get himself a charm here. It's not that much damage just yet. Yugao got himself onto his first item. I wonder if he's going to go towards something a little bit more Leandry-y, because you've got that Renekton and Lee Sin to shoot through the front. I think this game is going to come down to frontline kill compositions, because of just the way that there's lacking engage to actually support the dive either side. You can see that JDG can use this opening to trade sides off the map. Got a lot of vision on bot side. They get themselves a bot lane turret. On Esports, they return this giant towards the top side. But it's been 15 minutes in a top esports game, and there is one kill. It really does highlight the difference in the way that these teams like to play top esports. The average game time is split 28 minutes and 24 seconds. On the other side, JD Gaming, 35 and 80. They are very, very far apart. JDG get themselves the first turret. They end up eking out wins from that quite a lot. But top esports, they might get dragged into JDG's pace here.
I think one of the big important things to talk about, we've talked about it on broadcast before, but I'll reiterate for anyone who's not been listening to the cast previously. Top esports, while their game time is very fast, their early games aren't necessarily always breakneck speed, but when they find an advantage, and they so often do, they end the game so damn quick it'll make your head spin. They are so efficient at closing games out when they find themselves their advantage. So looking for the gap in the armor of JDG. Whereas, like you say, JDG, they like a slower pace of game. They're quite happy to go towards the late game. I don't know how late game we're going in this one, though, to be honest, with Lethality Varus versus Kalista, with an Ahri in the mid lane as well. JDG, they don't necessarily want to go to the mega late game.
For me, it's more about the lack of engage. The carries can do whatever, and they'll do damage at whatever points in the game they want to, but it's about who can actually start the fights. It really is going to be about these dragons with one apiece, and with carries being traded across the part two, mainly on a couple of miracle engages if they do happen. JDG, top esports on one side of things, they take one fight, it's kind of like they'll give them a finger and they rip off the whole arm. JDG on the other side, they are very, very good at not showing easy opportunities. When you have a player like Ruler, he is very, very good at kind of sitting in that safe pocket and convincing you to dive into him and then outplaying you. So top esports, JDG, that's going to be so fascinating to watch, see which style of play comes out on head in terms of the opportunistic snowballing from top esports and then the discipline of JDG.
It's a tale as old as time with Top Esports versus JDG, because, you know, back in 2020, we were talking about the exact same conversation of, like, the lane diffing and snowballing from Top Esports versus the disciplined play and macro play from JDG. We always coined it Brain versus Brawn. It doesn't feel necessarily quite the same matchup in terms of that, but certainly similar styles to what we used to see way back in the day. But 1-0, very quiet game to start us off. Top Esports, an ever so slight gold lead, and I want to recall a stat that I brought up at the very start of today in the BLG series, and that's that Top Esports and BLG both still have a 100% win rate when they're ahead at 15 minutes. It was only a tiny little gold lead. Top Esports did have that gold lead. We'll see if they can keep that 100% record intact.
I was wondering for just a second there whether we'd have a flank teleport coming in from 369, because one of those wards, two of them actually, see one of them just on the right hand side of the screen there too, have survived. There's no objective to fight around right now, but if Top Esports find themselves a way to get Ruler and Missing out of this mid lane, it could be mid lane turret going with it. And after that, the plays become a lot easier on JDG. It's hard to find those plays right now, with Ruler has both summoners, Missing does too. Particularly if you have to dive into the Heimerdinger turrets, is so annoying. And imagine even that Missing is up with Rylai's in this first back. That's where the champion really starts to change as Heimerdinger, because at that point you can't ignore the turrets, and in a hectic team fight, one of them just tends to survive. So Top Esports, their goals are, again, not that easy to achieve. And as we continue now it's 18 minutes to the clock. It's the one kill. The game is definitely kind of, I'm not going to say it's even coming to a breaking point, but it's just coming to a point where it's so hard for Top Esports to find those openings if JDG just keeps shutting the door on vision control and build up some more of these annoying items like that Rylai's.
I want to quickly talk about top lane for a second here, because, you know, I don't think this matchup is going to explode at any time soon, but like you mentioned before, Sheer, a good laning top laner. The substitution, I think, surprised a lot of people coming into Top Esports, swapping out Flandre. But honestly, Flandre hasn't been having the greatest split of his career. The fact that against 369, you're weathering the storm here in this matchup, a matchup that we've seen a lot of top laners in the LPL since the K'Sante changes, losing pretty hard against the Renekton. The fact you're doing this well in CS, the fact that you've kind of weathered the storm and denied a lot of the pressure 369 usually brings to the table, I'm pretty impressed by Sheer this game. Even though not a lot has happened in that top side, he's not got any points on his scoreboard. Still impressive just to be even with 369 in this matchup. There's not many top laners in the LPL that would have weathered the storm quite as well as he has.
It's all right.
I have maybe just cursed him there. Sheer now goes for the all-out, dashes away, and will be able to get out to safety. Beautifully done.
Yeah, so it delays a little bit on the bot side, but not really enough. It's going to be a turret going down on bot side. I think 369 can maybe clear out this top side too, especially with the Charm Missing. It's going to be one wave done. This is happening. Ruler Missing, getting damage to that turret. As we talked about before, the Heimerdinger turrets can help you out a little bit in regards to that too. Top Esports continuing to push in bot side, while JDG are quite slow to take the turrets in the other two lanes.
Training onto Sheer as well as Tien. Will dash away to Kareem, but using these grubs very effectively here to get damage down. Dominus used in the top side. 369 is in all kinds of trouble. Flashes away from the charm. Gets a stun down as the turret shot's coming through, but Missing will flash away to safety. Tier 2 in the bottom side as the cross map.
That was a really close situation for 369. The redemption doesn't quite come through. He doesn't quite get himself in range for a stun or a big Q heal with his flash. So JDG eventually take down the top lane out of turret. It is at the cost of, you know, a number of plays made across the map from Top Esports on the other side, and Top Esports keep that mid lane turret alive. So, just the one kill apiece. We've doubled our kills, 1-1 now at 21 minutes into the game. Incredible. Close run stuff. Flashes away from the charm, but can't get the stun under the turret. That could change things. And of course, the redemption just a little too late too, but good thinking from Mako to at least place it down. Very close to affecting that play.
Yeah, nice try. If the stun hits onto Yaga, it's a very different play there. 369 showing the threat the Renekton brings to the top side of the table. But we got to talk about the macro trade there as well. It's 1,000 gold up for Top Esports, and it's all off the back of that play. Managing to get a tier 2 in the bottom side and a tier 1 mid just for the kill and the tier 1 in the top side. So definitely a very positive trade overall for Top Esports. They are still ahead. They're maintaining their lead. But like you said before, the discipline from JDG has been fantastic. They are playing fully to just deny Top Esports anything.
I think the way that JDG probably think about it is, we are so good at stopping ourselves from making mistakes in important moments that if we wait long enough, other teams, regardless if they're good or not, will make enough mistakes for us to win a game. It's not always the most compelling style of League of Legends, especially for the LPL. It feels like, we have slowed down. Well, we have slowed down as a region, but we have a couple of marquee teams like Top Esports speeding it up. The fact that JDG can make this game around their ideal style of play is quite important to track, because now we have to see Top Esports be bent away from their style and see if they can still come out on top.
Tien forced to ward hop away here as the TP comes out through Sheer. Fighting for mid prio, but Top Esports able to just jump straight on that wave with the Kalista. And will get that for themselves, denying these Heimer turrets as well. As Tien moves into the river, 369 buying space for his team. Drake is up onto the map. It's the 4th Drake of the game. It'd be the 3rd for Top Esports if they were able to get it. And it'd be the 3rd in a row, I believe. But whether or not they can actually muscle their way in is the question, because Heimerdinger, that's one thing he's good at, is buying space.
You can see that Tien on the flank has flash, potentially looking for a big kick onto a big target. Look for, on the other side, the Varasol and the Charms. That's the tools which JDG have to work with.
Going to be hard though, Ruler. Both summoners still available. Yagao is hunting for Tien, finds him, blast cones out of there, gets back onto the Drake. Neither team really wants to 50-50 this if they can help it, but Tien having that Q, being on the lease in, should have an advantage, but no, doesn't even go in. Just spited by Kanavi. JDG walk away. Top Esports go towards this mid lane, and I don't think there's any objective rush available. They just lose out.
I am very surprised that Top didn't look for a bigger fight there, especially with the work that Cream put out onto Ruler and missing, almost winning out that poke war, despite the fact that, Heimerdinger is a really annoying champion around these kinds of objectives. So, Top Esports, that's a bit of an unfortunate moment for them. Of course, giving a Mountain Dragon over to Sheer as well, also not great, because Sante scales off of those resistance. When he's not using those resisted damage, he's just being really tanky anyway. So Sheer benefit, he's probably the biggest beneficiary of that dragon.
Feels like a very reserved Top Esports today, and you have to wonder if part of that is down to the matchup, the reputations these two organizations have, the rivalry that these two organizations have had over the years. You expect both teams to take this very, very seriously, and it does feel like they are. It does feel like a lot of respect being given on both sides of the scoreboard here. And to be honest, with 2 Drakes apiece, yeah, you've got 1,500 gold in favor of Top Esports. I wouldn't say there's a discernible advantage to either team right now. It's all going to be down to execution.
Yeah, and I think that JDG, with the way that they're still, this is kind of an awful moment, Yagao does manage to get out without using his ult. That's important for him. We'll actually say that he's forced it nonetheless. He has gone towards that Leandri. He does significant damage to 369 with no magic resist on his character. It means that both Leandri is doing the HP shredding, and then he looks to flat hem. He's quite good into that side lane matchup in a way that Sheer probably can't get the other way. As we were saying before, JDG, they have themselves good vision. They managed to get themselves some good uptime around this Baron as well. They've got a ward, particularly the all-seeing Baron here, with the way that the train changes. You can see that a couple of wards just towards the top of that pit, which Top Esports have managed to sweep out JDG. If those wards stay up, they can just keep in lanes and just keep grinding away and seeing if Top Esports make the first mistake.
Try and find that. Yagao no ultimate for another half of its cooldown, but look at the right of your screen, how fast that Ari ultimate ticks down. You can literally see it just moving as a clock. As here we go, Top Esports, time to put the accelerator pedal to the floor. Stacking up the rend onto the Baron, 9k on it as Kanavi moves into the area. TP being channeled by Yagao. That might be enough for Top Esports getting this summoner here, but 369
the Rend, they want this.
Here. Redemption comes on in Mako solo, and the charm will land, but Face Call keeps him alive. The Rend comes in, the Smite comes in. Top Esports get the Baron as Sheer gets into a 1v3. Jagulov almost dies, but almost ain't enough. Tien forcing them away as Cream survives as well. 369 retreats. Everybody gets out.
Top Esports get the Baron and they get a kill. JDG, their response is just not good enough. The flash charm from Yagao is onto the target with the Cholesterol, so that's not a good first kill. And now JDG, they don't get enough out of that. Tien is now behind.
And the TP's coming on through as well. Tien might be able to find Kanavi here, looking potentially for a kick as he jumps on in. Gets the flash out from Kanavi. In fact, Tien didn't even have kick available there, just threatening for the fight. Both solo laners TPing in to get pressure out onto the map here for Top.
So JDG make that first mistake. It's not Top. Top are the ones which have now got themselves into a really good position in regards to like snowballing this game the way that they typically do. So, Top Esports with the advantage.
And once again, we talked about how fast Top Esports close the jaws on victory when they get their advantage. You can see 3,000 gold lead, and it's only going to increase with the tier 2 going down in the mid lane as well. Drake up in a minute's time, and you can expect potentially after this tier 2 in the top side, the Top Esports vision moves down towards where that Drake will spawn.
So JDG, they're not out of this game, but it definitely got a lot harder. They had themselves some pretty good side lane presence, and they managed to keep up a lot of ability to keep wards down in important areas of the map. They saw this going down. I have full information of this. The teleport's a little late, and I really want you to watch just how hard it is for JDG to get themselves a clean engage. Yigao, he's the person you've got to watch, but Mako's the person stood in front of things, and the flash charm goes onto the Renata. You can't realistically kill. The ult from Sheer is also onto Jacula, which I don't know if that's really a good thing there. I think he's trying to keep Jacula out, so he can't pull the Rend out. You have to take out the Smite or the Rend. He takes out the Rend, dies on the other side of the fight. Fortunate for him.
So, we have a brief moment of respite here, as it's 5,000, 4,000 gold lead for Top Esports, 2 Drakes apiece so far. But Tez in prime position to get a third one here. JDG look like they want to contest. They look like they want to try and fight for this one. And remember, fighting in the rivers, using the Ahri, using the Varus, this is where JDG can find their poke advantages. It's just a question of if they actually find those advantages before the objective goes down. But Drake already down 6k. And it looks like Kanabi's not even going to contest with the Smite, trying to find Cream on the opposite side of the play, but Drake is taken.
Oh,
and Sheer is chunked as well. This is not a good play, but the Q3 finds everyone on the side of Top Esports. In the meantime, everyone dives onto Ruler. 369 finds a Jacqueline trying to survive, but he goes down as well. TN now jumps onto the rest of the team as Kanabi is alone and finished off, missing, spiraling, and the Leandri's burning away. He walks away with his life. His intellect may be huge, but I don't know if he walks away from the croc this time. The slice, the dice, and the domination from Top Esports.
Missing, betrayed by his own turret, giving the second part of the dash for the Renekton, and we were asking the question, whose style of gameplay would take precedence? JDG and their discipline, or Top Esports and their snowballing potential, and Top Esports the ones who are very confidently coming away with a dominant game state after that one mistake led to the Baron. JDG have been left reeling. They're struggling to find a good fight.
Absolutely brutalized here. It was a slow start for Top Esports. As soon as they found their window, they've taken over this game, and the pressure that they put onto JDG, forcing them to fight.
So Yigao and Kanabi, they put themselves out of position, looking for Cream on the side, and it is the way. Normally you'd say that's a good kind of decision for it, but because they pull themselves away from the group, Top Esports find an angle onto Ruler. Yes, Jackie ends up dying, so both AD carries are down, but it really just feels like the damage differential goes the way of Top Esports once the AD carries are down and off the table, especially if Ahri's not been able to get onto the correct targets as well. 369 cleaning up house at the end.
What a great ult from Mako, getting behind enemy lines after diving onto Ruler alongside 369, then ulting from JDG's side of the map all the way across that choke point. Missing in Kanavi, desperately trying to retreat, but it feels like at this point Top Esports will slowly but surely continue to put the pressure on, and the question is, what can JDG do about it?
Well, that's a good question, because, you know, they do have a damage carry in the jungle. You have a Varus who are pretty okay, particularly for the Varus in the early game, but JDG, it feels that you don't have that miracle playmaking potential. You don't have a Lee Sin kick for Kanabi to catch out a key carry. You don't have that. It really is just on, feels like Yigao to find something big, but trying to do that through the front line, which is pretty strong right now, and of course, Jacqueline with Cleanse and Mako with a Cholesterol pull him back. Limits your targets too. So JDG, the fact that they are behind this game means they are in a very bad position. You needed to be even or ahead, but they were the ones, uncharacteristically, who made that first mistake. They're waiting now to see if Top Esports leave someone out of their battle formation so they can pick them off quickly with something like an arrow from long range. The Graves ult from long range. Yigao jumps in.
Do you have that long range one shot? Simply missteps, but Top Esports not a team that are known to be making big mistakes so far this year. And it feels so weird to say that after years and years of Top Esports very much being a team that are willing to make mistakes but still win out anyway through mechanics alone. Feels like This is a matured version of the roster. I've said it a lot of times over the last couple of years. Jakulov especially feels like maturing a lot as a player. But as a whole team, I mean, everyone feels like they're in form pretty much. Tien having a great start to the split. He's a player that's been criticized a lot on Top Esports over the last few years. Feels like right now, this whole squad is just a powerhouse team.
Top Esports, they didn't even get themselves to see international competition last year. I think by their standards, that's a failure of a year. And they take down the international powerhouse from JDG.
369 is on the back line. Basically one-taps Ruler. That's surely the game-winning play from 369. Gets a double kill as well as Yagao. Spiraling Despair is a great description of JDG fans' mental right now. 369 charging forwards as Top Esports will take game one. Kanavi escapes with his life, but that's all he'll get away with.
369 taking matters into his own hands and saying, I won the breakup, goes back to his old team and takes down JDG in this first game with a magnificent flank to end it off.
Fantastic stuff. TM dives on the fountain as the game ends as well. Fantastic stuff coming out from Top Esports. What a great little game number one coming out from them. Very, very slow paced. You know, you see Callista, you think fast paced, you think action. I can imagine a lot of people at home getting a little bit nervous that they weren't being a little bit more proactive with that Callista, but the objective control really was the real thing that Callista was bringing to the table today.
Yeah, and as soon as that Baron start was, capitalized on by Top Esports, the game just fell out of control. JDG, this is a team which we have often praised for being able to survive those situations, but not in game one.
Well, we were behind in that first game of the series, but we're ready to jump straight into game number two. We're not even having a break. We're going to catch up to the live game. So looking at the draft, it's JDG on the blue side this time around. They've got Xayah, Rakan, Ari, Lee Sin, and Renekton. If that ain't, like, I don't know, I was going to say 2020. If that ain't every year LPL composition for the last few years, I don't know what is.
Yeah, and this time JDG have a go button. They have Kanavi on the Lee Sin, flipped around that, so he can have that. He's looking for a top dive.
Speaking of, 369 in trouble. Flashes, gets a knock-up. It's not enough though. Kanavi, first blood.
What a different start from JDG. They were slapped around in game one after they made a single mistake. They don't want to sit and wait for the game to come to them. Game number two, missing on the Rakan as well, is another go button. He needs a hook there, but I think his presence as the game goes on will be so important. That Heimerdinger, nice little lane pressure, but just couldn't make that team fight play. He very much can on a Rakan, which he did absolute work on last year on JDG.
He certainly did. The Rakan, such a powerful pick for missing for anyone, but also Ruler on Xayah. He's literally got a skin for this champion. This guy is an absolute menace on the pick. Cannot wait to see. In fact, he is playing his own skin as well. Great to see that. And we'll see if he's got what it takes to get to those late game team fights, because that's the one thing about Xayah versus Smolder. You will be outranged, and being outranged by Smolder is a dicey position to be in.
It is, however, this is Ruler's Xayah. The great thing, so if we kind of take the blueprint from the first game and say that JDG, they're typically very disciplined, they hold on to summoners very well, it's hard to get under their skin. If you do that as Xayah, you get to 2-3 items. What we've seen from Ruler is he will aggressively flash forward and even assassinate enemy carries as well. Now, Smolder can't do much about that at 2 items. Maybe later on you're outranged and stuff like that, but I trust Ruler to do some magic on this champion. Of course, he's wearing his own skin from Samsung Galaxy back in 2017. It's been a long time since he's been to that kind of podium. Still, the memories remain.
He's been close to that kind of podium. He's managed to win domestically within the LPL, and he's hoping to perhaps get some more international stuff going on. Managing to be MSI champion, but Worlds eluded him last year. I think a team that so many people at home were hoping to get that golden road, both LPLs, MSI, and the World Championship, but knocked out by T1 twice, 2 years running in the semi-finals. It really does hurt to think about. But JDG gonna try again this year. Yagao back among the roster.
Of course, Yagao, that's a good look on missing. Good line of chunk. The thing is, with something like the Smolder, I know we saw some solo kill, well, the 2v2 kills in lane a little earlier in the day. The thing is, you're not necessarily looking for kills. Just hitting champions on good cooldowns means that you can just get a lot more stacks than you expect on that Smolder in the early game. Jackal and Mako using that hook to make sure that it is just point and click. See in the mid lane, Cream, again, he is not known as the mage player. He's had the Akali banned away from him. Everyone still remembers that one, but still, Cream going towards the Orianna. He's only played 10 games of it in his career, as far as I'm aware. Nice to go on the Ahri. It's a good laning matchup. I like the Orianna matchup into Ahri. You can chunk her out very well. You can see that's leading to a CS lead, and Yigao, he'd love to have a bit of a break from that, so you can actually start making some of the plays that you couldn't quite land in the first game.
See if he finds his opportunities. Good to see, though, that JDG start themselves strong, right? The plays on towards 369 in that top side. Flash still on cooldown for 369, but I don't expect Kanavi to be back up there. Yagao, look at the charm, but great sidesteps from Cream. 2v1 actually winning the trade with damage onto Yagao.
Ooh, almost gets himself the shockwave back as well.
Oh, Ignite, the bottom side ruler's in trouble. Jackal trying to all in as his mom just sort of misses the mark on that one. Burnt the cakes in the oven, was late to school to pick him up, and now doesn't kill him under the tower.
So this is another smaller lane, which is doing well in the 2v2. Good couple of hooks coming out from Mako. I think Mako and Tien, they are part of the real reason why top esports can accelerate so well. As soon as they get on the board, you show an opening, things go poorly for you after that point. Mako on the Nautilus, a champion that the LPL has been going back to again and again. Has been such a big part of that. Kanavi still has himself that kick, has himself a flash coming up in a few seconds. Not quite there. Good by Mako.
He's got the kick, does knock him into the wall. There we go, what a combo. Kanavi, secret agent, sneaks past all of that vision in the river and finds his way into the bottom lane. Punishment for the aggression of top esports.
The composition from JDG allows them so much more playmaking in the early game, and top esports, they were the ones that kind of controlled that a little bit in the last game with Tian on the lead sim. 369 throwing that ult down top side, but he can't quite get that knockout onto Sheer to lock him under turret.
Tough one there, can't quite finish that kill off. And again, Sheer, fantastic laning phase here on the Renekton. He's got the aggressive pick instead of having to play the Cassante this time around. And it feels like he's really using that pick well. Obviously getting a bit of presence from Kanavi in that top side, but building a CS lead off of the back of that, forcing the reset out now from 369. So a lot of these minions will be missed. It's a plate as well. Sheer off to the races so far in this game.
What are we going to look for here? The secret agent Kanavi. We saw it just as he was coming down towards bot side. So it's a while since we've seen that one. Gets past all of the vision line that he sees. With so many wards on bot side, top esports, yeah, they should be feeling safe, but they don't quite get that full coverage. Kanavi gets in and gets the kill.
And Ruler able to just get his QE off there, so he gets the assist as well. It didn't really offer a lot of damage to the play, but still gets a little bit of gold. Yeah,
I appreciate that.
I definitely think it's definitely the right thing to do to get some gold on the AD carry. Xayah not doing that much damage early on, but honestly, the QEs do a surprising amount of poke. I feel like people often underestimate quite how much poke Xayah can bring to a lane.
I just remember the horror stories that we used to have of Lethality Xayah, because that's what that chapter was all about. They have to kind of change damage away into terms of crit scaling more on the E to make it kind of railroad straight in towards the more crit build. Now see that top esports going towards Grubs on top side potentially. Lands, but nothing more to land towards that. JDG, they have themselves ults available, they have themselves flashes available. The problem is, there's a Nautilus ult on the other side, they have to be quite careful going in.
They do. Missing arriving on the scene, but their quickness about to come off the cooldown. I think top esports are quite happy to respect what JDG are bringing here. Not overforce the play. They got their one grub, they've got the XP, go for that one. They're quite happy with that one. Drake coming up in 20 seconds as well. CTN already moving towards that bottom side of the map. Jackal looking to have Prio, I think, in the bottom side as well. Certainly will if Mako arrives on the scene. And that could set up for the Drake for top esports.
Potentially could do. I think JDG, top esports at this point in the game, last time around we were saying, well, things might slow down, there's a lot of summoners available, the go buttons aren't really there. You've got the Nautilus and the Rakan. The LPL has moved more towards these kind of champions over and stuff like that. Like you saw some kind of earlier in the split, Nami and Amelia. It'd be harder to press that go button, but as it stands, no top esports were roaming down towards bot side and force. And the JDG will pick up that dragon. So, that's like the first game. No early soul going to be on the table. It's one apiece from that early game. Means that we are not going to be put there into like early soul kind of territory, but we kind of force the hand instead of waiting for a better moment. With the Hex Gates as well, quicker roams around the map, and of course a very powerful soul to cap things off.
Look at the CS lead down in that bottom lane. Ruler building that pretty heavily off of the back of, Mako getting caught out. Kanavi's been all over the map so far. 2 kills in his pocket. Kanavi's Lee Sin, over the years, he's sort of built a bit of a reputation for things like Kindred and these carry junglers in Italy a bit as well. But his Lee Sin is still always my favorite of his champions to watch. He's so clean on the pick. His mechanics are fantastic, but also the way that he plays the map, the way that he uses this jungler is always a pleasure to watch. 369 is in all kinds of trouble here. Sheer starts the play off. The quickness is in, and the QE once again from Ruler. This time picks up a kill.
Oh, what a beautiful engage from Missing as well. Sheer flashes in, and Missing uses both of his battle dances to get double gap closer before his combo comes in. Doesn't even need to use the flash to close the distance onto 369, who's had a fantastic split in his own right, but you can't survive a combo like that against his old bot lane he played with last year. Sheer might be returned the favor on the bot side, but here comes Kanavi using that map play, as you're saying, and then the Hex Plate's also coming into play to make sure that Sheer is also not returned to that favor.
Jackie Love is playing with absolutely zero respect for Sheer. I'm terrified that he's going to get all in there, but obviously he has his cleanse, has his flash. Sheer knows that this is not an AD carry to be trifled with. You know that if Jackie Love's mispositioning like that, there may be an angle for him to punish you. He may be trying to bait you. I don't know, Smolder in the early game. I'm never really sure. I never know what to expect when I watch Jackie Love. He's just too good.
Yeah, and I think that's a great conversation to have too. We talked about recent former players. Jackie Love, I think last year, people, because they didn't see him internationally, and largely the team of top esports, despite the fact that they made regional finals, was kind of said to be a bit of a failure. They're kind of going to forget that. Jackie Love had a fantastic split. Mako going to get CC'd up here, potentially blowing ult. He's fine, just walking out, doesn't even have to blow the flash. But back to Jackie Love, he had a fantastic 23. I think that on the whole, the Jackie Love moments where you say, well, maybe you overstepped, it's a bit of an unwise moment, feels like he has tempered them a little bit more to do them, at least in a point of the game where he can actually win the game off of those players, and it's not just a complete question mark as to why he's doing it. He's continued that into 24, and I think he genuinely is right up there with the best LPL AD carries.
I think he's up there with the best AD carries in the world right now. His form is fantastic. Oh, coming out from Smolder to clear the way from the bot side. Will deny. No, actually, the 4th plate goes over. Oh, we're managing to just about squeeze the damage out there just before plates fall off. And look at that. 4 plates top, 4 plates bot. This is a huge early game from JDG. They're almost 3,000 gold up as Sheer once again goes for these massive trades against 369.
He's doing a good job of stepping out of those sweet spots. You see that 369 still turning around, good damage nonetheless. As the Eclipse are enacting, it's not going to be the Black Cleaver like we saw last game from 369, which can help you get a bit more tanky, get more frontline shred. The Eclipse, the shield helps you be tanky, but it's mainly about the damage. You're not really as bulky without just the raw HP Black Cleaver. So JDG, they have themselves that Eclipse for the big burst combo. Fantastically comboing up in the side lanes. It wouldn't surprise me to see them keep on that. Something like the Smolder, you don't really want to play towards him if at all possible. We have ourselves a cross map again. It's been a little bit of a slow affair. Again, we haven't seen like the huge cataclysmic fights. It has been those opportunistic ones over anything. With the Arta Towers being traded. And what we're now going to see is a lot more open map with a lot of these extra wards that you see into the jungle kept up for longer amounts of time. And that means that maybe we're going to get ourselves some more flanking plays in the next few minutes as the towers fall.
So, I want to bring up another statistic as we broach the 15-minute mark. We've got a 3,000 gold lead for JDG, which means top esports at a deficit at the 15-minute mark. Oh, Shockwave onto Yagao. I don't think they can commit to the full dive there. Good damage onto Yagao, forces his ultimate as well. Cream, you've got to get out of there, buddy. Top esports, we talked about how they've got a 100% win rate when they've got a lead at the 15-minute mark. The other side of that, though, they have a 0% win rate when they are behind at 15 minutes. Top esports have yet to win a game while down at the 15-minute mark so far this split. Now, granted, they've only been down in 5 games all split. Those are the 5-game losses that they found for themselves. So, it's certainly not a huge sample pool to pull from, but even still hilarious that they are either 100 or 0.
The thing that is great about doing stats in the LPL, one, it can be sometimes hard to get some of the more intricate numbers, but we have such a good sample size because we play so many more games. A regular season is 16 best of threes per team. It's an absolutely huge amount. It's only the single round robins at 17 total. It means that we get a really good picture of, at least in a numerical sense, how these teams are meant to put out on paper get later into the split. We are closing ever closer towards first. Honestly, the winner of this will be second place. This is the battle for second place behind BLG. Unlikely that you can go towards first with a two-series advantage, rather, but at the top of the table as Shockwave comes in for a little bit of poke there. Top Esports, great in game one, but it feels like JDG has woken up for this game two, and they are putting Top Esports into a very difficult position where it feels like they are just kind of nuclear around the smolder before JDG can explode them with the next fight of the game.
The question will be, can JDG explode with the next fight of the game? Can Top Esports defeat their own statistics? It's a 4,000 gold lead in 17 minutes. Like, it's a really good start. Yagao just farming up on the side lanes now. He's got his Malignant, so this Ari will really come online. But it's been Kanavi who's been pushing the game forward so far. And off the back of a lot of work that Sheer has been putting in this side lane, I'm really impressed by him today. Subbing in for Flandre and doing such a good job in the side lane. Excited for the prospects that this guy is bringing to the table. Not just for JDG, but maybe just in the future of LPL. I'm excited to see what... I'm excited to just be here for the beginning of this career.
I'm just happy to be here. You know,
Yeah.
I'm enjoying... Sometimes, I think real it. Sometimes it's just nice to sit and watch good League of Legends.
Yeah.
I love watching the best players of this game teach us something new about it. Top Esports, they showed us the opportunities they can take in game one. It feels like now JDG, they're in a bit of a sweet spot where they're about to hit 2 items just before the enemy team. It's a huge break point for them. When they hit 2 items, you can start threatening the Baron as well, as that'll be spawning in the next couple of minutes as well. And if they manage to have, particularly Ruler with all summoners, Ruler is pretty much unparalleled. They're using his summoners on stuff like the Xayah to be an assassin Xayah in a lot of these team fights and get value out of it. Top Esports, if they can, they would love to be able to get a flash or an ult out of Ruler. It's very hard to do that though without committing someone like a Nautilus to death, basically. You need a good shockwave beside that. It feels like Top Esports are kind of hard to force away some of those defensive tools.
Herald comes down in the mid lane. Oh, hook onto missing, but he is playing Rakan, so just dashes away once again, gets over towards his AD carry. That's the beauty of the Lovers duo. You get the extra range on the Battle Dance, I think it's called.
Yes, so the Battle Dance.
So keeps you that little bit extra safe.
Also, one of the big things too, which will be important in this kind of game too, is that so Xayah's W, she gets the increased attack speed and the extra damage on hit as well. That also applies to Rakan, but Rakan, it only activates after you, in terms of the extra movement speed that you get when you hit an enemy champion. Now, if Rakan does that, it buys the movement speed for both of you, and you both benefit from it. So if Rakan goes in with the Xayah W running, they can then enable the Xayah to run around with super speed with the Ghost running too. Because that Top Esports needs to be very, very careful about letting missing into the plate in the right kind of spacing for Ruler to take off too. Mid lane outer turret down, summoners and ults still available from JDG as Top Esports. They are once again struggling to thread the needle in this game, especially compared to game one.
Keeping my eyes on Jackie as well. He's been quietly farming this entire time. You expect the Smolder to start to come online at this
ult
point.
Who's been loudly farming with the ult.
Well, that's true. That's true. And also, on the pre-nerf ult, this is not the patch where Smolder's ult cooldown gets nerfed. That's the next patch. I believe that's 46 that's coming in. So excited for that one, but the wave clear is still very, very powerful for the Smolder in the early game. Jacket making use of that fact. 369 just trying to clear these waves and deny the side lane pressure, but tier 2 already taken on the top side for JDG, now trying to pressure the tier 2 in the bottom side, and they are more than happy to just play this out low and slow. Feels very good for them so far in this game. It's just whether or not they can make these fights work. They're going to be looking for chaos. They're going to be looking for snap engages later on. Top Esports very happy to play more of a front to back style and maybe even a pick style.
Yeah. The thing is, I think JDG, in some ways, a fast game doesn't work for them only for the Xayah. I think for the rest of the team, the fast game works, but if you go too fast and the Xayah's taking fights without Flash, Ghost, and Ultimate, I think the game gets a lot easier for Top Esports. I think that's why JDG haven't been pulling the trigger so readily themselves. Because honestly, Ruler on this area has been so awesome on it. He's one of the best players in the championship of all time. The skin grip, here comes the fight. Might be stuck in the choke here.
Tien really committing to this one, still keeping his ult. There we go. Crescent Guard used, Flash used as well. A lot on cooldown now for Tien, just as Drake spawns. This is a great trade for JDG.
Well, Chop, I think Cream is just there trying to like see if he can threaten them around that choke point with the ball, using it as the bowling ball, the wrecking ball. Seeing if he can get a shockwave onto multiple members and stop them getting free entrance into the river. Can't stay up there too long though. They lost mid prior. Means that JDG could have just come through the other part of it. Using the escapes now. Sheer maybe going too far, but he's fairly tanky at this point. JDG in the river first.
This should just be Drake going down, to be honest. They do it so quickly with the Xayah. That's going to be solve point. JDG 3, Drake's to work.
Ow!
He's missing. Oh, he's alive. He's on 1 HP, and there's his lead to finish the kill. Fantastic little snipe there from JackieLove. And now towards the mid lane go Top Esports.
Yeah, one of the other things nerfed about Smolder in the future is, you know, some of the width of his abilities. Maybe that would have saved him at another time. Ruler now getting chunked out, but no ults available for Cream to finish that kill. JDG give up their first kill of the game, and they lose the flash on missing. That's quite important. Missing with flash can reach the backline quite easily. Without it, makes it a much more torrid affair. So, Top Esports with a brief numbers advantage. Missing now coming back out onto the map. Don't manage to get themselves the dragon, but they do just stop JDG from just pushing up as aggressively as they were before.
Top Esports just being bullied out of the top side of the jungle here as JDG muscle in. Mako looking for a fight here. Shockwave on cooldown right now. The kick is huge, and I don't really know what Top Esports were looking for here. This doesn't feel like a fight they can win. JackieLove has arrived. Perhaps he can carry on the Smolder, but he doesn't even have the execute online just yet. Still trying to get these stacks throughout the fight, but it's just not going to be enough. And JDG now with a chance on Baron.
Well, Tien has no blast cone, no flash, and no ultimate. You're waiting for JackieLove to do something, or for 369 to get into the pit. They do not have the numbers to make a difference here. So after having the opportunistic pick, they're going to give up the Baron. They're sticking their heads in. I just don't see what happens here. It's all on 369 on the flank.
Top Esports happens potentially as JackieLove's still alive right now, and he's finally got the execute online. The Q's flying through, but Ruler is still going strong for the time being. That's one for 369 on the top side of the player. Sheer gets onto JackieLove. The cleanse keeps him alive as Kanavi peeled by 369. Another kill goes down, and Top Esports, they try and make it happen. 369 versus Sheer as Jackie gets the triple, and 369 chasing his lane opponent down, reminding Sheer who the GOAT is in the top lane. Top Esports onto the Baron once more.
Oh, it's flip-flopped yet again. JDG had the numbers advantage, but it's 369 that really makes the difference on the flank, battling against the odds, and now potentially securing Top Esports their own Baron with the Hexscapes. It means that Tien will be able to get closer back towards the Baron and to secure it with a smite. You can see missing here. I don't think it's just him and Sheer that can do much here.
Tien gets the Hexgate as well. A TP comes in from Yagao. They're going to fight this one once again. Quickness comes in. Mako tanking for the time being. The Scream is low. Flashes out the backside of the pit. They need to get onto these carries. The Shockwave whiffs though. 369 is down. Tien in the pit trying to burst the Baron. And he takes it in the end. Double kill for Yagao. The Sheer might have gone too far now. Is JackieLove trying to finish that one. Tien in a 1v3 on the opposite side of the play. There's one for JackieLove. Tien still going strong somehow. Top Esports, they deny the Baron at least.
They get it onto two members. JackieLove and Cream will be able to Baron up. JackieLove, you need to be careful here though. He has flash, but he might decide for this.
Kanavi wants the kill. Flash, and the blast cone keeps him safe. The Q won't be followed by Kanavi. My god, this is chaos.
The blast code cancelled the Q mid-flight. That's the reason he's safe. Kanavi potentially going to follow it up with a kill with a kick after that too. Where the hell are we starting this replay? Okay, this is the first fight in the enemy jungle before JDG go towards the Baron. I mean, it's a fantastic kick from Kanavi. Gets right onto Cream, who doesn't manage to stand his ground behind his front line. And with the extra mobility, the resets from Ahri, feels like it's so much easier for them to walk towards it. Problem is, after that, you don't have a lot of those big ultimates. And Ruler, despite the fact that he has everything up, can't take the fight in the way that he wants to. Loses almost all of his HP before he can turn fire again and use that ultimate to zone off an area of the fight. 369 on the other side of this, alongside JackieLove, more than enough damage at this point to threaten the carries. Ruler does get an assassination, but it's not enough to stop 369 cleaning up.
Look at that damage from 369 on the sweet spot. Chase Sheer away as well. Yagao 4-1 and 2. And I will say, in this mid lane, it's been a bit tough for Top Esports. Cream having a difficult time trying to impact the fights, getting caught out in that one by Kanavi. A couple of these shockwaves as well. A little lackluster. I need to see a bit more from the new top esports mid laner. Like I said before, the legacy he has to live up to. Knight in the mid lane, rookie following him. Now Cream stepping into the roster. Needs to perform in games against the rivals of JDG.
So 30 seconds until the Hextech Dragon JDG. It looks like they're giving up the mid lane outer turret to make sure they have positioning in bot side to make sure they can get towards bot river. Last minute, the Baron buff, top esports is much easier for them to push out waves with JDG. They have themselves resets, they can use the Hextech Dragon to get onto the map easier. Yagao doesn't have teleport, he will be late to the spawn of this just about. He's got himself an important completion, gets himself the Horizon focus. So, 3-item combo from Yagao. Top esports though, they are the ones who can control this choke point. While Cream has had difficult fights before this, if you get good positioning here, that shockwave, which we haven't really seen be that impactful yet, could change everything.
It's also a hell of a combo between the Shockwave as well as Smolder's Qs and his ult hitting onto everyone. That is terrifying damage that can come out from top esports. Yagao goes mind the charm. Top esports control the river for now. Remember though, a single smite from Kanavi can still get Hextech Soul for the side of JDG.
Really important that Ruler was stood in that kind of point there. We now see Yagao going over. Are they going to engage onto him? No, he goes to the other side. Here comes Kanavi. One of them's looking for a flank, but top esports holding their lines.
Kanavi goes back into the pit. TN has a way in. The feathers go in, but it's taken. That's Hextech Soul. And now onto the back line they go. Jaggaloop still surviving for the time being. He's trying to peel a missing will fall, but Yagao dives onto the back line and annihilates both carries. JDG wipe top esports.
Top esports see off the first couple of flank attempts, but they can't see off them all. And they go in towards the Dragon, lose the flip, lose the fight, lose the game. We're going to game 3.
Reminiscent of game number 1, JDG put the pressure on and forced the fight over the Soul. This time it's them coming out on top. Ruler on his own skin, grabbing another win for himself, but Yagao really the leader of the charge in that final fight, killing both Cream and Jaculum. This Ari looking magnificent in game 2.
It's been a while since we've seen JDG versus Top Esports at the real top of the table. It felt like it took a backseat to JDG BLG last year, but make no mistake, this matchup is still as hot as ever. And the fact that it's going the distance, it's great for you, it's great for me, it's great for all of us to see more of these teams playing top-level League of Legends.
It's absolutely fantastic. I love this matchup. Even with some of the players changing over the years, it's still an absolutely insane matchup. And I want to say again, Sheer has been fantastic in the 1v1 against 369. I was worried about that substitution. I'm not worried anymore. He's looking amazing. We're going to go to a break. We're going to go into game 3, and then we're going to find out who comes out on top. This is essentially a battle for second seed. JDG aren't going down without a fight. appropriate slogan for JDG after that game, because they absolutely made it real for us there in game number 2. Fantastic snowball. Yagao having a phenomenal game. And speaking of, let's take a look at our MVP coming out of that one. I don't know who it is, but it's actually Kanavi. Great kicks throughout, like fantastic Lee Sin performance.
He got kills across the map. He had kicks in important moments in the games. He effectively meant that Cream didn't get a good critique fight the entire game in his own right, with one of the biggest kicks of the game being onto him around that red buff. Kanavi's Lee Sin, one of his best champions of all time. We don't always see it come out, but in the clutch moment here, really helped them get things rolling and stay rolling versus Top Esports, who smashed them in game 1.
Well, we're already into picks and bans, and it's Vestians across the board
It
here.
is.
As it's Nico is Vestian, right?
Yeah, she's like a
Nico.
super. She's like a proto Vestian. She's like even more Vestian than other Vestian. It's cool lore stuff. But either way, huge thing which I was gonna say, hopefully was gonna last later into draft, but it's happened early for us. Cream has had a pretty quiet series so far. He gets the Ari. This is one of the picks that he was a huge playmaker for on OMG. Yagao will still be on an engaged threat in that Nico, and this laning matchup tends to favor the Nico a little bit earlier as well. So I don't think Yagao is unhappy with the matchup, but Cream in this series will have a really good ability to determine when he can be a playmaker, which he couldn't really before.
Crucially, Smolder's made it through the bans, and nobody's gone for that pick, prioritizing these solo lanes. That's assuming that Sheer takes this Jax. It could be a jungle answer as well, but also missing, grabbing his signature Rakan there. It's going to be the Nautilus taken off of the board to deny Maker one of his own signature picks. And then who honestly knows what's going to happen for the rest of this one? I feel like Smolder must be banned on the side of Top Esports, but the Saya are actually the priority because Rule is just too damn good on the pick.
This is the thing, right? Because I feel like these games are... Weirdly, they're not super early game, but they're not going late game enough for Smolder to instantly win you the game. So maybe you're looking for the stuff which kind of has the 2v2 pressure. That's why the Callisto and the Nautilus are banned out in the second one. Feels like as the heat is being turned up and we come down to a decider for who will be second place, really has come down to the wire. I wonder if we drop Smolder altogether and say, look, we have Nico, we have Ari, we have Jax's and Shinsao's. It's about the early game rather than waiting for the game to come into the hands of a Smolder stacking nightmare.
Smolder's through once again. Maybe JDG go for it. Right now, Team WE are sat at home watching the series screaming, Jin Bard at the screen. Nobody's listening. It's only them playing it. But Kanavi's Lee Sin could well be yet another signature pick here. Missing and Kanavi both going with absolute comfort. And it does mean Sheer is taking the Jax top.
It does. So it means that Kanavi missing, once again pairing up on the Lee Sin and the Rakan, two of their best individual champions of all time. I believe missing is now on a 22-game win streak on the Rakan. It's massively high.
It's insane.
It is one of the highest win streaks I've ever seen on a champion in pro play. Bot lane for JackeyLove and Mako. JackeyLove on Zeri. Is it going to be Zeri? Lulu, it has been cropping up here and there. Means Mako would be off of engaged duty, but he would be able to buff up the carries going in. Lulu Shinsao's powerful. Lulu and the Zeri's powerful on the other way. Now, because we've now seen the scaling option from JackeyLove and Mako, do you have to go scaling on the other side? Ruler says yes. The Mini Dragon once again locked in, this time for Ruler.
It's kind of crazy, isn't it, to see
Last pick Smolder in this meta.
Yeah, we're getting Smolder as the answer to Zeri instead of the other way around. But remember, Lulu versus Rakan, fantastic matchup for the Lulu. You've got the Polymorph. Zeri as well can dash away from the knockup from Rakan, so this is a very difficult lane for Missing to find that impact in.
I think also, adding into this too, I think that the Zeri is stronger in early game and stronger at 2 items than the Smolder. It really comes to the 3 items and then the huge amount of stacks where the Smolder is uncontested at that point. We've seen a couple of, I think Anyone's Legend tried this a lot. Now they're a struggling team, but they do have hope. Of course, he's the play for JDG and was massive on that Zeri. He couldn't pull out wins against that champion. Playing the Zeri, it's a bit of a gamble. You need to close the game before the Smolder does what Zeri does, but just kind of better as the late game carry.
We'll see. The Zeri for JackeyLove is going to be the answer. JackeyLove's got quite a famous play on that Zeri. It's not a great one though, I will say. Hopefully nothing like that will come out today. And to be fair, like those kind of plays, I feel like are a thing of JackeyLove's past. Dare I jinx it? He has been playing so much more respectfully these days. I'm going to stop talking. I feel like I'm really just like laying the curse on thick at this point. Top Esports vs JDG, the new El Clasico ever since the turn of the decade. And let's see who's going to come out on top this time around in 2024 spring.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Mako Jayo at the end there. I'm guessing that's an
appreciate
EDG fan in the audience.
I appreciate that one, but obviously worth noting, JDG's arena very large as this match taking place in Beijing, 2,000 seats there. It's a big arena for regular seat games, but they fill it out, and that's why these crowds can very much get rowdy. And why wouldn't you when you see games like that? Though that Baron play in Game 2, that is going to be etched into my mind for a very long time. That was some true classic LPL chaos.
And I feel like that was classic top esports versus JDG as well. When you think back to the classic top esports plays, it was like Jackie Love and Knight 2v5ing at Baron. Well, this time we had, who was it, Jackie Love and 369 2v4ing at Baron? Pretty much a very similar thing. 369 was on the roster back then.
You know, we've had a lot of these players kind of cross the aisle into the different teams. 369 going there and back, and we've had Yagao been on JDG, he's been across from JDG, playing against them on BLG as well. He's now returned. Both these teams have a lot of history to them with different players. And this one, JDG, of course, coming in as 3-peat champions, top esports. Been a while since they've seen the upper echelons of the LPL. They took a year off really last year, while it felt like JDG, BLG, and then LNG as well really kind of claims those top spots from them. They would love to keep themselves in contention at the very top of the LPL.
Man, I miss Zoom in this matchup as well. Nothing against Sheer or anything like that, but Sheer doesn't have any steak and wine memes knocking about, does he? So feels like we're missing the high quality memes in this matchup right now. So I'm looking at you, community. Bring us some bangers, so that when the trash talk videos come out later in the year, we've got some. We need some good stuff. We need some good stuff.
Yeah.
Need some flavor in my life. Reset early on coming out from Kanavi here, just after 3 camps.
That's a good point, actually. And he gets himself towards the longsword, so I guess he really wants to fight. What this screams to me is early first back, fight at Scuttle, and try and make a mess of something on one side of the map. Thing is, most junglers do that for Doran's Blade, but if you're doing it after 3 camps, you're doing it for the very earliest fighting potential, because Doran's Blade is actually very good on a lot of early junglers right now, foregoing that for just the early first back of the longsword.
So longsword gives him an advantage if Tien happened to be on that bottom side. He's not, though. Sheer moves in. Tien does get the smite down, but the counter-strike won't land, so Sheer can't keep this one going. Tien, though, can. As potentially 369 could move down, or Tien could just win the 1v1 and force Sheer away. And now a charm lands mid because Yagao was trying to move over to help his other solo laner. A little bit of a turn here for top esports.
If that counter-strike lands, maybe we'd have a bit of a different conversation, but then you have a double buff Shinsao walking at Jax without his skills available. And that doesn't go quite so well for Sheer, so he's going to get himself a teleport back to lane. Now, he had the free ability to do that because the wave was slow pushing towards him. He's not going to lose a huge amount of CS, but it's a bit of a swing and a miss from him in terms of the plays he could have made.
And I think maybe part of that is just down to like those subtle rules of League of Legends that are programmed into your brain that you don't have to think about, like solo laners generally can 1v1 junglers. But that only matters because they have so much XP.
Side.
We've got a 4-man dive, though. Or not really a dive, because there's no way to get to the tower here for Jackie Love and Mako. Jackie actually, I thought he was going to sacrifice himself, but he's walked over to the wall. It's Mako that sacrificed himself here. Yagao chunked, but it won't matter. First blood taken by Kanavi.
Mako uses the heal, doesn't end up getting himself any closer to safety, accepts his own demise. And once again, Kanavi's Lee Sin gets the first blood of the game. Game 1, JDG didn't really have any playmaking, but between Kanavi and Missing, on the Lee Sin Rakan duo that they have done so much damage with across the LPL, get things rolling once again in the early game.
Great stuff from JDG, answering what could have been quite an awkward start to the game up top off the back of the trade with Sheer and Tien. But Kanavi showing that proactivity once more, and importantly, like the Smolder lane getting the advantages early is really bad news for top esports. You don't want to deal with that Smolder later on with a whole bunch of gold in his pocket as well. That said, we have seen Bed Smolders lose. Teams have been figuring out how to beat it, and it feels like top esports, they certainly feel like they've got an answer, right? Because they prioritize this area over the Smolder.
And yeah, I think that it normally has that better early game than the Smolder, and then it kind of keeps on to that just by a little bit up until Smolder really starts kicking online around the 3. You see that Navi just hopped over the Scuttle Vision to go towards those grubs, the grubs rather. So he's going to take them away. I'd imagine they kind of know it by process elimination anyway, because he can't really be on bot side right now, and he knows not to risk that down. Dragon itself, Sheer pushing in this wave towards top side. Navi gets the trade of objectives, and unlike last game, won't get himself a quick follow-up kill after the first blood on top side.
Ooh, Mako gets his reset denied. Does have flash available should he need it, but Kanavi is looking to potentially dive here. World Ender already online for 369, but that's about to time out. Sheer threatening the dive here. World Ender down. Proxying the wave to get another wave on the way in the top side. Sheer goes for the counter-strike, sets up with the stun. And it's too easy for the side of JDG.
I mean, call me a liar. Kanavi does get a quick follow-up kill. Bot lane to top lane. Very similar to what happened in game number 2. 2 kills on opposite sides of the map, setting up his team for success. That puts Sheer ahead in a matchup which can go pretty poorly for the Aatrox one behind. See that Mako did in fact have his flash blown towards the bot side. You can see it on the summoners on the right-hand side. So good work again from Kanavi, who at points this time has been quite disconnected, but he walks into Tien now.
Gets the knock-up, waits with those autos as Yagao trying to protect his own jungler. Oh, if that W hits, this could be a dangerous story for Kanavi as Tien moves in. Knows that he has the power to fight over these chickens right now. Sheer is moving over. This could be bad news for Tien. Smite comes down, Tien gets the chicken and continues the fight at this point. Pop Blossom onto 2 as Cream was in the middle of it as well. Kanavi might go down. Cream's got to finish at least one of these kills. Does get it, gets over the wall as well. But taken down by the auto attack from Yagao. 369 to try and save the play.
Invisibility!
He's been juked though. He's gone for the wrong one. As Yagao gets out underneath the tower now. Sheer looking for a counter strike. Can't follow it up, but denies the kill.
I mean, what is that, a 1 for 2 in the grand scheme of things? Kanavi goes down, but it's 2 extra going to JDG, and once again, Kanavi has been the conductor of the early game, setting the pace. It felt like Tien should have been able to win out on that trade towards the topside scuttle as Kanavi walked into it. It is going to be some gold over towards Cream, but he ends up dying, so he can't even stay to capitalize on a laning state that comes afterwards. And JDG, once again, running the early game, which we don't expect versus TS.
Oh, Sheer has gone for his all-in on the top side. World Ender procced by 369. Has to respect it. And look at that HP. He's going to have to reset. Look at all of these minions. He's going to miss. I think Sheer could threaten the dive if he doesn't commit to the reset entirely here, and will do so. So Sheer will find a massive CS advantage now in the top lane.
Now, the people who are really familiar with Sheer, when they were telling me about this player, were saying, look, he's really good on his select champion pool very early with his plays into the game and laning phase. You can see that Tien overstays in this moment here, but this whole play turns because Sheer goes straight towards this jungle rather than going towards top lane. Instead, it is that 3v2. Yes, Aatrox comes in to clean up a little bit beyond that. Cream can't quite escape because of the ward which is put over the wall. The powered auto attack, at least 369 manages to get into the play, but the juke, magnificent from Yagao, making sure that 369 doesn't get easy auto to finish the kill.
And kind of a fumble from 369 there, missing the sweet spot on the Q when he flashed for it. Would have just been able to have the kill before the W ever even came into play. You know, in the Chinese community, they call 369 the Dice Man. I know we spam the 3s and we spam the 9s for 369.
Oh, that's such a badass name, actually.
I love that they call him the Dice Man. It's full-on casino gameplay sometimes. This time, rolling the 3s. We'll see how that keeps going throughout the game, because Sheer, slowly but surely, I'm starting to really like this man in the matchup.
Again, I feel like, you know, his comfort champions, the Aatrox, the Jax, the Renekton, a lot of the kind of bruiser champions, which a lot of top laners have grown to be very comfortable on, he is so good on in the laning phase, and then getting just beyond that into some of the skirmishes. We've definitely felt, even a couple of these games, he's in the longer plays, where you have to see what happens 2 rotations into a trade with 3 people involved instead of just the 1v1. He has misjudged some of them. It's harder to tell that against higher tier players who might just be able to eke out a bit of extra damage or juke a little bit better. But things will go your way. Sheer in the individual plays still so powerful. He's roaming down a bit late from top lane. If JDG do want to contest this.
1,500 gold up right now for JDG. And Sheer potentially in a great flank position. Tien got one of the grubs. They really want to deny a second one as well. Top Esports maybe open committed to the play. It's a double knock up and a double pop blossom as well. And here comes Mum to clean up the kills. Top Esports are rooted as JDG winning the early game. But Cream isn't actually done just yet. Dives further forward, sideways on the charm, and Ruler walks away with his life. And now suddenly it's turned around. Cream doesn't get knocked up. Jaculov slides away.
JDG, another fight back to back, and it is off the back of Missing's Rakan, the win streak king of Rakan. 22 games back to back, and he finds another clutch engage. Really starting to think that he's having a revival on this champion, and despite the fact that, you know, we've had metas of the Lucian Nami and the Lulus coming back and the Renatas, whenever this Rakan has an angle in a draft, Missing finds a way to make it work. He's forced to go backwards, but as Top Esports go into this choke point, they are left as sitting ducks against Missing, who gets the 3-man charm after forcing out the ult, after Cream all the same, and Ruler is also the first to the play. Typically, Ruler around Grubs fights, like Herald last year, he roams late to them. He typically stays bot lane, but with the Smolder, he can also pick up a kill.
And Ruler getting an early kill on the Smolder. It's fantastic news for JDG. It's a 2,000 gold lead now. It's Top Esports not wanting to give up just yet. They start off this Drake in the bottom side. Kanavi throws his Q in, but blocked by Tien. Now will be Drake taken by Top Esports. Jaculov dashes to safety. Tien, no flash available. Crescent Guard still on cooldown, but gets out with his life. That felt a little bit tense, honestly, but Top Esports, 2 Drakes now.
Whenever Missing is on the screen with members in range of him, you think, yeah, he could find a way to make something happen of that. Can't imagine what it feels like to actually play against him on the riff. He finds angles, which so few players do. And I feel like Missing is one of those players where, you know, in the Golden Road squad of JDG, the almost Golden Road, it felt like Missing was one of those players who people never really gave all the credence to because of the carries of, you know, 369 and Knight and Ruler. Of course, Kanavi, one of the best junglers in the world during that time too. Missing has done an awful lot of work to be that playmaker, particularly on stuff like the Rel and the Rakan. Kanavi looking towards mid lane, just charmed up.
Good charm. Oh, great sidestep from Cream as well, but it's not enough. The Pop Blossom after the kick. Oh, it is enough! The Spirit Rush gets Cream out. The sidesteps make all the difference.
Sidesteps like 2 or 3 skill shots sees him to safety. Ruler, once again, trading onto these dual lane members of Top Esports, getting himself a lot of stacks just from hitting the Zeri and the Lulu. It's quite hard to do that in the range versus range matchup, but he's got a couple of good opportunities now to start stacking up. I'd love to get a count on those at some point, so next time it's there, you're going to have to highlight it.
I will say, one of the things I noticed in that previous Dragon play as well that's worth mentioning is something you quite often talk about is how good LPL teams are at punishing a lack of summoner spells and a lack of ultimates. Missing didn't have his quickness, Ruler didn't have his ultimate available. I believe Missing's flash was on cooldown as well. Top Esports, while it was a really close run thing to JDG actually contesting and trying to take the Dragon themselves, Top Esports see that window and manage to pull an objective out of it. And I think that is a skill that's really underrated in League of Legends.
Oh yeah, and I think particularly the LPL is the specialty of it. Now 369, he has his flash and he has his ultimate. JDG will need to think twice about this dive as Sheer gets himself a plate all the same. 5 grubs for JDG means that Sheer is going to be very powerful in a side lane. Heck, even Nico very good as a side lane champion because of the W passive, getting some extra damage on towers as well. Good wave clear alongside that. As it stands, 369 gets some good healing out. Trading backs though.
That's World Ender popped out of him. As Sheer trying to bait him in. Oh, the Q goes wide from Kanavi. It's going to force the flash. The minions are solo. I don't think this is a diveable angle. Yagao has moved up as well, pretending to be Missing for the time being, as the real Missing moves up as well. 369, he's realized he's got to get out of there.
And because of the topside movements from JDG, there's going to be a Herald started. Herald might even open up an angle towards mid lane at some point too to break open that tower. It feels like one of the things which the LPL has struggled most in with 2024 is you don't have 2 Heralds to take early game to slam them both into mid turret to break it open for free. You have 1 Herald, which can sometimes be a bit inconsistent about how you actually end up breaking open those towers because it's not the double charge to instantly kill that. The grubs give you slower value over time. It means that unlocking mid turret against stalling AD carries, which can wave clear the shiv and stuff like that, can be quite difficult. If you're getting that Herald now, see how much of a power play they can get to stop Top Esports from holding that tower up.
See if they can withstand the pressure on those towers. It's a 3,000 gold lead for JDG at this point. And once again, just want to remind everyone of that statistic I brought up in the previous game. Top Esports, 0% win rate when they're behind at 15 minutes. We've just hit 15 minutes and they're 3,000 gold down. This is going to be a tier 1 taker for Top Esports. Want to make something happen elsewhere on the map. Sheer, the target, and Creep grabs himself the kill. Meantime, JDG might be able to just go for a twofer in the mid lane. Jaculov trying to clear this one away. The laser will do a bit of work, but the Grubs buy space for JDG to get 2 towers in the mid lane.
All right, so we asked, okay, how much can JDG get out of that Herald, particularly in the mid lane, so you stop that Shiv just stalling for forever around that mid tower. They get 2 turrets, not even just the one, but on the other side, Top Esports, they get an important kill onto Sheer, and they open up that. Cream gonna blow that teleport. He is gonna get out safely, but the fact that he's forced to blow that, a little bit awkward for him. Got himself 2 Dark Seal stacks off of that bot side plate. But the thing is, with so many of these plays being back and forth and very, very close, and the fight's not happening all too often, the snowballing potential of an item like that Dark Seal, maybe less than other series that we're seeing. It feels like Top Esports and JDG, when they are fighting to absolutely kill. There are no half measures in this series so far.
There certainly aren't. This is going to take everything from either team to finish this series out. Ruler stacking away, by the way, who I'd say on average at this point are high-level smolders, getting about 11 stacks a minute. So you can expect the passive to come online sort of 20 to 22 minutes. That seems to be where Ruler's at right now. As Top Esports grouped up for the Drake spawn, and they just get this one straight on spawn. Maybe JDG can force a fight off the back of it, but this should just be the Drake taken. They're doing it quite slow though. Kanavi gets the kill.
Oh, he steals it!
Oh, it's a nightmare for Top Esports, and JDG run them down. Top Esports are denied everything, and Kanavi owns this matchup. He takes the Drake, he takes 2 kills, and he might as well just take the series.
And I think JDG might just take their name too, because they are on top. The battle for second place is now being dominantly won by JD Gaming, and Kanavi on his Lee Sin has another highlight moment to add to the reel. It's a steal, it's a clutch fight from him. They arrive late to the Dragon. This should have just been gone, but he threads the needle on the Q, gets the steal. Yagao comes in to dive into Hell's Mouth with him, alongside Missing and Ruler. That is a picture-perfect wombo combo. And it doesn't even stop there. Kanavi disengages beyond that point, hops over the wall, lands the Q onto Cream. This is classic Kanavi.
Honestly, that's one of the best professional Lee Sin plays I've seen in a long while. That was magnificently played from Kanavi. And it's great to see a sick Lee Sin play that's not even really about his kick, you know? So often the Lee Sin plays all revolve around the kick. That's just great mechanics, just great use of his cooldowns, great dipping in and out of the fight, playing like an assassin.
It's just all about that mobility, you know? Other champions like this Shin Zhao, he has one ability to go in. The Lee Sin buys space for him, goes back in, and Kanavi and Missing, this Lee Sin and Rakan for both of them, we have seen just how valuable it is for them to be on these comfort, successful picks. Sheer as well on the Jax, you know, he's had some good value with it. He's in the side lane now, the 5 grubs, and a huge amount of gold now in JDG's pocket. Going to be very, very important for them. Top Esports, what are you going to do now? That was such a big moment for them to potentially get to Soul Point, potentially disengage from that too before the Baron is even spawned. It would have given them such a macro advantage later into the game, as JDG would not want to give over a soul for free.
And I don't think we've really said it out loud yet this series, but what a performance from JDG in a series that, I'm going to be honest, I was kind of leaning towards Top Esports 2-0 before the series began. When you look at JDG's recent performance versus Top Esports' recent performance, it felt like Top were a heavy favorite coming into this one. They sub out Flandre, which a lot of people were scratching their heads over. It looks fantastic. Shears looked brilliant today. JDG have looked brilliant today. This feels like a huge turning point and right in time for playoffs. If you're a JDG fan at home, you better be rejoicing off the back of this series.
As the Top fans, you've got to be scratching your head and wondering, okay, this is a bit of a wake-up call. They are not necessarily cleanly second place. They lost to FPX. If they lose to JDG as well, it would be a moment for them to, of course, figure out what's happening with particularly these early games in Game 2 and 3. It feels like they let JDG get onto the board a lot, and also what happens when you're behind in a game. This is a statistic which has got a lot of games behind it in terms of them losing a lot when they're behind.
Yeah.
What are they going to do to overcome that? Feels like JDG have had their number after that Game 1.
The one thing I will say for top esports fans is they're probably looking at this game and say, yeah, we've seen worse. They can come back from this. We've seen the mojo happen before, and we'll see it again. Whether or not that can happen today is a different question, because JDG, not a team that lose often when they get ahead. Cream managing to escape, kicked under the tower. Kanavi can't quite finish the kill. This time Mako trying to answer the slow onto Kanavi, but Cream's so low they cannot defend the tier 2.
Missing, very nearly winning the mind game, and using the W behind Cream to see if he'd flash or ult into it. But Cream once again been quite slippery to get a hold of on this Ahri. He's not really been able to go aggressive though. We've talked about how in the LPL we punish summoners and ultimates and cooldowns being down. Also pretty good at getting them for free when they're available too. Cream without that flash and without ultimate can't really be the comeback mechanic that top esports wants. Yes, it is at the cost of 2 ultimates from Kanavi and missing, but the next time they come up, they'll have flashes and Cream won't. So, next Dragon coming up in 40 seconds. I think top esports, you probably do see themselves a route through here and saying, well, we've got to try and fight around these objectives, get ourselves to Soul Point. It's a lot harder now, though, because it has delayed a potential Soul Point, even if they were to get 2 Dragons in a row, and by delaying that, you are allowing the Smolder to stack. Now, that will mean that, maybe not at this Dragon, but maybe the next one, going to have the 2-2-5 stacks from Ruler himself, and it feels like the rest of the team vying for that opportunity to get that first engage. JDG have really been timing their engages so well around these objectives. If one person jumps into hell, the rest of the team are right there behind them.
And it does feel in these team fights like they really are hell diving, you know. Hey, first of all, there's like dragons and stuff involved in there's a literal demon for 369. But second of all, like the way that you're seeing Missing and Kanavi and Yagao playing these fights. Sheer just forces a flash out from 369. 369 now trying to turn this one around. Counter-Strike comes on out, but he's just gonna die. Sheer literally just 2v1s them, and now the TP comes in from Yagao to make sure Cream cannot answer. In the meantime, TN threatening onto Ruler. Jackulov is here too, but can they actually find the opportunity? Missing dashes away, and while all this is going on, Kanavi's taking Drake.
So top esports, they go for another option rather than fighting for the Dragon. They try and shut down the side lane with Cream just having his ultimate back up, but Sheer on the Jack stands and delivers, and that means JDG, they get themselves another kill, they get themselves continued presence in top lane, because Sheer was just pushing that in, they get themselves the Dragon, and they get themselves a denial of top esports from really using that next round of ultimates to a good degree. JDG, it is going from good to better for them, and while all this is happening, the reminder is there. They outscale. Top esports, they'll have some pick opportunities, but it's not easy. And
Cream, he didn't count the minions! And there we go, another for Ruler. It's a disaster for top esports, and it might just be the game-breaking play. TN trying to survive, trying to peel for Jackulov, but even with stacks, Jackulov can't take down 4 people. Dashes over the wall, but Sheer closes the gap. What a performance from the substitute top laner for JDG. He comes in and he dominates.
it's a one-hit KO. Sheer cold in the top lane. Made of Ice stands and delivers in the 1v2. Stands and delivers in the team fight after. And JDG, I think a lot of people had some doubts about this move. I think they had some doubts about this matchup. I don't think they're anywhere to be seen now. Top esports, they have been blown away in game 2 and 3. They've barely had a look in. As we go towards this, I mean, 369 stopping it back, but Shit knows his strength. He has the late game matchup. He has a level lead on 369, who is trying to buy some time for Cream to come into the matchup, but Shit has way too much HP. Has a red buff too as well. Remember, late game, global buffs are a thing. Massively outplays, and then Cream, in the same spot where his top laner fell, he falls just as quickly to Yagao.
Absolutely insane stuff coming out from Sheer. And what a series to do it in. What a series to come into the LPL. I know he's played, it's not his first series, but replacing Flandre, so many questions around him, and such a performance. And you know, this guy's got a bit of competitive experience. He came second in Demacia Cup, so that's cool. But aside from that, he's pretty much an unknown factor, and now JDG bring him in, and he takes down 369.
There are a couple of really historic matchups in League of Legends where players want to leave their mark. You think about, you know, the Fnatic G2s, the T1 KT, stuff like that. In this region, the last few years, top esports JDG has been that matchup, and Sheer has very much left his mark on it, just as Ruler leaves a mark on Cream's backside with that ultimate.
Honestly, 369 has been considered the best top laner in the LPL this year. And you know what this is reminiscent of to me? Faker coming in and destroying Ambition in the mid lane. Let's see what, I mean, maybe I'm getting a bit ahead of myself there. But let's see what Sheer's career has ahead of him. I'm excited to watch it, that's for sure. We've got some incredible rookies this year in the LPL alongside Milky Way. Sheer now wants to make his own mark as he takes down 369. JDG with the Baron. They break open mid lane and move up towards the top side as well. Top Esports, this is your last chance to defend, and perhaps a pick onto missing. He dashes out to safety.
The extra gold in inventory is making it really hard to cut through extra bits of stats. There's a flank TP, the last hurrah.
369, the Dice Man in the top side, but Yagao already took one down. 369 trying to make it happen as the rest of the team moves on forward. Jackie Love is stacked in the fight, and the lightning chaining across the team. Top Esports never say die, but Sheer trying to win the game in the meantime. The reset coming on through from Mako, but Mako's not going to be enough. Tien making a beeline, but Sheer is making short work of these turrets. Moves down to the bottom side now as well. Might even be able to finish an inhib. The pressure is unsurmountable.
It's a Pyrrhic victory because you lose an inhib and a tower. You get a couple of really good shutdowns, 3 on the bot side of the map. That's great gold in hand. You're still very far behind though. And with the Nexus Bear, 2 inhibs down as well. JDG, they have themselves another win condition available. Cream goes forward. Struggles to get the full kill, but he at least locks the team into the fight, forces the turn. They can't go towards 369, and that buys space for Jackulov to finally start doing Zeri things. It has been a Smolder-dominated year of AD carry, but a quick reminder of what this champion can do as well.
The Dice Man in 369 reminding everyone that the house always wins. He may have had a terrible game, but TP's behind and sets up the flank play that gives Top Esports a window. They are still 11,000 gold down, and that's against the Smolder no less.
The Smolder has 310 stacks at 27 minutes. That is a hell of a stacking rate, actually. You know, we expect 225, I don't know, 22, 23 minutes sometimes. Depends how much they've been bullied in lane. Wasn't really the case this time. Ruler has really just taken off. In that game, you have to deal with a flank. Ruler, well, stuff like this, Smolder don't really like being flanked. They want to deal with everyone in a straight line so that ult and everything else can do max damage. Top Esports, they'll have to try and capture that lightning in a bottle again and make sure that Ruler cannot get good damage.
No TP behind enemy lines this time around for Top Esports. Looking for the front line. Kanavi forced to flash. Ward hops out to safety, but the wave is cleared in the mid lane. Oh no, it's not. The cannon survives, and that means that the top lane tower goes down. That's all 3 inhibs now, and a huge chunk onto Tien as well. He's going to have to try and get back to his fountain at this point. Waves pushed in all directions as Cream gets big damage onto Yagao, looking for a little bit more in the 1v1 on the top side. She goes underneath the Nexus turrets. Jagulov pops the ult. Last chance for Top Esports, and Jagulov dives into the enemy lines. Maybe he's not matured after all, but JDG sure have. They come in with a new top laner, and they demolish Top Esports.
JDG claim sole possession of second place in the LPL Spring 2024. After game 1, there were some head-scratching moments, thinking this team has just waited to bleed out. Game 2 and 3, they took the game in their own hands and showed exactly why we know that they are a top 2 prospect. The 3-peat champions of the LPL with a 3-peat LCK coach behind them in Martha have come to play. And they're leaving some questions open now about what Top Esports will do at the top of the table.
Good to see the JDG players hugging with 369 as well after this series. You know, old teammates still wanting the best for each other. But Sheer stepping into one of the most powerful lineups in the world and living up to the hype. My God, you can step into JDG versus Top Esports and perform like that all 3 games. I'm here for it. I can't wait to see more from this guy.
I also think this is a huge moment for Kanavi in this split specifically. I think when JDG have looked suspect has been when Kanavi has been disconnected from the team and unable to kind of lead the charge in the way that we wanted him to. Game 1 of the Graves, basically invisible, did nothing that game. Even versus FPX, we had a game or 2 we thought, well, what's happening here? He had one great lease in game versus FPX, but couldn't close it out. He has 2 hits today to close it out versus Top Esports and really rekindle hope in terms of how far this roster can go. We already know that regular season to playoffs is a very big difference in form in the LPL. There is maybe a chance now that BLG are looking at this matchup below them and going, Okay, take some notes again.
Yeah, suddenly things look a little bit different underneath them in the league, but luckily for BLG, they are still cruising. They're at the top. They're the cream, if you will, as they're floating up on top above everyone else. But JDG challenging now, and we mentioned it towards the start of this. That is the game that now not only locks JDG in for playoffs, but also snags away second seed for the time being. Top Esports, they're going to have to try and find not only wins enough to at very least tie JDG, but they won't have the head-to-head, so they've got to win in game difference as well. Suddenly, Top Esports are the ones that are struggling to fight for that second seed.
And obviously, top two means an awful lot in the LPL as well, because the higher you place in the standings, it affects your seeding, and it affects the round that you go in as well. Top two gets straight in towards that double elimination, regardless of whatever else happens, which means that when you have teams which have a break after the regular season and then go into playoffs, it means that if you don't quite get the read on the first series in, you do drop one, it gives you that second life, the Guardian Angel. Top two has always been an awful lot in LPL, particularly when some of these upstart teams can climb a little bit further than you expect and take you by surprise. This is an important match for that.
Yeah, I mean, the OMGs of the world, the WEs of the world, these teams that
BLG over
the last few years, BLG last year as well, that have made these runs through the gauntlet and take the top teams by surprise. I don't know how they take it by surprise, because they usually have a lot of footage at that point to watch, but it still seems to happen anyway. Having the double elimination is a godsend at that point. So fighting for the top two, BLG at this point pretty much locked in for it, not far off at very least. But the other two teams, Top Esports and JDG, fighting tooth and nail. And right now, JDG are winning, and that is not something I expected to say at the end of today.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the split, I looked at these rosters and I thought, yes, there would be there's definitely going to be a contest between JDG and Top Esports, but particularly after how the FPX series went for JDG, I was sat there thinking, well, okay, they got out team fought. Their drafts were looking kind of a bit of a mess too. So coming in today, they've definitely helped in regards to some of those questions asked of them, and those questions have been answered very, very positively. I think that early game in particular is not something I expected them to explode in games 2 and 3, but Kanavi changed our minds on that one.
He certainly did. And with that, in case anyone didn't know, Top Esports also qualified for playoffs off the back. Not actually off the back of this series, but off the back of EDG getting to 11 losses and Ultra Prime getting to 11 losses means that 9 wins is a guaranteed lock-in now. So our top 3 locked in for playoffs at this stage. It's certainly exciting that we are getting towards that point now. We've only got, essentially 2 weeks left, because we've got another 3 days this week. Yeah. We've got 3 days in the final week, and then obviously week 8, the full week there. So, you know, a week and 6 days left until playoffs begin. Not quite, you know, give it a day or two. That's not actually how the schedule works, but in terms of actual game days, it's getting real close. It feels like the lead up to Christmas at this point.
I was just hearing some stuff in our ears there. Apparently, we've now got our stats that shows exactly how that last game was. Oh my word. So, one of the things that we were saying at the start of the day was, hey, or start of this matchup, Top Esports, fast team, JD Gaming, slow team. That is fast and it is dominant versus the team we expect that from. The fact that Sheer, Kanavi, Yagao, and Rilla are all in the same kind of order of damage as well, there's no one like spiking as a solo carry, shows you how split these fights were too, and who, it wasn't a case of one person heavy lifting, it was the whole team lifting together.
It really was. It feels like a fantastic result, but also a fantastic top side here with the Lee Sin, the Jax, the Nico, that ability to skirmish, and with Missing just roaming up towards that top side. It felt like, you know, we were talking about in the draft the Smolder versus the Zeri, which ended up being the last picks, and you know, after the game I can kind of see why they were the last picks really, because they didn't impact the game at all. It didn't feel like the AD carries were a big influence on this game particularly. It was all about the fights around Grubs, it was all about the dives underneath the top lane tower as well onto 369. It felt like that top 4v4 while the AD carries are abandoned in the bottom lane. That's what the game was all about.
And I think particularly for JDG, that Lee Sin Rakan was such a difference from, you know, the Graves in the first game, and the Heimerdinger, of course, too, where it's, you know, you have damage and it's really obnoxious to dive into them, but they can't go forward in the same degree. Now, in this kind of matchup, I understand the Smolder falling through to the last place as well, because both of these teams, when they have that lead, particularly Top Esports when they have that lead, they don't let go of it. You're not realistically going to be able to turtle out, be able to scale back in with the Smolder in the same way that other teams have been able to. And we saw in this game, I mean, the Smolder, it wasn't actually about late game Smolder, it was the Smolder ult in early game, weirdly, around the ropes, roaming up early. I've not really seen that before. It's kind of terrifying, the fact that you can have the Smolder also impact the early games because that ultimate is so long range and actually pretty high base damage as well. So JDG, they figured out the formula and they somehow got away with the last pick Smolder. Don't think we'll be seeing that one again. First pick or ban.
It was sort of like farming Senna-esque Smolder, right? Where you're still staying in the bottom side, but able to sort of half lean up and use the ultimate to impact those fights. Definitely a wild one. Definitely an incredible series. I feel so privileged to be able to cast this one live. I'm so glad that this is a series that was on one of our live broadcast days as well, that we actually get to have a full commentary of this one. And what a series to get to cast. Like, just personally, what a pleasure.
And you know, for myself, this is my second year on the LPL. The fact that I get to sit here and scream my head off for JD Gaming versus Top Esports, this is one of the legendary matchups of LoL Esports. After game one, I was maybe thinking it wouldn't deliver. Could not have been further from the truth. And particularly in game 3, it really felt like JDG had shaken off a little bit of that rust. And this play around Raptors, God, this game really encapsulates so much of the game, where it feels like the junglers the ones who are fencing first, but it was really just the team play of JDG to get to the play first before everything else collapsed that made the difference.
I think Sheer might end up grabbing himself an MVP. Yagao played that so damn well as well. The fact that the Pop Blossom hits onto 2 players to start that play, Cream right on the very edge of it. Fantastic engage here from Missing as well. A great follow-up Pop Blossom from Yagao. Actually, maybe Yagao gets an MVP for this one, to be honest.
I was wondering about that, because I was asked a question recently about how would you describe Yagao as a player, in terms of what would you say? And it's quite hard to say, because he's not necessarily going to be the hard carry of your rookies or your knights or your scouts or something like that. But when you go for an engage, his timing is absolutely second to none. If an engage happens, you know that Yagao is following you. You know that he's landing his ults onto big targets. It's why he's a great Nico player. It's why he was one of the best Annie players in the world too. This guy is clutch in the big moments, even if he doesn't put up the DPS numbers of some of the other really elite mids. And I think that's also why when we see him getting into the higher pressure matchups, like this historic matchup, like the playoffs that we know, playoffs Yagao is a thing, he can be so important. And the fact that also you have the other solo laner and Sheer in this matchup similarly being clutch in the same moment, that is a good sign for JDG when push comes to shove.
Great to see that Sheer as well, just able to kind of turn off nameplates. No nerves, it felt like today. It didn't feel like he was coming in as an underdog in this one. Felt like he was confident, knew his matchups, knows how Jax plays in this matchup, and that's all that matters. Doesn't matter who he's against. No, all that matters is he's Jax versus Aatrox.
Jaculov, I think for him as an individual player in this series, if you watch him in a couple of these fights too, I think Jaculov's had a fantastic year. I think he's had a fantastic last year as well. This was not a series for AD carries to really take over and run with. This isn't like the Zeri Lulu of last year where you hit just 2 items and take over the entire game, and stuff like the Kaiser as well in the past. It's been much harder to influence the game from the AD carry role. Typically, I mean, that's how JDG were winning games last year too. The fact that they can move away from that style too and just say, okay, it's actually on solo lane, it's on jungle support making plays to determine the game, and they're still very effective at it. That's a good sign for them.
Absolutely fantastic sign. And honestly, I'm now so excited about JDG. You see the clapping there. It is Kanavi that grabs himself the MVP. I feel like there was multiple available candidates there because JDG, they played such a good game there. But Kanavi's Lee Sin, I mean, I feel like you see the lock-in in the champ select and you feel like an MVP is going to be coming.
I feel like if I could share an MVP, because I know that Kanavi probably in each individual game came out with, you know, the early kills. It's very deserved. I would love to give it to Kanavi and Missing as a duo, though. Whenever you see them on the same screen at the same time, you know that magic's going to happen with stuff like the Rakan and the Lee Sin. The fact that they both managed to flip the early game so hard in their favor after game 1, that shows how much class that they have. It's the old Papa Smithy quote as well. Form is temporary, class is permanent, and they really showed what they could do on their classic picks in this game here.
Yeah, they certainly did, and Top Esports left right into the hills, unfortunately for them. They get knocked down into 3rd place in the league, and it is really heating up at the top of the table. What a series, what a fantastic series from JDG, an absolute pleasure to watch here from the caster table. But that is just about going to wrap us up, so let's take a look at our results as we finish out the show. 2-1 to JDG, we just witnessed live RA upsetting WE as well earlier on, and and BLG business as usual up against Ultra Prime.
So Ultra Prime, they are locked out of playoffs now. As we said, JDG, they are locked into it. RA taking a win versus WE, that's probably the real question mark today, because WE, we were saying before that game started, could they be top 4? Currently in 7th, you can see how close it is from 7th all the way up to 4th. Them dropping there makes things a bit of a question mark. JDG, though, finally clearing themselves into top 2.
Yeah, double digits there for JDG and 10 and 2. And also, worth mentioning, missing now 24 wins in a row on the Rakan. Down towards the bottom side of the standings, once again, LNG feels like the one team there that still has a reasonable chance of making it to playoffs, that can find some of those upsets. Score-wise, it's theoretically possible, I think, for Undertalk and Rare Atom, but they do need things to go particularly well for that to happen.
The thing is, I look at Weibo and OMG, and I don't think the question is about TT and Rare Atom having the level to get to those level of wins. It's about whether you think Weibo and OMG can seal another victory for themselves. And based on recent form, that is in question. So I think we're going to be kept guessing until a little bit later into the split, right down to the wire. Feels like with 6 wins at this point in the split, it feels like really there's going to be some very close run margins. Typically 7 or 8 wins seals you playoffs. It's going to be tight here.
It certainly is. I feel like OMG reasonably should be making playoffs. Question for me is Weibo and AL, actually. AL really looking a bit dodgy in the most recent series. Anyway, TT versus LGD. If TT wants to make playoffs, that's a series that they're going to have to get a win for themselves. Same for LGD and RNG, who are both technically still alive. Whether or not they can get those games, I mean, if you're on the 9 losses at this point for LGD and RNG, you not only need to win every single game, you also need the stars to align and certain results to happen. We'll see if any of that goes down, but I doubt it at this point. I've been Munch. I've been joined by Nymira. That is going to round out the show. It's been a pleasure casting with you, mate. We've had some bangers today, but that is going to be all we're bringing for you today. Thanks very much for watching. We'll see you live in chat tomorrow, but until then, we'll see you in Champs.